position. Two umpires are just about in the middle there. The sunshine is out, and it promises to be a day where there's a bit more sunshine than we've seen over the first 2 days. We haven't seen too much of it. It's popped through some fairly heavy cloud every now and then, but I think we'll see a little bit more of it today, although there are still some quite large banks of fluffy white and grey cloud that is moving overhead, but it is sunny at the moment. So if you're watching on the live picture feed, there's the match summary as it is so far. 2 for 15 for Sam Cook, and Shane Snater the other wicket taker as well. So you can follow events here on the live picture feed. That's on the Hampshire Cricket website. Those pictures are beamed back to the Essex Cricket website as well. You can also pick us up on the BBC Sport website and app. Just go to the BBC Cricket page and follow the live text feed, and there is a section there. So it's watch and listen, and just pick the game that you want. So you can pick this one. Smart speaker, Hampshire versus Essex. Just tell it to play that. And we're around the ground as well via the earpieces. So that's where we're at, and we're just about to get day 3 underway, and it's going to be Ian Mulder to finish off his 3rd over from last night when the players left the field, and that's just played away by Jake Lehman to backward a point, and the score remains on 48 for 3. Your commentary team today has changed by 1. There is still myself, Kevin James. There is still, from BBC Radio Essex, Nick Gledhill, and Charlie Harden has joined us today, a cricket commentator and influencer. And he's smiling as I say that. He's just to my right. We were trying to work out what to be called. He didn't really want to be called an influencer, but in the end we worked out that actually he has to be called an influencer. As Lehman gets a straighter delivery, plays that quietly enough up to mid-on, and that's 2 balls completed. We are doing extra overs again today because of the amount of time that's been lost over the first 2 days. So we have a minimum of 104 overs to do today, and lunch will be at 1:10 as it was yesterday. So you are up to date. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk is the email address. Nick will give you the Essex one when he's on with me shortly. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Remember that many of you have been emailing over the first 2 days, and feel free to continue along those lines. It looks like it's going to be Sam Cook to bowl from our commentary end, the hotel end. So 48 for 3. Long haul here for Hampshire. I was looking up actually before the start of this game. Hampshire haven't lost a game, their opening championship game, since 2015. Be nice if they can keep that going as Ben Brown gets a length ball. He's in behind that one comfortably enough, and the sun shines a little brighter. A few spectators in today, a few hardy souls in yesterday. It might be a little bit more pleasant today, although I think there's a little bit of wind around. But at least if you're sitting around the ground, by and large, you're in the sun. Currently, here's Cook, right arm over, bowls. Another good length ball to Ben Brown. Plays that out into the covers. Nice to see shadows around the players out there for a change. Very cold yesterday here. I think actually if any of the matches that are further north, I think they've got a few problems with the weather. It's Storm Dave. I don't know if it's still sort of hanging around today. Conditions might not be particularly pleasant for any of those games up in the Midlands of the North. That's outside the off stump. Lots of oohs and ahs there, but it looked a comfortable leave. So Ben Brown resuming on 1 not out overnight. Jake Lehman 30. Sam Cook now into his 7th over, 2 for 15. Into the 16th over of the Hampshire reply, with Essex's total of 461 for 7 declared, spread over 130 odd overs. A long time in the field for the Hampshire team. Brown's forward, another good length delivery. Spoke to Sonny Baker last night. Hampshire fast bowler, picked up a couple of wickets. You can pick up that interview on the Hampshire social media pages, Hampshire Cricket website. Always an enthusiastic talker is Sonny Baker. Talked about a tough introduction to the 2026 season, having spent so long in the field. Felt I did actually pose him the question, and I think many of you that watched or listened yesterday, that's outside the off stump, left alone, and perhaps on the ground. I think Sonny Baker does look as though he's just perhaps, I don't know, I detected yesterday that he had a bit more control with his bowling, and I asked him that. And he said he does feel that maybe from last year to this, there is more control in his bowling. So that's he explains all of that. A couple of clips of that are on the @Solent Sport X feed, so you can pick up that as well. Here's Cook, bowls, and Brown pushes forward. First email of the morning goes to Joe Somerton, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Joe will be on the ground. It might look lovely from up there, but it's definitely colder today than it has been. Let's hope for lots of boundaries and applause to keep us warm. Well, it was very cold up here yesterday, so the fact that it might actually be colder is a little worrying. I, for one, went home and I don't think I got warm until about 6 o'clock this morning. Nick Ledhill, very good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Kevin, and congratulations to Southampton last night. Absolutely wonderful performance, and great, of course, on the BBC TV, and so many spectators who wouldn't have been able to get to the ground and maybe can't afford some of the TV services would have been able to see it. A great night for Southampton. Can Hampshire emulate that today? So, it's going to be the start of the over, which is being bowled here by Porter. Not surprisingly, it's Cook and Porter to start with, and that's just played up into the offside, and there is no run. Just hearing myself back in my headphones a bit this morning, but I'm not quite sure what. I've just hopefully got things as low as possible, so I'm not hearing myself too much, but I'm sure we'll hopefully be able to get that sorted out. It's 48 for 3, say 413 behind, so 312 is the follow-on target. There's 3 slips, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, a quite square cover and a backward point, as this is played by Lehmann up towards mid-on, who twice survived late yesterday evening. 2 catching chances for Paul Walter. He got hands to both of them at third slip. The first one came in very quickly. I think the second one was the one that he was more disappointed about not hanging on to, where we think he got both hands to it, and it would have been a case of second time lucky, but he was notably a long time to get off the turf after that second one went down. It would have been a great finish to what was already a pretty good day for Essex, as that's just played away wide of mid-wicket. Good spalling stop, and there's no run, so Hampshire being kept at 48 for 3, but that wicket of Lehmann would have been really, really handy. Would have just topped off the day for Essex, but they're still in a very strong position, and 312 still a long way away, Kevin. They've got to get it close. If they can't get to that, they've got to get as close to it as possible.
Yeah, of course. I'll turn myself on, shall I? Saving the follow-on would be a massive help, but you're right, that's a long, long, long way.
As Porter bowls, and Lehmann plays a nice stroke, just off the back foot, just wide of backward point, away for 4 to the wide third-man boundary. And I think he is key. I mean, he's got 30, of course, the last 8 runs he got yesterday evening were a little bit streaky, going down to the fine third-man boundary through the hands of Paul Walter. But that brings up the Hampshire 50, and he's got about 2/3 of the runs, and he's clearly going to be a key player for Essex to dislodge. Looks a high-class player, but I say he was riding his luck at the end of play yesterday, but got away with it. And can he try and cash in? But it's nice to see the sunshine. There's still plenty of cloud around. I mean, it's actually clouded over a bit in the last hour, but it's nice to see those areas of clear blue sky that we simply didn't have on the first 2 days of the game. I wanted to give you a bit of news from elsewhere. after this ball, as this is good delivery, and is he caught? Yes, and that's a huge breakthrough. Lehman has gone for 34, caught behind. He was playing a cut shot, it was too close to him, and Porter has struck in his 6th over, his first of the morning, and that is a massive breakthrough, with Lehman caught by Pepper off Porter for 34 and Hampshire at 52 for 4.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to play a bit of a cut there. That ball on the angle reaches him far too close to his body. Hasn't really got any control of the shot there. I think when he looks back at that, he might just feel that perhaps she'd be playing that with a little bit of more of a straighter bat. But yeah, a big blow so early in the morning, and 4 wickets down already in this innings. And well, if they didn't know that it was going to be a long haul, this has just got a little longer. Just watching this again on the picture feed from behind the batter. Yeah, he's just trying to play that more too square. That's got to be played a little bit more towards extra cover.
Yeah, it was very, very close to him, wasn't it? What a breakthrough for Essex first up. And in the end, Paul Walter will be sort of quite pleased about that, because neither chance was easy. The first one in particular came very, very quickly at him. But it's one of those situations where it makes any fielder that's just dropped even a sharp chance like the ones that are offered to him, seeing that dangerous batter go straight away the next morning is very good news. Yes, that news just wanted to give you as Mays comes out. Good to see him. This will be his debut, and he started off with a catch yesterday. But just some important news to give you from the Riverside at Durham, where Storm Dave has, I'm afraid, caused quite a few problems. There were no spectators allowed at the ground today. There is a delayed start with damage to the ground, and they'll see if there's any possibility of play later. But unfortunately, Storm Dave has caused problems. It was in the amber wind band, and no spectators being allowed at the Riverside today. There may be play later.
That's very rare, isn't it, on a cricket match to not allow spectators to a ground. Well,
it's obviously been very serious up there, so we wish them well. So Mays, let's see how he goes. The youngster, very talented, facing up to Jamie Porter, and that's a nice looking drive, I have to say. A confident shot away to mid-off, but no run, 52 for 4. And, well, Hampshire needs something quite dramatic now, because the Essex ideal game plan will be to bowl Hampshire out cheaply, and quite possibly, really, with the 4 seamers, enforce the follow-on and get the game done today. And they made a great start in that potential task. 52 for 4.
Yes, well, game done today. Wow.
Possible.
Well, I think there'll be a few inquests around the Hampshire coaching staff if that's the case.
102 overs. I mean, they could go quite a long way towards it. I mean, it's going to be a tall order to do that, and of course, they'd have to enforce the follow-on. But if it stays, relatively rain-free, and we've got some blue sky, they might have quite a lot of these 102 overs that are left.
Sure. So yes, a lot resting on the captain's shoulders once more, as it seemed to do quite a bit last year, and you've got 2 players at the opposite end of their careers out there in the middle. Ben Mays, it'll be interesting having a look at him. Saw him play a few white ball games last year, but he can play, that's for sure. Is it me? I can't remember.
Yeah.
It is, and it's Cook bowling to Ben Brown, and it's inevitably a nice line of length and straight, and Brown pushes forward. Score remains on 52 for 4.
So a bit about Ben Mays. I think he got good runs in the winter, England under 19.
Yes, he did. He hit the highest total by an England youth player. I did write it down. I can't see it on my notes, but it was a very big 100 against Scotland,
right,
in the under 19 World Cup. And his first team game, other than a 50 over game, he was thrust straight into the quarter-final of the T20s at Durham. As Brown is forward, he wants a single, but the fielders are in quickly in the covers. And played the semi-final and final as well, which I thought was a tremendous endorsement of his precocious talent to push him straight in ahead of 1 or 2 others that might have been included in the side. Yeah. I think it shows just how highly he's thought of. He's been talked about around here by for a couple of seasons or so, and he's got a chance ahead of some others that you might have thought might have been playing in this game. Cook bowled, good leave, good delivery. So yes, he's an exciting talent.
Absolutely. Well, interesting to see how long we see him today, but and to what extent he can make a mark. But good to see him getting this chance at the start of the season, and And one thing's for sure, if you end up, you said the first game was that quarter-final in the T20. The great thing is Hampshire have this fantastic record in T20 away quarter-finals, and probably there was a sense of confidence in the team going in, and it was duly rewarded.
Yeah. Brown again leaves a very, very good delivery inside the off stump. A hint of away movement. Yeah, so just to give you the exact total that Ben made. So England under-19 World Cup. It was back in January, and he hit 191 against Scotland in Harare, out of England's total of 404 for 6, and it was the highest score by an England youth player. Some fairly good players coming up through those ranks over the years, Nick.
Yeah, some of them, of course, go on, some of them don't, in terms of international.
Cook again runs away from us. Brown behind that one.
So Storm Dave certainly causing problems up in the north, and do seem a bit ill-fated with these first games of the season. Of course, there was the one against Hampshire a couple of years ago that you went to, where probably you feared the worst as soon as you got there, because unfortunately, of course, so far north, you're going to start the county season in early April. The sheer fact is spring does come later in the north of it.
It does.
Yeah.
It's like starting in February, don't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Cook again. Brown is looking for a single. There has to be hurry after hurry after hurry. Ooh, it went to square leg. The underarm throw came in. Ben Mays always looked to be struggling. That was a risky single. Just watching it again on the picture feed. And, I think he might have just been in.
Yes, it's they don't want to run out, that's for sure. And Essex very much on their toes. Yes, I think the fact they've got four seamers in their ranks. Obviously, Thane can't bowl, but I think if they were to be able to bowl out Essex, pretty cheaply, bowl out Hampshire pretty cheaply, I couldn't see any reason why they wouldn't want to enforce the follow-on. I think it's only if Hampshire were to get within 200 runs, then they might just think again about it. But they're a long way from doing that at this stage. Porter with an early wicket coming into bowl to Brown, and Brown plays a loose stroke. That was an attempted drive down the ground, but he didn't make any contact, and probably will be pleased he didn't, because it was about some way away from the body, I think, in the end when he played that. Yes, an awful long way really, and he throws his head back and was fortunate not to have got an edge. So it's 53 for 4 with Lehman out this morning.
It was inviting the drive, wasn't it?
Yeah, just on the up.
Just need to get that front foot over a little bit more.
Just wasn't quite in position for it, but it would have still been quite an ambitious shot in these circumstances. 3 slips waiting as Porter bowls, and he's played defensively back down the pitch. And just when Hampshire might have been hoping that at least the weather was going to be on their side, it certainly has clouded over. The one area of blue sky is now over the Shane Warne stand, just beyond it, and the trees beyond. But it's a bit more of the gloomy skies that we've become accustomed to over the first couple of days of this game.
I wonder if there are other games affected up that way, Nick.
I don't think so. I think that was the headline this morning. I think it's just that game. It's really that far up north where the problems have been with the Stormers. That's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. I was hearing that the wind at St Mary's last night was discomforting some of the Arsenal players, but it was the same for both sides. And obviously it was quite breezy here, but nothing like, of course, what they've had up in the north. 53 for 4 with that early wicket this morning. Just what Essex would have wanted. The danger man, the new Australian for Hampshire, Jake Lehman, being dismissed by Jamie Porter, who's bowling from the pavilion end and bowls a nice delivery, which is pitching around about off stump, and he's just leaving it on length there, Brown, and it's relying on the ball to go over the off stump, but just a bit wide of it as well. But a fine piece of bowling. Sun going in and out at the moment, but generally the forecast today is pretty decent. Not going to be particularly warm, mind you, and then tomorrow again should be dry with a bit more sunshine, and the really warm weather's coming up after that, when there's no county cricket, as this is a nice stroke by Brown, just coming forward to meet that, steering up into the offside. The ball is 19 overs old, and Hampshire have just got to think that they just need a partnership, and the ball will get older and it should get a bit easier. But the Essex objective here is to get through the heart of the Hampshire order before we get to that stage.
Well, one thing you know about Jamie Porter and Sam Cook is they will test you. They will make you play every ball, and you will need to be on your mettle, that's for sure.
In he comes again. It's Jamie Porter, and that's again a delivery which is left on length. It's going to be bouncing, certainly a true pitch this, and bouncing clearly over the stumps and on its way through to Pepper. So a maiden over for Jamie Porter, 1 for 13 in 7 overs. I think he was number 21 on the list we read yesterday of the Telegraph writers' 30 cricketers of the millennium in county cricket, and certainly he's made a huge impact. And Sam Cook wasn't on that list, but he could actually argue that he could merit a place as well. And what a great opening pair when they're both firing at the same time that they are for Essex. And not surprisingly, they've started the bowling this morning.
So Cook runs away from us, starts a new over. Forward is Ben Mays. So Lehman added just 4 to his overnight total this morning. Jamie Porter with his first wicket of the innings. Email from Mike Martins, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, before play I watched the tribute to Robin Smith on the Hampshire YouTube feed. Had a tear in my eye. His record in the NatWest Trophy was incredible. More on that in a moment as Cook comes in. 3 steps on the gully weight. Bowls. Forward is Ben Mays once more. Averaged nearly 60 with many match-winning hundreds. I think Rod Brasgrove was right in saying Shane Warne was a better bowler. I think we can all agree with that. And Barry Richards might have been a better batter. But the judge had more influence over Hampshire's history than maybe any other player. It was interesting that Viv Richards sledged every England batter apart from Robin, sensed he was a sensitive soul. As for this match, we're doomed, says Mike. But want to see how Ben Mays goes. Well, he's out there in the middle at this moment, and he's facing the next delivery from Cook. And he drives into its inside edge. It goes out towards mid-wicket, just pushed at that one.
Yes, that was not quite off the middle, but at least, I mean, it's one of these situations, if Hampshire can't get a result in this game, if someone like Mays can make at least, you know, a couple of decent contributions or one major one, they'll feel as though they can take something out of the game. But I think the truth is that Essex this season do look the part at the start of the season much more than in recent years.
Cook again, bowls. Looks like another good length delivery. Mays is in behind that one.
And that really is, it's an awful blow for Hampshire, that losing Lehman. I think it's just the second full over of the day, because VN Mulder bowled 2 deliveries from the pavilion end, then we had no over from Cook, and then Porter striking. So that's a setback they've got to somehow overcome.
Stephen Clark, not the first email of the day, Stephen. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, am I the first today? No, you're not. Cook runs away from us once more and bowls, and Ben Mays is nicely in behind that one as well. He says he's... Hang on, have I beaten Billy No Makes Neil sitting alone in the wrinkly zone at the end of the Shane Warne stand? I think you may have done. I hope that you're not feeling too bad. Keep up the good work. I know you can fight your way through your cold. That's very kind of you, thank you. I'm managing.
Yeah, last thing you want, isn't it? Just at the start of a new broadcast season, is to get a cold.
I know. And it's not quite the weather up here, is it, to sort of help things along. It's a bit of a battle. That's wide. And Mays wasn't enticed into a drive, and that's gone through to Michael Pepper, who's taken 3 catches in this innings so far. Nick Gledhill will carry on, and alongside him will be Charlie Harden.
Thanks very much, Kevin. Actually, more blue sky. That area we're talking about has come over the Shane Warne stand and now is enveloping the southern half of the ground. So the pavilion and the Shane Warne stand, those spectators there being greeted with sunshine, which I'm sure they're very pleased about. And nice to have some brightness around. But certainly most of the brightness in the game is with the visiting side at this particular stage. It's going to be Porter to bowl. Hello, Charlie. Porter to bowl to the right-handed Brown. Just covers up, plays defensively up into the offside, and Porter reaches out with his left hand to stop the ball. Lots of the Essex fielders wearing sweaters again. The air is, well, sun might be warm when it's out, but the air is still pretty cool with the breeze, and so they want to keep it as warm as possible. Yeah, morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Nick. Good morning to everyone listening in. It's a buoyant morning for Essex. They arrived early for a warm-up out in the field. Big team football match going on, and actually it's carried on into their fielding today. Very buoyant stuff.
As here is Porter bowls, and this is clipped away into the onside and just wide of mid-wicket, and there's going to be a run. Yes, I mean, Essex knew that last season they were never going to be in contention for the championship after not the best of starts, but there was various issues. They didn't have Dean Elgar at the start of the season because, quite understandably, he was on paternity leave, and various other things conspired just to make things difficult. Jordan Cox getting an injury at a big time, 54 for 4, and here's Mays coming forward, still to get off the mark, but he's looked okay at the crease, and he plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. And this season, feeling that with a much greater depth, particularly to their seam bowling attack, well, they've got at least 3 other players who could easily step in, arguably 4 in Mackenzie Jones, but I would say Bennett, Actor and Killeen, the last 2 of course being the new signings, as this is played defensively by Mays back down the pitch, and Porter fields. They really have looked a little bit short of strength in depth in the seam attack at times in the last couple of years, and it sort of reached a sort of crisis point at the game at York last year where Sam Cook could have played, but he was in the England squad and they wouldn't release him, even though there was no chance of him playing in that test match.
Well, any side with Vian Mulder at number 4 adds some depth to their side for sure.
It does, as this one just played defensively by Mays up towards mid-off, and there's no run. Certainly he's a valuable addition to the side. It's what Essex have not had, someone who can bat him a top 6 and be a 4th seamer or 3rd seamer as he was in this innings.
Well, it's a relatively rare commodity, I think, going around English cricket, having a
tend to find it's a key to success.
Indeed.
Probably fair to say that Surrey, one of the keys to their success is they've had a lot of bowlers who can bat, batting around 7 and 8. This is played defensively up into the onside, and yes, you could say Dan Lawrence was their spinner in the top 6, but they had some bowling all-rounders, maybe a couple of them playing in the same game, and that sort of made a difference to them. So that last ball played up into the onside by Mays, another very good tight over from Porter, 8 overs 1 for 14, the wicket coming this morning in his first over. Cook 2 for 16 in 9, and Hampshire 54 for 4, and 312 is what they need to avoid any possibility of being asked to follow on.
So Hampshire on day 1 had Essex 67 for 3, and it felt like the pressure was building, and then Matt Critchley and Charlie Allison took the game away from Hampshire. So Ben Brown and Ben Mays have the opportunity to do that here. Here's Sam Cook then, turning it around at the top of his mark. Hits the crease now, right arm over, bowls and defended into the mid-on region by Ben Brown, who is a player who is well known for sort of standing up as captain in these kind of scenarios.
Yes, I have to say, on this early evidence of watching Hampshire, and we were talking probably more off air, but I mean, with a young bowling attack, in many ways it wouldn't have been the worst thing for their development to have a season in Division 2 where they were winning more games than not, and possibly have taken the pressure off Kyle Abbott a bit as well, but they're now in quite a difficult situation.
Sam Cook then past the umpire, in again, bowls and pushed up towards mid-on once more by Brown.
I haven't checked how many times Hampshire play Leicestershire and Glamorgan, but that could be worth looking at, because they're going to have to, I think, target wins, particularly against those promoted sides, and certainly when Sussex come here, they're going to have to play a lot better than they did last year. There was a points deduction, but actually Sussex played very well.
Indeed, and it's turning those losses into draws, I think, which could be very crucial here today. Sam Cook again past the stumps, bowls and flicked down the leg side, but missed through to the keeper, so no run.
Yeah, it's not all over yet. I mean, I say I'm very much think Essex, if they bowl Hampshire out here with, let's say bowl them out for 200, I think I'm pretty certain they want to enforce the follow on. And the Grumbler back in contact with us. Good morning to you. Great start, and you agree the main target now is to enforce the follow on by the time you open your first Easter egg. And you say one big difference in the size, the quality of the change bowlers, Snater and Mulder, will not allow much let up.
Here's Cook then again to Brown, left and bowled, off stump out of the ground. Ben Brown leaves and Sam Cook hits. Off stump is lying flat on the ground behind the stumps, and Ben Brown has got to trudge off after leaving a ball that was far too straight. Brilliant delivery from Sam Cook, but that leaves Hampshire 54 for 5 and in deep trouble after Essex posted 4-6-1 in the first innings.
Yeah, perfect start for Essex, disastrous start for Hampshire. I'm sure there's a little bit of movement there which caused the problem for Brown, but everything we said really, I think, has just been underlined in triplicate about Hampshire this season, and they're facing a high-class attack here. Still a relatively new ball, and that's just jagged back in, and really there was almost no shot at all in the end. I'm just wondering whether he thought it was leaving outside the off. Yes, he was leaving it, and it's just taking his off stump out of the ground. He didn't play a shot there, Brown. So 54 for 5, and here's the man for the fight, Liam Dawson, with all the experience. But I think the early evidence for me is it's going to be a tough season for Hampshire. They're going to need Weatherall to Liebman to really come good, but he's been removed this morning, and of course so has the skipper.
Yeah, so Ben Brown's gone. It's now 54 for 5, but of all the players to walk out at number 7, Liam Dawson is a pretty strong one. So a lot now resting on these two, one of whom, 18-year-old Ben Mays, on county championship debut, trying to dig Hampshire out of a bit of a hole. Ben Brown had left a few quite close to the stumps this morning, which is a brilliant play until the ball just jags back like that. It was a brilliant delivery by Sam Cook, and Ben Brown was just looking to dig through the situation, try and get Hampshire through this morning session without any more damage. But Liam Dawson's now just marking his guard as Sam Cook shines the ball and turns around, looking to get things underway again. Essex are positive, the slip cordon's noisy, and Liam Dawson has got a mammoth job to do. Scrapes away a little bit of dirt on the surface and a little bit of gardening, and he's ready to go. So here comes Sam Cook then, one England Test match to his name. He's past the stumps, he bowls, and defended back to him by Liam Dawson. A huge job to do for Hampshire today, and you've just got to say they've got to get past the follow-on mark.
Very unlikely now, isn't it?
Back on.
It's very unlikely. It's going to take something quite extraordinary to get to 312, having lost those two. That would have been the objective at the start of the day, but they're just going to have to hope they can really occupy the crease for as long as possible, but it's going to take a long time to occupy the crease to make Essex sort of change their mind about the follow-on.
Sam Cook bowls and strongly defended by Dawson. Back to Sam Cook, and that ends the over, and it's 54 for 5. A big cheer from the Essex players, and not a huge amount of noise from Utilita Bowl as you'd expect, as Sam Cook picks up his jumper, heads down towards mid-on for this next over by Jamie Porter. A brilliant start to the morning from Essex.
And Graham, the bookie from the River Stand, not there today, but listening in on the coverage. Essex had a day's play cancelled at Edgbaston against Warwickshire due to potential high winds being forecast. And of course, my last visit to Edgbaston, the last couple of days, well, a very, very weather-affected game. Let's hope for better. When we could have two informed sides meeting each other early season, when Essex go to Edgbaston in a couple of weeks' time. And that could well be a bit of a mouth-watering prospect, because they're going to be facing a side with probably a lot more confidence about them than Hampshire. Here is Porter coming into bowl, and Mays just with his 12th ball there, just plays defensively, still can't get off the mark, plays it up into the covers. 3 slips, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, a mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg. So perfect start for Essex. Last time they came here was in a T20 match when they were I'm trying to remember if they played it here in the 50 overs last year. I can't remember off the top of my head, but the last time I saw them here was a T20 game at the end of May last year. As this is played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and they're absolutely destroyed. And this is a bit of a turnaround in terms of visits to Southampton, as that one, as they played up towards mid-wicket. Generally, it's been a very tough venue. They've had limited success in T20 cricket here, but it's been a bit more of an even contest in the Championship, and at the moment this one is very much going the way of Essex, and May's still trying to get off the mark. He needs to remain patient against Porter and Cook. 13 balls at the moment, still waiting. Technique looks good, but Porter bowls 2 him, and he leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, a real test of temperament here for Ben Mays. He'll be wanting to get off the mark quickly in his first game in whites for Hampshire. But as you've mentioned there, Nick, he's just got to stay patient and know that a bad ball, it might take a while to come with Jamie Porter and Sam Cook bowling, but when it does come in, he'll be able to cash in. He's just remarking his guard here. And I can tell you, Nick, that actually Essex did come here to play in the 50 over competition.
They did, yeah. I was thinking off the top of my head that they might have done, but Hampshire won that, didn't they? As this is driven away down the ground and just goes through the hands of Porter, gets the hand to it, stretching out to his left, goes up to mid-off. Don't think that was any sort of a chance, but he took the weight off the ball. It was a good drive from Mays, and frustration for the youngster, but he wasn't able to get off the mark with a well-timed shot. But Porter getting across, I think got a hand to it and intercepted it at mid-off.
Yeah, so Hampshire winning that game by 5 wickets with 116.
I wasn't here for that one, but
yeah,
it was a double for Hampshire in white ball at this ground. But of course, it was very much as this next delivery played nicely. He's showing good composure here, because he can't get off the mark, but he's showing good composure. Mays, he drives that to mid-on, but it's a good-looking shot. Of course, the T20 game at Chelmsford was looking to be a very even contest, and then suddenly a great innings took it away from Hampshire. As this next delivery up to the wicket, bowls and driven down the ground, and it's well stopped again by Porter, who is making sure he's keeping Mays pinned down here. It's an interesting battle, it really is, in that Mays is showing good composure, but Porter is making sure that he's offering the youngster nothing. A very intriguing little battle within a battle, but Hampshire 54 for 5 in reply to 461 for 7. I mean, tells its own story. And I think 2 factors combining: Essex looking much stronger in depth this season, but also Hampshire, you know, they were struggling against relegation or possibilities for a reason last year, and I think we're seeing some indications of potentially why. Yeah, well, you never know. Jordan Cox, of course, it was who played that innings that we're talking about, the one at Chelmsford. Yep. Absolutely brilliant innings, but not enough to get him into World Cup consideration. I think they don't seem to have gone too much on T20 blast performances and even 100 performances. Snater. Well, he has got an IPL gig. That's not Shane Snater, that's Jordan Cox. Here's Snater though, right arm over into Dawson, who fends away into the backward point region. It gets through, and they get through to a quick single, and the fielder does the work all the way to the boundary. I've had an email here. Well, is a bit not quite the right way to say it, but Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk has had an email, and James Parker says, "Hi there, currently sat rolling the square at my Hampshire Cricket Club
Old Basing. Listening into the commentary, any tips for ground staff and volunteers to ensure consistent pitches all season? Well, I was actually having a chat with the groundsman at my cricket club not long ago, St Cross in Winchester, and he was saying how, well, I'll come back to that just after this ball from Shane Snater, as he's past the umpire here again. Short, pulled away by Mays, and that's one to tuck into to get off the mark in red ball cricket. And it's run away to the boundary for 4 through square leg. And Ben Mays pouncing on a ball early, short from Shane Snater.
Yeah, first delivery which has just offered something to the batters this morning. Snater will be slightly frustrated about that, but it's given Mays that get out, and he's had shown great composure getting off the mark with a nice 4 off his 18th delivery.
Yep, taking just 18 balls for Mays to get underway. Here's Snater hitting the crease, bowls and defended confidently. We'll go back to James quickly, and I was having a conversation with my groundsman at St Cross, who said that actually, especially after a season or so, what becomes almost impossible to repair are the crease ends. And as you can see, through any cricket club you go to, when the batsman's marking his middle stump, where the bowlers are pounding down with their footwork, actually, it takes a full winter to repair those crease lines.
Right.
And it's almost impossible to do. Here's Shane Snater again turning around. Thanks for the email there, James. As he hits the crease, bowls, full, and defended up towards mid-off for no run.
And Matt Potter and Leon Sear, good morning to you, Matt. And happy Easter to you and everybody else listening. And who's the Essex captain in the absence of Wesley? Sam Cook, who's made his first decision to take himself off. Not that he was bowling badly, but he's brought Shane Snater on. And yeah, I think he's enjoying it so far. Cook, nice comfortable situation. Warwickshire 364 for 3 have just had that big partnership broken. Sam Hain out for 94. Dan Mousley 127 not out.
Snater are in again. And defended ball was pushed actually up towards the bowler. Has gone through past mid-on for a 4. Ben Mays punching off the back foot past the umpire for 4. That is a magnificent shot to get to 8.
What I would say, before I go off air and bring Kevin back in, if Hampshire do have a heavy defeat in this game, if Mays can make one big contribution or a couple of good ones, they'll feel as though they've got something out of it, because this young man does look as though he's got something about him, and that was a very, very good shot. Well, certainly that's the shot of the Hampshire innings so far by a distance.
Snater, final ball of the over, clipped through the leg side, straight towards mid-wicket for no run. I'm going to sub out for Kevin James, then shift across, and I'll be back on in a minute. Actually, I'm going to keep going here whilst Kevin James comes in, and he is going to sub in for me right now.
Right. Well, that's a statement couple of shots from the youngster, wasn't it?
Brilliant shot from Ben Mays. I think it's an incredibly underrated shot off the back foot, punching back down the ground. It's one thing when you get it away through the covers, but it shows an incredible transfer of weight to be able to push back, get on top of the ball, and push it straight back past the bowler for a 4. Brilliant shot from Ben Mays.
So, have you got any more tips for consistent pitches all season?
Well, I forgot to say actually that Willotson Cross is doing a good job, by the way.
Well,
Rather than just talk about the ends that are becoming incredibly tricky to repair. But other than that, I can't offer you a huge amount. It's Jamie Porter bowling short and defended into the offside by Liam Dawson. Any tips from your end, Ken?
well, I can from experience, actually. Years ago, when I was playing club cricket in Auckland, part of my job was to attend the ground, the club I was playing at. And what I can say, James, don't do what I did. That the main grounds person at this club went on holiday for 2 weeks and left me in charge.
Not a great decision. Here's JB Porter, past the umpire, right arm over to the right-handed Dawson, defending straight back to him to no run. What did you do, Kevin?
And it was around that time that the square needed weed killer put on it. So I went into the shed and got the weed killer out and poured the measures that I thought were the right measures, put it on the square. About a few days later, the square turning brown.
Oh gosh.
I thought, what's happened? And it turned out Well, actually, the square in the end became just a square of mud because I put too much weed killer on. So don't do that.
Don't do that. Thanks, Kevin. Here's Porter. Short, edge, gone. Caught behind by Michael Pepper. And it is damaging morning for Hampshire here as Jamie Porter takes another wicket this morning. And it's this time Liam Dawson. He falls for 1 off 6 balls. And Hampshire are reeling at 63 for 6. It was a good length ball outside off, just pushed up by Liam Dawson. And a good diving catch with 2 hands from Michael Pepper.
Wow. Well, this is a horrible morning, isn't it? I said it earlier before I came on commentary that what Porter and what Cook do, and Snater to maybe some extent, is they make you play. They make you play, but they make you play straight. You can't. Jake Lehman for me was playing a little too square, and his one it was a little too close to him. But they make you play every ball, and in a situation where you've been out in the field for 130 odd overs and nearly 500 runs conceded, it's always tough as a batting side to reply to that. And when you're having to be, as a batter, equal to every single delivery that's coming down at you, it's nice to be able to relieve a few. It's nice to be able to get a few on your legs and tuck them away and feel the ball on the bat and just keep the scoreboard ticking along. You don't get that with these guys, and it is tough.
Yeah, Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, as you say, experts in Division 1 at hammering away at a length, not giving the batter any width to work with, which is why it's commendable that Ben Mays is still out there, 8 off 22, just playing patiently. The 2 balls he's tucked into, one of which wasn't really there to hit, but he's played it straight, which I think will be a huge sign of good batting on this surface today, with Porter and Cook not varying much with their width. And actually the only shot he's been able to get away, Ben Mays, is that one dropped short by Shane Snater. So it's a day to bat patiently as much as possible after 2 days in the field, as you mentioned there, Kevin, and pounce on the balls that can be hit.
Cody Youssef is the new batter for Hampshire. Bright sunshine out there. In fact, probably about as much blue sky around as we've had at any point in the game. In fact, comfortably more blue sky than we've had at any point.
So I went out there this morning, Kevin, to have a little sort of feel of the surroundings. And when the sun was out, it was actually quite a nice temperature, just above a gentle breeze. Very, very high proportion of blue sky in the sky. But when the sun goes, it gets a lot colder. Here's Jamie Porter, defended into the leg side by Cody Youssef, who we had a chat with on day 1, didn't we? Lovely, lovely chat. First time I've met Cody and talked to him, and he was very, very outgoing, very easy to talk to. And we had a good chat about his recent goings on in the South African domestic 50 over final, which I'm sure has been well covered up here in the gantry.
Got his teammate leaving the field there.
Yeah, that old thing. Here's Porter for his 5th ball. Wicket maiden so far, bowling and defended up towards a wide mid-off for no run, where Snater, I think, picks up. So Cody Youssef, first 2 balls without scoring a run. Now, a few years ago, Kevin, I walked up towards my team sheet for that Saturday for my school first team, which I was captain of, and I was looking through the players and saw a few of my friends in the top order. And at number 7 there was a name I didn't recognise. It was B.A. Mays. So here's Jamie Porter, and again bowls and clipped down towards fine leg by Cody Youssef. That single adds the score up to 64 for 6. So a good over from Jamie Porter going for 1 run and 1 wicket. And I was an upper 6th at the time, 18 years old, playing with some 17, maybe some 16-year-olds at the time. But Ben Mays was 13, playing 5 years up. So I arrived on Saturday and I thought, God, 13-year-old in the team. And I went up to him, a little bit encouraging, and said, yeah, it's a lovely team we got there, don't you worry. A little bit later, batting first, I was out early, I'll be honest. And we were 4 or 5 down. Ben Mays came out to bat, and I said, this guy is hooping at round corners. Got me out, bowling rockets. First ball, Ben Mays through the covers for 4. I thought,
13.
This guy's all right. 13-year-old, yeah, playing 5 years up for my school first team a few years ago. Now he's 18 out there in the middle, and I'm not going to take any ownership over his class. Don't worry.
Snater to Yusuf with 3 slips. And Yusuf gets inside edge there. He was just pushing at that one outside the off stump. Didn't know where that one was going. Picks up a single. He's on to 2, 65 for 6. Hampshire just 396 runs behind. There's a few of the Hampshire staff, isn't there, that you've sort of come across in your playing career?
Yes, indeed, Kevin. In my illustrious playing career, as I stand next to you with a few more first-class appearances to your name, I imagine.
Yeah, but your club in Winchester.
Yeah, of course.
Across a few of the Hampshire squad are attached to there, aren't they?
Dom Kelly, Felix Organ, good bunch of players.
Snater runs away from us and he's playing a missing outside the off stump, Mays. Good delivery, that's a nice line. Always asking questions, that line.
Also Cameron Darrywell, who previously of the academy here, has now moved off to Gloucestershire, got himself a contract over there, played for St Cross last season, pumping a fair few balls over the fences and over the pavilion into the field, which was quite a scary watch actually, to be fair. So maybe we could see him appear perhaps in the T20 Blast a bit later this year.
So a lot rested on young Ben Mays' shoulders here. There's Snater bowls. Mays works that up to mid on. Already announced himself with a couple of boundaries to his name. And he's 8 runs. Nice pull shot through square leg and then a lovely back foot push drive for 4 down the ground.
Yeah, brilliant shot. I think it's a shot that actually your weight's got to be absolutely perfect to be able to push back, hit the ball back past the umpire off the back foot is a seriously tricky shot, and he nailed it, raced away for 4.
Snater in again, bowls. He's wrapped on the pad there, trying to flick that away. He's given, and he's gone. I thought initially it was going down the leg side, but I think Mays may have just come across his stump somewhat there, and the umpire has it out. Here, if you're watching on the live picture feed, here we go. Snater comes in, and well, he has come across his stumps. Umpire had no hesitation, didn't have to think about it too much. Here we are, behind the bowler's arm here. And yeah, that looks pretty close. I have to say, I didn't realise he'd come as far across his stumps as he had. That's the 4th wicket of the morning.
You can understand the look back and a little bit of question from Ben Mays, but because of the shot he was playing down towards fine leg, very rare that an LBW is going on to hit with that shot. The problem is, as you say, you could see leg stump from behind the bowler's arm. And when the ball struck into the knee roll, it did look very straight despite the shot going down towards fine leg. So he'll be a little bit disheartened by the 8 runs scored, but at a good tempo. But Hampshire at 65 for 7 is not a good look on the scorecard.
Yeah, just watching that again, I have to say, the more you look at it, the more you think, yeah, that's a fairly good decision. Paul Claydon has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm relatively warm in my lounge in Grays in Essex. That's nice for you. I'm feeling pretty cold, if I'm honest. It's blue sky here, with clouds flying by at a rate of knots and plenty of hot tea, he says. I think he's just emailed just to make, well, certainly me feel worse.
Well, I had to put
than
on
I already do.
I had to put on an extra layer before I came in here.
Yeah.
And actually my teeth were chattering over there from the cold before I came on commentary this morning.
Well, but anyway, we're pleased for you, Paul.
Nice and warm.
Ish. Right, Kyle Abbott is the new batter. Now, last year, Kyle Abbott sort of changed his batting approach a bit. He was very positive, to say the least.
Yeah.
So is he going to play the same way in this situation? There's Snater bowls. Abbott, I think, plays inside the line, or was he playing at that one? I'm not sure.
I think he's just pushed at that one there, Kevin. Shane Snater, good length outside off, just back of a length actually, and there's a little bit of a follow from Kyle Abbott. But first ball of the season, successfully navigated.
Successfully in small letters. Dave Allen, our friend Dave Allen has emailed. Lord Dave used to be doing the commentaries with us, and what he doesn't know about the history of Hampshire cricket isn't worth worrying about. As Snater comes in and bowls to Abbott. Abbott's playing at that one and missing. Good over from Snater. Picked up his 2nd wicket in that one. 3 overs, 2 for 12. Good figures all round for the Essex bowlers so far. 65 for 7 Hampshire. It's quite a horrible morning. It's the sort of morning for Hampshire that you really didn't want to even think about. But 4 of them are gone. Lehman, Brown, Dawson and Mays. 1 for Porter. And 2 for Cook. And 1 for Snater. So Dave says, Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. He didn't say that, I did. Sadly, I'm now closer to 80 than 70. And after 2 cold, windy, drizzly days and some disappointing Hampshire performances, I decided to give today a miss. Not something I did very often in past times. I'm watching and listening on the stream and working on a cricket heritage project. And after 45 minutes, I've no regrets yet. I'm happier here with my coffee and Easter egg.
As this one's pushed out towards mid-off for no run. We're talking a bit about Easter eggs this morning, weren't we, Kevin?
Yes.
Did you get one delivered?
Sadly, well, actually, I hadn't got any planned because we had our Easter last week, really, because our grandson came down and with family and what have you. So we had our Easter last week, so there was an egg there. Nothing today, although when I got home last night, my missus had sneaked out and got me a couple of little bits as a bonus. So yes, not an egg as such, just chocolate. You?
Well, I'll talk about that in a moment. Here's Porter bowling, defended up towards point for no run. A little bit of a leading edge there from Cody Youssef. Well, I've had 2 Easter eggs actually, and when I say had, I do mean that. And it is Easter Sunday. It's the morning, and well, 2 Easter eggs have already been put away. But let's move on.
I'm not sure what sort of picture that conjures up.
Well, no, I didn't eat them, don't worry. Here's Cody Youssef facing up to Porter, who's in, and it's a play and a miss. Brilliant delivery. And it's a defensive shot from Youssef, which goes through to Pepper for no run, 65 for 7. I thought put away is a pretty, simple meaning. You can picture putting away an Easter egg, can't you? Not in the cupboard, but just eating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but putting away suggests that it was eaten in a certain way rather than just enjoyed.
Almost as if I had to eat it. No, I can tell you it was put away and enjoyed. Here's Porter, right arm over. Clip down towards fine leg, that'll be 4 runs. Fine of the fielder, and just out of reach for Michael Pepper. Despite, even if he would have put out a dive there, it would have been not close enough. So that's 69 for 7 now. 2 balls left to go in the over. Porter 2 for 19 with 2 balls left.
Did you go for any sort of fancy eggs, or were just the bog standard one that we all see on supermarket shelves?
Well, I had an experience last year, Kevin, where I mentioned a brand and you were very quick to say other brands available. So it's almost like you're setting me a trap here.
You could talk about them without actually mentioning brands.
Okay. No, well, I had 2 different styles of Easter egg. One more tasty than the other. Here's Porter again. Bowls, and it's offending play and a miss by Cody Youssef through to the keeper. And that's all I can say on it, really. Maybe one packaging was red, one packaging was purple. And there are only a certain number of Easter eggs who have a purple packaging, so before you pounce on me and say other chocolate brands are available.
So the company who had the purple branding, obviously a company that's based in the Midlands. Would I be right?
I honestly don't know. Here's Youssef facing up to Porter, muted appeal for LBW, but I think there was a little bit of bat involved as the Essex players stay positive, stay buoyant and run to the opposite end, led by keeper Michael Pepper for a quick changeover. We're 27 overs in. Hampshire still trailing by 392 runs with 3 wickets left for Hampshire to prevent.
Email here from James Parker. Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm quite jealous of Paul. You'll remember just a few moments ago, mentioned Paul, who's in Grays in Essex in the nice and warm. He says, I'm quite jealous of Paul in the warm whilst I'm layering up with hats and coats on the roller over here in Hampshire.
Some lifestyle, that, on the roller. Although he probably wouldn't say so at the minute. Wrapped up. I hope you're doing all right there, James. Maybe go and get yourself a cup of coffee or something to warm you up whilst you're on there.
Snater starts a new over, right arm over, and he's having a flick at that one, Kyle Abbott, and that very nearly caught the outside edge as it went through to Pepper. I think one thing we can say about Michael Pepper behind the stumps is he's not going to drop anything, because he hasn't so far. and he's already got 4 catches. He's caught 4 behind the stumps out of the 7 wickets to fall.
Yeah, very strong gloveman. And Nick might correct me on this one, but I think Michael Player is one of those players. He's been on the fringes of that England selection umbrella for a while.
Abbott gets wrapped on the pad, looks close. Umpire's not putting his finger up.
And Pepper's just sort of, he's been just outside the fringe players for an England call. You know, occasionally his name gets brought up for a shout at selection, but you never know. If Pepper can start this summer incredibly well, he could be back in that conversation.
Well, he's a handy white ball player, I know that. He's done some damage in the past against Hampshire. I just watched that LBW shout again. That looks fairly close, I have to say. But Abbott survives for now. Yet to get off the mark. Snater bowls, Abbott's forward. Score remains on 69 for 7. For no other reason than it's on the scoreboard, but Hampshire are behind by 392. And remember, that follow-on figure, which seemed a long way off at 11 o'clock this morning, seems even further away now, is 312. I'd be very surprised if Hampshire get there from what we've seen this morning.
Indeed, they'll just be looking to try and last this out as long as possible. Try and keep Essex out bowling as long as they can.
Abbott drives, good fielding at mid-off. Keeps Abbott at that end. Charlie Allison there.
Well, to brighten things up a little bit for Hampshire supporters, Kyle Abbott did take 2 wickets in the first innings, so there was a little bit of a sign that he's still rocking around, doing his thing, looking for another 50-plus wicket season. Sonny Baker as well was the pick of the bowlers in the first innings. He also took 2, looked quick, looked sharp, nipping the ball around, and actually, to be fair to him, very, very economical.
Slater runs away from us again in the sunshine. Abbott's forward. I already detect that he's probably played a few less shots than he was last year, but I think by now, having faced, what, 7 or 8 balls, I think he would have played 2 or 3 attacking shots by now. He's tried to play 1, maybe 2, but dangerously close to the outside edge on one occasion, but he's still there. But this is looking increasingly harder for Hampshire to bat and save the game. There's an awful lot of time left in this match as Snater bowls. But again, he's forward, he goes out to point. That's a good over from Snater. It's a maiden. Charlie Harden will take a break, and Nick Gledhill will come in alongside me. So we've had an hour's play this morning. Hampshire 48 for 3 at 11 o'clock, and currently finds themselves 69 for 7. Lehman, Brown, Dawson and Ben Mays are the wickets that have fallen.
Well, it's been a pretty good morning, hasn't it, for Essex? I mean, they've really put the ball in the right place, and as one of our emailers was saying, there's no let-up in quality, really, with the change bowlers. And I suppose one of the problems Hampshire had as the ball got older was that they weren't able to quite sustain the pressure with the change bowlers during the Essex innings, the long Essex innings. But some very impressive bowling figures here. As Yusuf almost gets into trouble here against Mulder, who's on at the pavilion end, just hangs a bat out a little bit of that one. But we have the best weather of the game. It's blue sky over the Rod Bransgrove pavilion, and it actually looks almost like a summer's day until you actually go outside, and it's only about 12 degrees, but it actually looks nice, which we haven't really been able to say up to this point. Porter 2 for 19 off 11 overs, he's come off there. Cook 3 for 16 in 10, enjoying this captaincy lark. Mulder just starting his 4th over, and Snater 2 for 12 in 4. Well, that's a good delivery, which sees the right-handed Yusuf going across the crease. And when your luck's out, your luck's out. This one just rolls out into the offside. I think young Ben Mays might feel it's a bit unlucky. There might have been a marginal call against him with the LBW, but umpire's got to make a decision. And if he thinks any part of the ball is going to hit the stump, then he's going to give it out, isn't he?
Yeah, it's definitely one. If you watch it 2 or 3 times, it sort of looks closer than initial thoughts.
Yeah,
I've got some bowling figures. I've got some bowling figures for Porter and Cook spells this morning.
As Here is Porter, who's given very little away, and that's a good-looking shot from Yusuf, who's clubbed that one away for 4. That's going to be encouraging, and it's a little bit over pitch. Just when we say he's given absolutely nothing away, Mulder, then he's been driven away down the ground for 4. Good shot.
Was confident shot. Porter's spell this morning: 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. Sam Cook's spell: 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's very, very tight. In fact, you could say that both Snater and Mulder, when they've come on in their first overs, they bowled probably the only 2 loose deliveries of the morning. But of course, Snater has gone on to get a wicket. Maybe Mulder can do the same as he bowls to Yusuf. Well, it's a beauty, and just showing what he can do. Just pitching that one round about middle and off, and a little bit of movement, and that beat Yusuf on the forward push. That was really a fine, that absolutely superb delivery from VM Mulder, that. And I think probably a little bit annoyed himself with the previous one, and bowled it absolutely in the right place and got a bit of movement as well. So Porter coming off and Mulder coming on at the pavilion end, but Cook with the luxury of being able to rotate himself and the other 3 seamers, and there's not been much sign of Simon Harmer yet, and he might not get a bowl in his first innings. As here comes Mulder, bowls, and that's a glance, and nicely played by Yusuf, and goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Again, just slightly ill-directed, only off the pad actually. I thought he got some bat on that, but it is 4 leg byes, and it goes to 77 for 7, and Yusuf 10, and Abbott has no score. And yes, it's been a very bad morning for Hampshire, starting with the dismissal of Jake Lehman for 34. We had those reprieves yesterday evening with Paul Walters, 2 sharp chances, but he was caught behind by Pepper off Porter for 34, and Brown bowled by Cook, leaving one alone for 3. And then we had Dawson caught behind off Porter for 1. Mays LBW to Snater, a close call, but given out for 8. Here comes Mulder again, bowls, and Yusuf is shaping up pretty well here. Just glides that one away, just down towards third man. His first class domestic batting average isn't that great, but he's going to hopefully, from a Hampshire point of view, being able to slot into this number 8 role and be as effective as Harmer, for example, was in the role earlier in the game. 78 for 7, Yusuf 11, and Abbott no score.
Yeah, he only averages 19,
yeah,
Yusuf with the bat. Abbott out there averages 18 career, so that's asking an awful lot of these 2. Mike Hill has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, enjoying having you guys back on commentary. Lovely to see the cricket's back. Sorry it's so cold, but the sunshine must cheer everyone up. Well, it does when you look out, but it's just being out there. I'm watching from the Philippines. He says, so a tad warmer. Why doesn't anybody email from Siberia or something, make us feel a bit warmer? Everybody's emailing, listening to somebody from Thailand. That's starting with you over from Snater, as Yusuf pushes that out to extra cover. He's just saying that he would like a few more camera angles. Oh, they might be coming. I don't know, but anyway, the camera's focused right behind the line of the umpire, so you can see any LBW decisions. I'm sure everybody's had a good view of Ben Mays' LBW, and just seeing the ball, there's not a lot of movement out there, but there is just enough. And when you bowl a nice tight line that the Essex bowlers are, it's making you play every ball, as I've said many times already this morning. And like that, a player missed there from Yusuf. And really, if we're honest, only Kyle Abbott really consistently asked questions of the batters. All the bowlers had good spells, no doubt about it. Sonny Baker, perhaps, the pick of the bowlers after Abbott, but there were periods where perhaps not quite enough balls were in the right area. Only Kyle Abbott could really claim to be bowling a very similar way that the Essex attack are bowling.
Absolutely, I think that's a very good point in terms of the experience to bowl with the consistent line required.
Exactly, and
these 4 have got.
Exactly, Nick, and it is experience at the end of the day that it's all down to. Forward is Yusuf up to mid-on.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. It's only one game, which is a crucial point. And one of our emailers, Tim, was saying I was being biased in being so negative, but I'm just obviously a bit shocked. 461 for 7 against 78 for 7. I certainly wasn't expecting this. I fancied Essex to do well, but I was trying to make the point that if Hampshire can take something out of this game, like a score from Mays, or that would be great. If in the second innings, whatever happens, Snater bowlers, and that's played into the offside. Yes, it's would be able to take something into that next game, which I think is at Headingley. And I think it might be a season where they need to target those games, the more winnable games in particular, against the promoted sides, and to avoid it being a long campaign. But it is only one game. But you can almost see why the side had problems in September last year and got into the position that they did.
Yeah.
But here is Utilita Bowl, and that's driven nicely and rolls back down the pitch, and he stops it in his follow through. But I think I'm assuming there isn't a big recovery here, I don't think Sam Cook will have too much hesitation in enforcing the follow on, you would have thought. But then there is a chance, of course, sometimes when you are being forced to follow on, someone can get in. I mean, Nick Gubbins is a good example at the top of the order. It's just a sort of situation for him to get in, isn't it? And Joe Wedley, and try and get some sort of a platform to frustrate Essex. That's a good delivery from Snater. It's held back, but it's well recognised by Yusuf, who's looked quite capable out there. Just took a while to get to him, and it's just played it defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But a maiden over. I'm just trying to make the point, but I think Essex are going to be pretty strong this season, and Hampshire are going to have some opponents that they're going to find that they can make greater progress against, and it's going to be important that they can get wins when that comes.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Essex have looked at a very good side on this showing so far, both bat and ball. And Hampshire, yeah, I think everybody knew at the end of last season that there was major work to be done on the squad, such as it was, and bringing in new faces.
And they've been so unlucky. Essex have had luck, and Hampshire haven't had luck in the close season in terms of getting perhaps first choice players in.
Yeah. Here's Mulder then, South African overseas player, length ball, which Abbott pushes out into the covers. He's still yet to get off the mark, Kyle Abbott.
I like what I saw of Ben Mays. I mean, what I really liked was he didn't get frustrated when those drives against Porter were being intercepted and he was being stuck on naught, and when he only got a loose ball from Snater, put it away. But I think it's a good example of what we were saying. If he can make a score in the second inning, almost regardless of what happens in the game, that's going to be a tick in a box for Hampshire from the game.
Yeah.
And I think Baker's another one from earlier.
Yeah, definitely. Mulder again. Abbott again gets a length ball. Can't do much about it other than defend. Yes, I think it's going to be baby steps.
Yeah.
A little bit for Hampshire.
But on the Essex side, I mean, they've still got to win this game, and they could still be a great rearguard from Hampshire. I can't see any reason why they would bat again, assuming they can see off these last 3 wickets relatively quickly. I suspect Hampshire would want them to bat again because it gives them less time to survive. Particularly, of course, we know the light will deteriorate at 6:30.
Mulder again. Abbott drives, goes up to wider mid-off.
It was interesting up here last night, wasn't it? Even though we'd had play, suddenly it started to get, rather gloomier up here in our commentary gantry around about 6:35, and it just shows at this time of year where the light is comparable to early September. There's only a certain amount of time that you can play for. So, but assuming Hampshire do have to follow on, and they're obviously almost 400 runs behind, it's a great opportunity for someone to get in and at least make Essex work a lot harder in the second innings.
It is. Well, the sun shines out for some positives. Abbott's trying to get off the mark, and he's hit that one. Didn't time it, goes out to point.
I think that one or two of the Hampshire batters might feel a bit of batting error. I thought Lehman was one, and maybe Brown obviously leaving a ball alone, but he obviously thought was going to miss the off stump. But the others have, I think, largely been got out by some very good bowling.
Yeah, Dawson's was a good ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just
and that's always a good wicket to get in this situation because he's the great fighter.
He is. Former Essex loanee. We always mention that from time to time. That was a while ago. 78 for 7. Hampshire. Here's Mulder from the pavilion end down the leg side. Missed out on a little flick, did Kyle Abbott there.
Oh, Jimmy Anderson suddenly finding this captaincy like is not quite so easy because the Northants last wicket pair have added exactly 50 so far and still together, and they've avoided the follow on against Lancashire in that second division game. So He's not going to be able to make his first follow-on decision. He's decided going to have to bat again, but I think we were saying yesterday we think Lancashire will have a better season under his stewardship. Quite remarkable cricketer.
I watched the wickets on social media last night.
Jimmy's 5?
Yeah, all bowled or caught behind. Or
We've seen them before.
Yeah, they weren't sort of like caught cover or anything like that. Wrapped on the pad there, Abbott, trying to whip that away on the onside. Bit of bounce, so stifled appeal. End of the over, 78 for 7. Abbott yet to get off the mark. He's faced 14. And Cody Youssef, he's got his first runs for Hampshire. He is 11 not out.
So the only pluses you would say there for Hampshire is that Youssef has looked okay with the bat. Kyle Abbott, of course, does have some batting credentials, and what they've got to try and do is extend this first innings as long as possible. There's another hour to go till lunch, and just start to try and frustrate Essex. But it's been a superb performance, and this addition of Mulder to the already strong team attack of Snater, Cook and Porter looks very, very useful. As I say, it has been the number one reason why Essex probably haven't achieved what they would have liked to achieve in the Championship in recent years is that they've sometimes gone in with just 3 frontline seamers in early season games where you really want a 4-seamer, and therefore the workload on the bowlers has been great and has sometimes led to injuries and certainly fatigue. As here is a delivery from Snater. He's just varying his deliveries nicely here. That's pitched up and glided away nicely just by Youssef for a single down towards third man. But he's sometimes just holding it back a little bit, just bowling the slower one. I think that was another example there, but it was well negotiated. And Youssef looks okay. We say he has a modest first-class record. I thought he bowled well with both new balls. And I think if he can get conditions with the ball that suit him, and there was movement throughout the innings, it could well be a handful. But see what he can do with the bat here. Here's Abbott on strike to Snater, and Abbott plays a good looking cover drive. That's gone for 4 runs. That's a fine shot. Slightly over pitched, and he's put it away. And say anything this Hampshire tail can get now, just to use up a bit of time and just eat away at this deficit, is going to be useful. But 378 behind. It's almost not worth them looking at the scoreboard. It's just a question of playing every ball in its merit, isn't it?
Yeah,
and Abbott certainly did then.
Yeah, it's almost like these guys now are not really so much pressure on them, really. The damage has already been done. But yeah, if Hampshire are bowled out before lunch here, I think a 3-day finish is on the cards, isn't it?
Snater. Oh, it's a lovely shot. It's the batting of the day from Kyle Abbott. He's lent into a straight drive and sent it just to the onside of straight for 4. Well, we saw a pretty good shot earlier on from I think it was Ben Mays, and that he almost takes the biscuit for the shot of the day. It was a beautiful shot. He's just over pitched a couple of times as Shane Snater, and he's looking for that late movement, and he's just over pitched that one, and Abbott has put it away. So maybe the first signs of a Hampshire fight back. The other point, of course, is that if they can keep the Essex bowlers out there, it starts to perhaps ask some questions. But the fact is they've only got 31 overs under their belts at the moment, the Essex seamers collectively, so that's not too many overs as that's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. And normally in this sort of situation, if a side is bowled out, say 45, 50 overs, and you'd expect the follow-on to be enforced. 87 for 7.
Yeah. Yeah, see, it doesn't appear to be tough out there, does it really? I mean, the bowling's not express, but what it is good at, it's relentless.
Yeah. The pitch, of course, is a decent one, as was shown. Here's another very good-looking straight drive by Abbott. That's the second one in the over. Again, an over pitch ball. The only difference between the two shots is this is the offside of straight, and again, it's gone for 4 runs. So Kyle Abbott just restoring a bit of respectability, which I think is important really for the Hampshire morale here, just not to be rolled over for 70. Well, we talked about that figure of 76, of course, from 2017. They've got past that, but 91 for 7, get into 3 figures, and try and raise the spirits so that if Hampshire do have to go out again this afternoon, then they've got something to work with. And Abbott's trying to create that with all his experience. He's trying to counter-punch here, and Snater ups the wicket, bowls to him, and he gets a delivery which Snater will be more pleased with, but treats it with respect and hits it up to Allison at mid-off, and there's no run. So Yusuf 12 and Abbott 12, 91 for 7, but still a very, very good morning for Essex, who took 4 wickets to really pull the rug out from under the Hampshire feet. And when they started off, they were in awkward position, but they knew they'd had that double reprieve for Lehman, and of course he got out straight away, which was a big blow. 91 for 7.
Second highest partnership of the innings between Yusuf and Abbott. It's worth 26. Prest and Lehman for the 3rd wicket with 33, the highest so far. Alex Trott has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Just wanted to ask why it seems Hampshire haven't learnt their lesson from last season and brought in a solid, strong opening batter after Stoneman's atrocious season last season. Here's Utilita Bowl. Well, there's another wicket this morning. 8 down for 91. It's Yusuf. It looks like he's played on there.
Yeah, I think so.
Played it very late. The ball's bounced and trickled onto the stumps, and Yusuf goes for 12. Bowled Wian Mulder. Just watch this again if you're on the live picture feed. And yeah, he's just stuck on the crease.
Yeah, it moved. Well, that's interesting. Mulder there getting some genuine late movement, and it seemed to pitch round about middle and leg, and it's beaten the defensive shot. And well, Wian Mulder has his first contribution in the wickets column with a very fine delivery there, and he's getting acquainted to county cricket with Essex. He looked pretty good at the crease, and he's bowled fairly nicely, and he's now up there in the wickets column. So all 4 of the seamers have now made a contribution, and it's 91 for 8, and yeah, still 12:20, so we're still quite a long way from the lunch interval, but a brilliant morning for Essex, and as I say, just underlines they've resolved the biggest weakness that they've had, and this is no disrespect to Noah Thane, who's still a developing cricketer and has got a lot of promise. And it was interesting when Wian Mulder gave an interview to BBC Essex, he actually highlighted Noah Thane as someone that he could possibly help develop, which was very good to hear, because that's part of the overseas player's role, and when they're a really effective overseas player, to identify young talent, particularly in a similar role. But probably he wasn't at the same stage as obviously Mulder is in his development. So Mulder's like a genuine part of a front-line seam attack, if you like, but expected to take wickets on a regular basis, and it means that Essex now have 4 of them, and it's really made a difference.
So Eddie Jack, the left-hander, is the new batter. Just back to Alex Trott's email, because I'm off in a minute. He said why it seems that Hampshire haven't learnt their lesson from last season. Weatherly isn't an opener in his opinion, and I know Gubbins is a good opener, but having all the pressure on him isn't exactly helping his cause. Well, to go back to the argument that I think Hampshire do have a lot of youngsters, promising youngsters, and really they're trying to give them a chance and work out who's going to come through and probably who isn't. As that's Jack off the back foot, nicely steered behind point for 4 runs. A little bit of width there from Mulder coming round the wicket, and Eddie Jack is off the mark straight away. Nick Gledhill will stay on, and next to him will be Charlie Hahn.
And you just get the feeling that if some of the Hampshire top order can get in, this is still a pretty good pitch for batting. There's no reason to dispute that. The ball getting slightly older, but there's been good enough bowling, good enough variation to keep taking wickets, particularly that ball from Mulder looks a really, really good one, and good enough to breach the defences of Yusuf. Welcome back, Charlie. And well, 95 for 8 Hampshire, as I say, it's a grim situation, but they've got to see what they can do with it.
It is. Here's Mulder, defended up towards mid-off by Jack. Well, it was a brief counter-attack, wasn't it, Nick?
Yeah.
Between Yusuf and Abbott. 26-run partnership before Yusuf has just fallen, and Hampshire's counter-attack instantly cut short. And at 95 for 8, as you just mentioned there, Nick, it's a downhill road to the second innings for Hampshire, isn't it?
But assuming they do have to follow on, and say if they can get established, they know that when this ball gets softer on this pitch, potentially it becomes a bit easier. Just haven't been able to get to that stage in this innings.
Agreed. Here's Mulder. Past the umpire, right arm round, and the right-handed Jack pushes it into the offside. They're going to get a single, shy at the non-striker's end, but Eddie Jack gets in the way, and the field has actually appealed briefly for an obstruction from the batter, but I think it's just jokingly. Well, I can't see a reason why Essex wouldn't bowl again, because there's still a lot on offer even this ball, 32 overs old, they're still beating the bat. And if they come out again with a new ball, let's say Hampshire were to then bowl, there's a lot still going on with this ball that could actually make the Hampshire bowlers slightly interested. So I think Essex are going to take command of these relatively good bowling conditions, and they've got a lot to work with so far this morning. They bowl brilliantly. Here's Mulder. Again, right arm over this time to Abbott, who drives up towards mid-off. No run.
Well, Kyle Abbott's looked in form with the bat, hasn't he? He's played a couple of crunching drives down the ground. But, yeah, I think it's a case of two sides at different stages of their development. Hampshire have been within a whisker of winning the championship in the last few years, notably that moment at Liverpool, when I think they were 1 wicket away. I think it was Mason Crane was involved in that at the end.
Final ball here from Mulder. Bowls, driving again is Abbott, who's striking these drives brilliantly so far this morning. But that ends the over, 96 for 8. Jack will take the strike for the next one.
And they were so close on that occasion, and they've not been too far away on other occasions. And actually, in the last couple of times they've been to Chelmsford in the championship, they've competed very well with a win and a draw. So obviously there's a reverse fixture coming up, and I think it's in June, so it could be a very different story. But I think what we've got is an Essex side that has suddenly strengthened in depth and has gone in with a feeling of confidence and has actually demonstrated that in this game. And a Hampshire side that obviously have lost Abbas and then Keith Barker in consecutive seasons. Still have young developing bowlers, but my word, Sonny Baker is a real prospect, and it would be great to see if he can really come on this season. Now we are going to see Harmer, so just from thinking that it's going to be a Harmer free innings, that is pretty unusual. We're actually going to see him have a bowl. So maybe he's had a word with Sam Cook saying, "Oh, I don't get involved." The feeling, actually, I think Matt Critchley was saying that there might be a little bit of spin there. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. But Simon Harmer is going to bowl from the northern end, and he's got a nice scoreboard to work with, so he can have men around the bat. With a lead for Essex of 365, and Hampshire only having 2 first innings wickets left, so it's an almost ideal situation for him. He might even be bowling in a couple of sweaters there. It's still quite chilly. He's got a left-hander in Jack with a slip and a short leg, and he bowls, and that's just played defensively, head over the ball, back down the pitch. So maybe that was the question of Harmer just saying, or Cook maybe saying to Harmer, do you just want to have a little go to see what there is in terms of spin? Because one suspects that, well, I think Hampshire will want Harmer to have to bowl quite a lot more in the second innings, as that one is bowled around the wicket and played defensively by Jack up into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, perhaps a little sort of feeler for the season for Simon Harmer, just to get his Red Bull season underway in the County Championship in 2026.
Harmer again goes round the wicket and bowls, and that's just played defensively from the crease, head over the ball, and there's no run. Joe Clark for Notts is 91 not out, and they're 267 for 4. The champions against Somerset just 80 behind, so they could get a first innings lead in that one. As Harmer bowls, and that's just played from the crease up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And Dan Mousley is out for 144 at Edgbaston. It's raining there. That's going to frustrate Warwickshire and relieve Surrey. Warwickshire 407 for 4, 79 ahead, but rain won't help them. It's played defensively up into the onside by Jack, negotiating Harmer pretty well so far. And it's 96 for 8. With 5 wickets having gone down this morning. Tremendous morning for Essex, and that's driven firmly, and actually Harmer leaves it alone because he can see it's going into the stumps, and which it allows the stumps to do the work for him. And it's a very good start from Harmer, a maiden over, not a huge amount for him there, but nice for him to get into the season with such a favourable scoreboard from the Essex point of view. 96 for 8 in 34 overs, and lunch is due at 1:10.
Yeah, well fielded there by the stumps. Simon Harmer just let it go by. Eddie Jack just motioning that Simon Harmer's just chucking it up a little bit, getting it above the eye line. and having been out to the pitch this morning, just full of a length, it looks to be where a spinner might be able to get a little bit more grip. So I think Simon Harmer will be just pressing slightly on the full side, looking to get the ball up above the eye line. And we're going to have the fellow South African Vian Mulder to bowl from the Rod Bransgrove pavilion end. He's running in towards us, right arm over the wicket, into Abbott, who inside edges out towards deep fine legs. They're going to grab a quick single, bringing Eddie Jack back onto the bowling, and Kyle Abbott moves on to 13. Looked very, not positive this morning, but when the ball's been there to hit, it's fair to say he's given it a good bludgeoning.
Well, it's the 150th anniversary for Essex this season, so they're making a pretty good start to try and make this a memorable season to coincide with that anniversary. And there was a programme available about how the club started, a new episode of Secret Essex on the BBC Sounds, which will tell you all about how Essex were created as a club.
Mulder then setting off once more, right arm round this time to Jack, and left alone just past the off stump. And I think, just quickly, you continue actually, Nick, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just saying that there is a programme, a new episode of the Secret Essex series, which is about the creation of Essex, and that's available on BBC Sounds. So if you haven't downloaded BBC Sounds, good idea to do so, and then you just search for Secret Essex. And of course, all the commentaries are online. Sometimes, as we have here, we've got the live picture feed.
Mulder then once more running down away from the pavilion, bowls, and a punch off the back foot through backward point. Lovely shot by Eddie Jack. Second time he's done that this morning, fitting the ball in that gap between backward point and gully. Well played there from the young Englishman.
Just a hint, again, we're into the 35th over, it's getting slightly easier for the batters, and the big problem Hampshire have got is they've lost 8 wickets. What they've got to do in the second innings, clearly, is to get to this stage of the innings with only a couple of wickets, 3 wickets down at the most. But something else to mention, of course, on Sports Extra, 3 Sports Extra channels, and you can access them all via BBC Sounds. And at the moment, with not too much other sport going on the weekdays, over the next month or so, you'll frequently be able to catch commentary there on 3 championship games.
Mulder past the umpire here into Eddie Jack, who clips it down towards fine leg. They're going to push for 2. Eddie sets off, accelerates, but it's just going to be a single. A couple of points here, one of which is, I think the Ben Brown dismissal is the perfect example of how well the Essex bowlers have bowled this morning. And actually
created doubt, didn't it?
Exactly. They've been making the batters play, and the one ball Ben Brown decided to leave that was slightly too close, nipped back in and hit the off stump. Perfect example of that probing line and length, which hasn't been easy to navigate so far this morning. So Mulder's got 2 balls left to go, and also we've seen just how important seeing through the morning session has been in this match. Here's Mulder short, and Abbott pulls away, doesn't quite time it, trickling out towards deep backward square where Pepper does the fielding. But day 1 and day 3 have both been examples where it has been a little bit tricky to get going in the morning session.
Yeah, it's really clouded over. It's gone back to how it was on days 1 and 2, unfortunately. Essex won't mind that, because it just creates a greater sense of gloom for the Hampshire batting, and then they'll be quite happy to have that cloud cover there if they're bowling again this afternoon. But Eddie Jack's looked okay, and I think it's just an indication that as the ball gets softer, this is a pretty decent batting surface. Essex just bowled so well this morning.
Yeah, indeed. 103 for 8 Hampshire. Mulder bowls and defended out towards point for no run by Jack.
They just need to extend this innings as long as they can, because it's going to take time out of the time they're going to have to bat in the second innings, which at the moment is looking like it, assuming the follow-on is enforced, is that they'll probably have to bat for more or less the rest of the game, because the deficit's still 358. Certainly have to bat into the final session, and that's basically means 4.5 sessions of batting. So that's a long time, and
it is.
Any time they can occupy the crease now. But does this Hampshire performance concern you, or did you just go along with what we're saying, that it's just a transition period for them?
I think if they can stay in Division 1 this year, it sets them up brilliantly for next summer. A lot of young players getting some valuable experience. They'll learn a lot from today. They'll learn a lot from the early part of this season. And if they can get through Division 1 this year, they'll really take off next year.
And I'll say something else. Harmer Bowls, and this is played into the offside. I still think they'll do well in the white ball competitions. They're perennial qualifiers. If you think who's going to qualify out of a group in white ball cricket, you put Hampshire down before you put anybody else. And again, that could lead to some success this season. This is like, a good ball from Harmer, which is held back, and a bit of a heave from Abbott. And it's gone away down with a bit of fortune to the square leg boundary, but that was not entirely off the middle of the bat. I think he was trying to hit that much straighter. And it was one that he's got enough bat on it, but just looking at the replay again from Harmer, he was looking to hit it through mid-wicket, and it's gone down towards backward square leg, but still he's got another 4, and he's 18 not out, so riches indeed from Kyle Abbott, who's played defensively here up into the offside, and there is no run. So just looking at the scores so far, obviously Lehman's 34 is the top score. This will be the second highest score of the innings. A slip and a short leg under heavy cloud cover. It's played defensively up into the offside. So we're going to look, just before I go off air, I want to look at Harmer's autumn stats, which of course were remarkable because he had that great time in the subcontinent, particularly in India. As Harmer bowls, this is lofted away over mid-on, yes, and it's gone down the ground, and that's gone for 4. Used the feet well there, Kyle Abbott, showing his experience. He's a decent batter down the order, and he's playing a Shane Snater type role here. He's gone to 22 from 28. Essex won't be frustrated yet, because I think Harmer's thinking here is he can buy a wicket. He's trying to float it up and encourage Abbott to try and play his shots. But that one he got away very nicely. On here, good example, a bit of variation. Abbott was pushing forward, and he wasn't quite there, and the ball has, I think, just gone into the pad, maybe off the bat, but the end of Harmer's over. Yes, he became the 4th South African to take 1,000 first-class wickets. James Anderson's the only other 21st century debutant to have done so, but Harmer made his debut in 2009, and Anderson much closer to the start of the century. 514 wickets in England, of which 513 have been taken for Essex. I presume the other one was in the Test series 2 or 3 years ago when he played for South Africa in England, because he did definitely play at least at one Test in there. And 331 of those wickets at Chelmsford, so you're looking roughly at just over 3 in every 5, but still doesn't mean he's not effective away from home, but very, very good stats.
That is indeed true for Simon Harmer. Here's Mulder again, right on round to Eddie Jack, who plays it back to the bowler. Very successful away in Pakistan and India over the winter, Simon Harmer. 4 matches, 30 wickets, an average of 14.
Yeah, I mean, it's just phenomenal, and it was great for him because he toured India before and had a miserable time against a stronger Indian batting lineup. But New Zealand had shown that there was a bit of weakness there when they went there and had a superior spin attack and won the Test series. I think it was 3-0. And South Africa, who are a strong Test side, playing extremely well on that tour in the autumn.
Here's one of their players, Mulder, bowls into the deck and defended up towards mid-on. It's 111 for 8, Hampshire, still trailing Essex by a considerable 350. But as you say, Nick, South Africa, one of the sides to beat in the Test stuff at the minute.
Yeah, it's disappointing for them that I think they froze in that semi-final in the T20 World Cup. There just seemed to be a bit of fear about the batting against New Zealand. They were committed to their strokes, and in the end, they were comprehensively beaten in that semi-final. Would have been a better final if they'd qualified.
Mulder hits the crease again, bowls, and pushed back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, so it's almost in that tournament play. I always like when a team lose a game early. For example, India did slip up in the Super 8s, didn't they, to South Africa. But also, this is a little bit far-fetched, but in the last World Cup football, where Argentina lost to Saudi Arabia in the first game, after that game I remember thinking, you know what, I could see Argentina going on to win this game. It's almost like in these tournament events, you need a little shock. You need to lose a game early. I'm just conscious the ground staff are gathering up next to the hover cover. Here's Mulder bowling again and driving his Eddie Jack, only to backward point for no run. But as you say, Nick, the clouds have gathered, slightly denser, but still hanging relatively high. A few menacing ones over the back of the pavilion, but no rain as of yet.
Yeah, nothing on the forecast. It's meant to be bright sunshine tomorrow, but still only 13 degrees, whereas it will be bright sunshine and 20 degrees on Wednesday. But yes, I mean, the forecast today is calling for cloud cover lunchtime and then sun later in the day, and it might actually be genuinely clear and sunny around about the close.
Mulder past the umpire, right arm round and inside edged out towards deep square leg. So another single for Eddie Jack, 112 for 8.
Which suggests that we might get to the stage where we can carry on playing this evening until the natural light fades, which will probably be about 20 to 7. But if there are clear skies, that will certainly help. But what a great morning it's been for Essex. 3 wickets now for Cook. Snater's in there with 2, Jamie Porter has 2, and Vian Mulder has 1.
Yeah, Mulder bowling well this morning. Not look quite as dangerous as Porter and Cook first thing this morning, but I think, as we've mentioned,
one superb delivery to get the wicket.
Indeed, batting has got gradually easier. But here's Mulder again, over the wicket this time to the right-handed Abbott, who defends back to the bowler for no run, and that ends the over. I'm going to leave Nick on briefly whilst I pass over to Kev, then I'll be back on for Nick.
Yeah, as I say, we've just underlined the point. I think it's a point we mentioned yesterday, that what's gone wrong for Hampshire is they haven't been able to keep a sufficient number of wickets in hand for this period where the ball's gone a bit softer, whereas Essex did that yesterday. And you can just tell it's a little bit easier for the batting now. The problem is they've got the 9th wicket pair together.
64 for 5 play today. Hampshire resuming on 48 for 3, 112 for 8 currently. Abbott and Eddie Jack at the crease. Eddie Jack facing Simon Harmer as the wind blows around us. Just to emphasise the conditions that we face right now, it's almost full cloud cover. As Charlie mentioned, the ground staff just hanging around the hover cover, maybe expecting something. Harmer bowls and Jack pushes back to the bowler, but yeah, I think we're set fair for later on.
Yeah, it looks a little bit better. Fair to say Storm Dave is knocking on the door. A little bit of a gentle breeze.
So hopefully it's not a loud knock. He's driving in the air and he's just cleared mid-off. 4 runs it will be. I think the player at mid-off was moving to his right slightly there. It was almost as if he lost track of the ball. The ball actually went a few yards to his left.
He's done that a couple of times where he hasn't quite picked up. There was one from Kyle Abbott in the previous over from this end where the fielder hasn't quite picked up where the ball's going, but it's 4, so Hampshire will take it and run, 116 for 8.
Quicker ball, Jack gets a thickish outside edge, goes on the 45. Jason Cole's been on the emails, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Just thought I'd pop on the live stream and see how Hampshire fight back was going, says Jason in Cambridge. Well, it's yeah, not quite going as planned. It's pretty much an understatement. Essex have bowled well. Jack's on the back foot, doesn't quite time that one.
Nick has just shown me on the radar. I do like a weather radar, but Nick's just shown me a pretty dense front heading our way.
Right. So we might get it. Oh, it's a quicker one, and maybe an inside edge onto the pad. Stifled appeal. Jack just got the bat down in time. 116 for 8. Harmer's completed 3 overs, none for 12.
Hopefully he'll just miss us though. I'm sure there's reason to say the floodlights are on, just warming up slightly, the halogen lights. Looking to maybe think about some upgrades there with the club, who knows. But Simon Harmer ends his over, and Kyle Abbott is on 22 and will take the strike. Eddie Jack's looked relatively comfortable. He's at the non-striker's end, and Hampshire 116 for 8. Mulder to turn around at the top of his mark, despite slightly expensive. He has looked a little bit more probing this morning. Here he is, sets off halfway through his run up here as Kyle Abbott waits and drives up towards mid-off. He's been waiting for the full balls just to tuck in today so far, Kyle Abbott. Didn't quite get a hold of that one, 116 for 8.
Another email here, Charlie, from Ed Irwin, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm watching the stream whilst revising for mocks. Thanks for helping me through it. My dream is to be up in the commentary box talking about cricket. Was just wondering what your predictions for the season are, promotions, relegations and any players to watch, says Ed. It's a lot. It's a lot in one sentence, though.
It is. It is. Here's VM Mulder. We'll tackle that email in a moment. As Kyle Abbott waits and drives again up towards mid-off for no run. I think, let's start with champions. I'm going to take the safe road. And I think Surrey are gonna get back on it after losing it to Nottinghamshire later on that season.
Do you?
Yes, I do. What would you say, Kevin? Hampshire?
What, predictions for Hampshire?
No, champions.
I think somebody mentioned that, what was it? There was some journalist this morning or last day or so predicting that the county game between, who is it? Let's have a look. Let me come to that.
Mulder hits the crease, right arm over, and Abbott tucked up, but pats it away up towards mid-on for no run.
Warwickshire and Surrey, yeah, that's the battle of the champions already. First game of the season.
Yeah, Warwickshire look a good side, a lot of depth in fast bowling. And Mike Booth, who had a successful season last year, a few people maybe saying that he could have a big one this year, not even making the 11, which shows the depth that they've got at Warwickshire. Strong batting lineup too, but talk about a strong batting lineup. Surrey, despite collapsing early doors, Ben Folkes played a magnificent century in that game to get Surrey back in it. VM Mulder bowls, playing a miss from Abbott, a false shot, and Mulder bowling well in this spell in the run-up to lunch. Abbott, though, is the man who is counter-attacking for Hampshire and reducing the damage.
So Ed asks for predictions on who would get relegated. It's very early season, of course, very difficult, but I mean, if you had to pick two, if your life depended on it, who would be the two teams that you would pick?
I think Leicestershire might go down. I think despite having a strong team, a lot went their way last year. It feels a little bit tough to predict those who are going down. Here's Mulder, again another false shot from Abbott, just fending away outside the off stump. But I think the second relegation spot is up for grabs, but you have said my life depends on it, so I'm starting to feel a little bit nervous here, Kevin. But I think alongside Leicestershire, despite Sussex having a strong side and playing well against who we previously mentioned, their little points deduction has set them back. So I'd say it's a little bit of a race to the second relegation spot between maybe Sussex, maybe even a Hampshire is going to be possibly battling towards down that end this year. What would you say, Kevin, after this ball from Mulder? As he hits the crease and bowls, and a big flowing drive is only inside edge into the pad, so no run, 116 for 8 to end the over. Mulder 1 for 35, and it's a maiden from him.
I think there are a few teams that are candidates, and it could be any two from Glamorgan, Leicestershire, Sussex.
You're not going to list off the whole county championship, are you?
And I think Hampshire in that mix as well. Obviously hoping that Hampshire avoid it. I think it could be any two of those. And there may be a surprise along the line, you never know. I think there's always a surprise team that either is near the top or near the bottom that you think, well, I wouldn't have thought that at the start of the year. I mean, a lot depends on how you start the season, doesn't it, really? If you're behind the 8 ball in the first couple of games, as Harmer starts a new over, jacks off the back foot as he plays out into the covers, all of a sudden a couple of bad performances, first couple of games, and all of a sudden a couple of personnel changes in the side, and then that doesn't work, and then where do you go from there? I don't know, but I would say probably 2 from any of those. But it is very early days. Jack goes for a heave over mid-wicket, and it's a good one. And that is 6 runs. Well, he just picked that up. Straightest delivery there from Simon Harmer. And he deposits it over mid-wicket. That's a lovely heave. That's a lovely T20 heave, isn't it?
Indeed, one of the ones you really don't want to be in short leg for, as it goes whistling past his right ear. Not sure who that is in short leg, but he's got his arms crossed and maybe perhaps thinking about a move away from that position after a slog sweep from Jack. But no, Hampshire, 122 for 8. The tail are giving a fight back here.
Yeah, they are, yeah. Which again sort of emphasises the fact that when the ball gets a bit older, it just gets that much easier to bat. It's just getting through the first 20, 25 overs or so. I have to say, the way Eddie Jack played that, there was no risk in that whatsoever. It was as easy as you like. Harmer bowls again. Jack's on the back foot.
I think it is interesting here, Kevin, about do you make Hampshire bat again or not? Because, as we said, the batting conditions have gotten better, and I could see Essex maybe putting Hampshire in late this evening for another similar innings to what we've had here.
True. Well forward there, Eddie Jack. He's on 20. Abbott on 22. Came together with a score on 91.
I mean, the only other thing is then, what if you lose more time to light and potentially rain? So.
He's got again an inside edge onto the pad there just as well. Well, that weather you were talking about that's coming through, it does look, as I look over the Shane Warne stand, just to our right, about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, there is blue sky behind it. So once this bank of grey cloud goes, there's some lovely blue stuff coming over. That's at the end of Harmer's over as Jack plays that out on the offside. 122 for 8, Hampshire trail by 339. Email here from Terry Owen, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I missed days 1 and 2. He says, I'm sorry if I missed the answer on those days. Where are Middleton and Orr? Are they injured? My understanding is no. They just didn't make the squad.
Well, Fletcher Middleton, second top run scorer for Hampshire last year, averaging just a tick over 27, if my memory serves me correctly. It does. 669 runs for him in last summer. I think he would have looked to have made a little bit more of an impact, I think, Fletcher, because we know how talented a young player he is. But who's to say you can't have another shot at the Hampshire side so far this year, who we might see a little bit of chopping and changing as the season goes on, so there'll be plenty of opportunities for all batters to come in and have a shot. Hopefully, as a change in the bowling from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end. Sam Cook, just before lunch. Here he comes, right arm over. Flowing drive from Kyle Abbott, pierces the gap at point, jumps over the boundary rope and into the advertisement boarding. A thing we've seen plenty of so far today from Kyle Abbott, tucking in to full balls, and it's also something we haven't seen a lot of from Sam Cook.
That's his 6th boundary.
Yeah, and Sam Cook really hasn't varied his length like that too much today. So first ball of a new spell, you can forgive him, I'm sure.
Terrific shot. 24 out of his 26 in boundaries, Kyle Abbott.
Sam Cook sets off again, strides getting longer. Here he comes then past the umpire, right arm over, and a hit over mid-on, a flick of the wrists, and Kyle Abbott gets it over the boundary for a couple of bounce 4. And as Eddie Jack looks to go and do a little fist bump with his partner, Kyle Abbott's already heading back to the facing end to get back on with business. He looks like he's got a job to do today, Kyle Abbott. And he won't stop till he gets it done. 30 for him, 130 for 8 Hampshire.
That's a terrific shot as well. It's not a bad ball by Cook by any means. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Get yourself in, get an older ball against you, and things do look a lot easier.
Cook in again, skewed this time through third man, and it's another boundary for Kyle Abbott. He's taking it to Essex, 134 for 8, and Kyle Abbott is the reason Hampshire are clinging on to this game. He moves on to 34.
Well, it's a bit of entertainment, isn't it? That's for sure. It's been hard going for the batters against some very good, accurate Essex bowling, but Kyle Abbott is just bringing some very nice light relief.
Well, poor Sam Cook's figures now. He's gone from an economy of under 2, and now it's approaching the 3 mark, all thanks to Kyle Abbott, who's tucking in to a few, not even strayed by too far from Sam Cook, but he's hammering away to length once more. What can Kyle Abbott do here as he faces up and pulls into a short ball? Fielder out there, but it's all along the ground, and deep square leg will pick up, so it's just a single. So 3 fours and then a single for Kyle Abbott, which brings about a little ripple of applause here for the sparsely populated crowd, but a few in today as the floodlights are on. Clouds are slowly moving by and the blue sky is growing in size.
Which is nice to see. 44-run partnership between Jack and Abbott, the best of the innings so far. I say so far. There is another partnership to come.
Yeah, Sonny Baker, the one batter left. Maybe he'll be tucking into a few half volleys later on as well. Here's Sam Cook past the stumps, driven up towards cover, and there's a clear message. No run there, by the way. Clear message between these two batters of growing intent. And the pitch may be becoming slightly easy to bat on as we approach the lunch break, and Jack on 20 off 30, Abbott on 35, who now has the highest score for this Hampshire innings, and 135 for 8. It's an increase in intent in the Hampshire batters.
Yeah. I'll say it just goes to show, isn't it? As the ball gets softer, batting does get a lot easier, and of course then you get a bit more confident.
Sam Cook with a sweatband on his right wrist. Down the track comes Eddie Jack, inside edge, past the diving Michael Pepper, and it's 4 more. This over so far has gone for 17, and Cook's figures have gone from 3 for 16 to 3 for 33 in the last 5 balls.
Well, there was a bit of luck there, no doubt about that, but even so, that was terrific over from a Hampshire point of view, wasn't it? I mean, it's not making a huge dent in the deficit, but it's helping. Was it 322 the deficit? Yes, that partnership now worth 48 between Jack and Abbott, the 3rd wicket partnership between Preston Lehman, previously the best. Looks like Simon Harmer will continue from our commentary end. 4 overs done for 18. Yes, in 1 over, Sam Cook's figures have doubled.
Not easy. I can imagine.
Did you work out 3 for 16 before you actually? Did you just do that in your head as you were talking?
Completely in my
That's
head,
great.
yes.
No,
Kevin.
that's impressive.
Well, last year I had a bit of an issue where I miscounted the over by about 7 runs.
Harmer's around the wicket to Abbott. He's forward. There is still a slip in there, and there is still a short leg, but there is a deep mid on and a deep mid wicket.
Essex have got some lovely knitted jumpers on with a huge Essex bag right in the middle of it. Beautiful piece of gear.
Harmer with a snood on. I don't blame him. It's pushed out on the offside. Not quite as pronounced as Jake Lehman in the field yesterday. He had the snood right up over his nose, and you just could only see his eyes. I suppose he can't really bowl in that situation. Now they're asking for an LBW and he's gone. He's round the wicket. And Abbott is forward, which would suggest that that ball has pitched and straightened. And if it has, then we haven't seen too many of those from a spinner. So she'll watch this again. Probably won't get a great view of this because if you watch on the picture feed, you're behind the batter. So difficult to tell on that one. But again, the umpire's finger is straight up. And Abbott has to go, which is a shame, really, because he was getting very, very entertaining indeed. Now, here we are. The umpire might be in the way here. So let's just have a look. It pitches... Does that pitch on the line of leg stump?
Yeah,
it has to.
I think it did. It actually turned quite a long way. And the one thing going Harmer's way is that Kyle Abbott was taking a guard on-off stump. So from right arm round the wicket, Kyle Abbott covering most of the stumps, and it struck him just below the knee roll, probably on about leg stump line. So whether that's maybe even turned too much, it had a lot of bounce, but I think it's about a 50-50 call, which you'd accept either way. So here comes Sonny Baker for his first innings of the 2026 County Championship. And if his batting's anything like his bowling, I don't think I'm going to be taking my eyes off the cricket for too much longer.
So 35 from 43 balls for Kyle Abbott. And boundary count was 8 fours in that innings. First wicket for Simon Harmer, 1 for 18 halfway through his 5th over. Well, I guess it has sort of held its line a bit, but there haven't been too many balls bowled by either Harmer or Dawson.
Well, as Kevin just takes a short
Well,
break,
that's my
here's
cold
Simon
again.
Harmer running round the wicket and bowls and playing a miss outside the off stump from Sonny Baker, and it's taken by Michael Pepper behind the stumps.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my cold is not very much around, unfortunately. 1:39 for 9. Yes, we have 13 minutes till lunch actually, because we'll be going through till 1:10. Assuming Hampshire's innings carries on, and he's playing a missing outside the off stump once more. I think Abbott might consider himself to be a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, I'd agree.
With an off spinner coming round the wicket on a pitch which hasn't really been giving the spinners too much help. Harmer staying round the wicket to Baker though. Flights that one, and again he's playing inside the line. End of the over, wicket maiden, and there's some rain. So I think the players are going to go off, and I think we will get some lunch here. There's the hover cover. Well, we're a little bit unlucky because we have literally caught the tail end of that grey cloud, because just above the pavilion is blue sky. So it won't be around for too long, but it has come just at the moment where lunch will be taken, I'm pretty sure. Few in the crowd, such as they are dashing for the stands for some cover. It's actually fairly heavy actually. But as I look around from our position in the hotel, all I can see is blue sky, which is a little weird. But anyway, 1:39 for 9 the score. It's a morning session that's belonged to Essex, as most of the sessions have in this game so far. Eddie Jack is 24 not out of 32, playing very nicely indeed, but the damage was done up top. Only Jake Lehman with 34 in double figures in the first 7 batters. Cody Youssef playing useful for his 12, but really the Essex bowlers have had it pretty much their own way. 3 wickets for Sam Cooke, a couple for Jamie Porter, a couple for Shane Snater, 1 for Mulder and 1 for Simon Harmer. They're all over this game, are Essex, and they have a lead currently of 322. I think it's fairly safe to say it's lunch.
Yeah, I would agree. I think the umpires have headed off pretty fast. All the fans have headed towards the various food outlets, but I think it's time to call it there, don't you think, Kev?
I think we will. We'll take a break, and assuming that it is lunch, we'll be back at 20 to 2.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and yeah, it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but yeah, a lot of time spent here at Utilita.
Yeah, and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about?
Yeah, so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But yeah, went over sort of a week after finding out that we're not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted back into Division 1. And then found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by a sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future.
Yeah, and that must have been quite a shock to you. Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while, and I guess with all injuries it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been, and sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone. And we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well.
Nice, that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit.
Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice. It's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming. Yeah,
and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, it was just sort of like just sort of track where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again, and so it was sort of tracking that progress and to sort of look back and see how far we've come. And then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, the 2 Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the 2 physios. And I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that, and sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but to sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content, and I think we all had a little bit of fun in the gym.
Nice, sounds good. And where are you sort of now? Obviously you've done some tests. Where are you now in sort of terms of fitness and looking ahead to the season? Are you going to be fully fit by the time of the first game?
Yeah, that's the plan. I I had recently had an elbow operation as well, so I'm sort of 3 weeks post elbow op. The timing wasn't ideal. It would have been better if we'd got it before Christmas, but it didn't work out that way with surgeons and availability. But that sort of issue had been niggling me for a couple of years, so we cleaned that out, and so now 3 weeks post op with that. That's a sort of 6 to 8 week recovery process as well. So I should be fully fit sort of beginning of March, hopefully, and that'll give me 4 or 5 week build up, and if everything goes perfectly, you never know, I could be available for the first game, but that's what I'm targeting, but it's got to go perfect.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We've had so much time to hit balls. We've had great surfaces to bat on. I think we had 5 pitches today. An incredible amount of bowlers that have run in at us all day. Credit to them in the heat. They've just kept coming, kept bowling. So the opportunity for us to have a bat and just keep batting all day really has been amazing. It's been a great opportunity for all the players.
We've learned some really good stuff off Praveen and all the other coaches. The facilities are incredible, so the standard of training's been really good, and I think all of us have got a lot out of it, so it's been a really, really good week.
Praveen was always behind the net looking at us. Handicap was, he'd throw balls, and he even ended up wicket-keeping one of the games for us. They were always helping us out, doing whatever they could, and can't thank them enough for it.
Just a couple of things just to help us go home. He hasn't changed our games too much, but just 1 or 2 things. He's been quite specific around my hands. We've looked at lots of video footage. We've implemented it in a more match-like scenario yesterday, so I'm really grateful for Praveen to look at that, and his history of working with top-class Indian players speaks for itself.
We talk about 1%ers, and I think everyone's leaving here having improved by at least more than 1%. So yeah, Praveen's done great, and all the coaches who've thrown all day, 11:30 in the morning till 4:30. We've had sidearmers, everyone. So it's been really good.
I've been away in Australia this winter, so before here I've been playing games. I'm ready to go, and this has definitely helped us, get back onto grass, get the feel back of that. It's a lot different to indoors. So yeah, I feel ready.
Quite lucky with the weather. It's like 23, 24 degrees, which for me it's just about enough. But yeah, the pitches are obviously very different, a bit lower, and obviously spin more. So yeah, it's been really good to train in this environment.
After every batting session, we go inside and sit with Praveen and go through some footage, and it's been really good. It's great for us to all be together here. We've got a few weeks back home and then a couple of weeks in Stellenbosch.
Now the challenge is for all of us to, transfer what we've worked on into runs in the season, which is never easy, but I think the way the guys have worked and the work rate over the winter has certainly given themselves the best chance.
Everyone's got a big smile on their face. It's really interesting going from the hotel to the ground, looking how real people around Delhi get around and live their lives. It's been a real culture lesson in that sense, and in the cricketing sense, just anything you can want as a player has been on offer. So it's been a really cool experience, and yeah, all thanks to GMR for organising it for Hampshire.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and yeah, it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but yeah, a lot of time spent here at Utilita.
Yeah, and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about?
Yeah, so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But yeah, went over sort of a week after finding out that we're not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted. Back into Division 1, and then found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future.
Yeah, and that must have been quite a shock to you? Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while, and I guess with all injuries it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been in sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone. And we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well.
Nice, so that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit.
Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice. It's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming.
Yeah, and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months?
Yeah, it was just sort of like, just a sort of track, where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again. And so it was sort of tracking that progress and to sort of look back and see how far we've come. And then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, or the two Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the two physios. And I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that, and sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete, it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but to sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content, and I think we all had a little bit of fun in the gym.
Nice, sounds good. And where are you sort of now? Obviously, you've done some tests. Where are you now in sort of terms of fitness and looking ahead to the season? Are you going to be fully fit by the time of the first game?
Yeah, that's the plan. I recently had an elbow operation as well, so I'm sort of 3 weeks post elbow op. The timing wasn't ideal. It would have been better if we'd got it before Christmas, but it didn't work out that way with surgeons and availability. But that sort of issue had been niggling me for a couple of years, so we cleaned that out, and so now 3 weeks post-op with that. That's a sort of 6 to 8 week recovery process as well. So I should be fully fit sort of beginning of March, hopefully, and that'll give me 4 or 5 week build up. And if everything goes perfectly, you never know, I could be available for the first game. But that's what I'm targeting. But it's got to go perfect.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself, enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. We've had so much time to hit balls. We've had great surfaces to bat on. I think we had 5 pitches today. An incredible amount of bowlers that have run in at us all day. Credit to them in the heat. They've just kept coming, kept bowling. So the opportunity for us to have a bat and just keep batting all day really has been amazing. It's been a great opportunity for all the players.
We've learned some really good stuff off Praveen and all the other coaches. The facilities are incredible, so the standard of training's been really good, and I think all of us have got a lot out of it, so it's been a really, really good week.
Praveen was always behind the net looking at us. Handicap was, he'd throw balls, and he even ended up wicket-keeping one of the games for us. They were always helping us out, doing whatever they could, and can't thank them enough for it.
Just a couple of things just to help us go home. He hasn't changed our games too much, but just 1 or 2 things. He's been quite specific around my hands. We've looked at lots of video footage. We've implemented it in a more match-like scenario yesterday, so I'm really grateful for Praveen to look at that, and his history of working with top-class Indian players speaks for itself.
We talk about 1%ers, and I think everyone's leaving here having improved by at least more than 1%. So yeah, Praveen's done great, and all the coaches who've thrown all day, 11:30 in the morning till 4:30. We've had sidearmers, everyone. So it's been really good.
I've been away in Australia this winter, so before here I've been playing games. I'm ready to go, and this has definitely helped us, get back onto grass, get the feel back of that. It's a lot different to indoors. So yeah, I feel ready.
Quite lucky with the weather. It's like 23, 24 degrees, which for me is just about enough. But yeah, the pitches are obviously very different, a bit lower, and obviously spin more. So yeah, it's been really good to train in this environment.
After every batting session, we go inside and sit with Praveen and go through some footage, and it's been really good. It's great for us to all be together here. We've got a few weeks back home and then a couple of weeks in Stellenbosch.
Now the challenge is for all of us to, transfer what we've worked on into runs in the season, which is never easy, but I think the way the guys have worked and the work rate over the winter has certainly given themselves the best chance.
Everyone's got a big smile on their face. It's really interesting going from the hotel to the ground, looking how real people around Delhi get around and live their lives. It's been a real culture lesson in that sense, and in the cricketing sense, just anything you can want as a player has been on offer. So it's been a really cool experience, and yeah, all thanks to GMR for organising it for Hampshire.
Enjoy yourself on a UK no-fly cruise. Enjoy yourself. There's amazing shows for you.
Enjoy yourself. There's outstanding cuisine.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. It's all high quality.
James, here at the Utilita Bowl, can you just talk us through sort of how the winter's been so far? It's been quite a long 3-4 months for you.
Yeah, I've spent a lot of time here at the Utilita Bowl this winter. Normally it's a time to get away, but unfortunately I injured myself playing a T10 competition just after the season ended, and so I've spent 3-4 months doing a lot of recovery, rehab, and yeah, it's been going all right. It's been going smoothly, but yeah, a lot of time spent here at Utilita.
Yeah, and I suppose going back to sort of the start of the winter or at the end of the season, that sort of high of being safe in Division 1, bit of time away, and then you found yourself playing overseas in America. How did that opportunity come about?
Yeah, so I played the competition the year before, did okay, and then sort of got re-signed again with a different team. But yeah, went over sort of a week after finding out that we're not promoted, but it felt like we'd been promoted. Back into Division 1, and then found myself over in Dallas, sprinting a 2, and just as I was sort of sliding my bat, and there's a video somewhere online, my hamstring basically exploded. It felt like I'd been shot by a sort of a high caliber round right in the back of the leg, and sort of in that instant I sort of knew I'd done something pretty bad. A few moments later I thought maybe not too bad, but unfortunately got the news when I returned back that I'd sort of completely ruptured my left long head of my hamstring, and I would require some surgery to reattach that, otherwise there'd be no sprinting in the future. Yeah,
and that must have been quite a shock to you. Is this sort of the first time that we had this sort of serious an injury?
Yeah, I've obviously had injuries in the past, sort of done minor hamstring niggles, and that's always felt like getting hit by a BB bullet, but this one definitely felt different. And yeah, first major injury for a while, and I guess with all injuries it's a good chance to reflect and to sort of improve on other areas of the body to make sure the injury doesn't return. But yeah, that's sort of where I've been, and sort of 3-4 months with Alex Cronin, Tom O'Malley, but Alex Milligan mixed in there, and they've done a really great job in terms of putting together a great plan, progression, and they've mapped everything out, and it's been pretty smooth sailing in terms of how the progression has gone. And we've just recently done some testing, and it's almost 100% in terms of left to right strength, and done some sort of moderate sprinting recently, and it feels really good. So all tracking really well. Nice, so that's great to hear. And how have you found that sort of road to recovery? As you say, it's usually a time to get away, play some more cricket overseas, but obviously this is sort of scuppered the plans a little bit. Yeah, it has scuppered the plans. There was a few tournaments lined up, and that was sort of like in that brief instant when the injury happened, I could just see all those like vanishing. But yeah, it's been nice in terms of giving me a chance to get away from the game. I've played a lot of cricket recently over the last sort of 3-4 years. It's been non-stop, and almost see this as a bit of a sabbatical in terms of a bit of time away, a lot of time with the family, which is really, really good. A lot of time playing backyard cricket and with a little youngster, and so in terms of that, it's been nice. It's been refreshing, and then it's, as I said before, it's a great opportunity to work on other areas of my body and to make sure that I sort of bulletproof my body for the season upcoming. Yeah, and you mentioned sort of playing in the backyard. We've seen a lot of your recovery, the journey that you've taken on social media. How has that sort of helped you and sort of helped pass the time over the last 3-4 months? Yeah, it was just sort of like just sort of track, where I was. There's some videos of me like crutching around early on, and that was like sort of the beginning of the journey, and it just felt like walking was miles away, running was even further away. I might never sprint again, and so it was sort of tracking that progress and to sort of look back and see how far we've come. And then it was also to shine a light on the guys that have been helping me behind the scenes. So Alex, or the two Alexes, and Tom O'Malley in the gym, so the S&C and the two physios. And I think it's important for them to get a bit of limelight as well, because they put together a really good program, and those guys have been with me every single day in the gym, just working through that. And sort of there's been ups and downs mostly from me. They've been pretty rock solid, but as an athlete, it's like really frustrating to sort of be in that position and sort of see all the cricket that's been played overseas, and to sort of wish that you were being a part of it, but to sort of not being able to run. So so there's like twofold with that, and it was just a bit of fun as well, just capturing some content, and I think we all had a little bit of fun in the gym.
Nice, sounds good. And where are you sort of now? Obviously, you've done some tests. Where are you now in sort of terms of fitness and looking ahead to the season? Are you going to be fully fit by the time of the first game?
Yeah, that's the plan. I recently had an elbow operation as well, so I'm sort of 3 weeks post elbow op. The timing wasn't ideal. It would have been better if we'd got it before Christmas, but it didn't work out that way with surgeons and availability. But that sort of issue had been niggling me for a couple of years, so we cleaned that out, and so now 3 weeks post-op with that. That's a sort of 6 to 8 week recovery process as well. So I should be fully fit sort of beginning of March, hopefully, and that'll give me 4 or 5 week build up. And if everything goes perfectly, you never know, I could be available for the first game. But that's what I'm targeting. But it's got to go perfect.
Very good afternoon from the Utilita Bowl ahead of the afternoon session on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Essex. And just as I was about to introduce the umpires, as they walked over the rope, Michael Burns and Ian Blackwell, they walked back again. And as you can hear in the distance, the hover cover is being brought onto the ground. So we're going to have a delayed start to the afternoon session. I don't think for very long. There are a couple of menacing clouds just appearing above the Shane Warne stand, just to the far end of the ground to the right as we look of the pavilion. And it is that which is causing the umpires some concern. I can't see if there's actually any rain, although I've just seen 1 or 2 umbrellas grow up. So yes, there might be a couple of showers. It's very windy out there, it's very cold, it's not the best of conditions. But if this is to be a slight delay, which it will be now, I'm not sure it'll be for too long. There is a bank of blue sky behind the cloud above us, which will come over at some point, and then I can't quite see further than that. But anyway, so I'll have to keep you in suspense. If you have just tuned in, I'll just give you a quick resume of the score, and then I'll leave you and come back again when we will get some play. Hampshire 139 for 9 in their first innings, replying to the Essex total of 461 for 7 declared. And it was very much Essex's morning, picking up 6 Hampshire wickets for the addition of just 91 runs. Eddie Jackie is not out there on 24. Entertaining innings from Kyle Abbott, 35 from just 43 balls. But I think with him and Eddie Jack, I think has proved the point here in this game that if you get past the new ball, the old ball becomes a lot easier. And so it proved. 48-run partnership between Kyle Abbott and Eddie Jack is the highest of the game, surpassing Tom Preston, Jake Lehman for the 3rd wicket. And Sam Cook leading the way with 3 wickets, a couple of wickets apiece for Shane Snater and Jamie Porter. So the hover cover is on. For how long, I'm not sure. I don't think there'll be too much of a break. And I'll take leave of absence, and we'll be back with you as soon as there's some play. I was rather hoping when I couldn't be bothered to go and get lunch that somebody would mention
Okay, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl in the outskirts of Southampton. This is Nick Ledghill here with Charlie Hudden and Kevin James. And we've had a slightly bizarre lunch interval because we've had unforecast showers, one which actually prompted play to cease about 10 minutes before it was due to. And then, just as we were about to get going again, what really looked like sleet rather than rain. And we could see it against the backdrop of the trees, which has caused a subsequent delay. So in all, actually, we're going to lose about 40 minutes play, which can be made up. But of course, in early September, you're only going to be able to play for so long until the natural light starts to decline. So I don't think Hampshire will mind that too much, given the overall situation in the game. We now have blue skies and beautiful weather compared to most of what we've seen in the last 2 days. And I can even see a plane there just going above the trees beyond the Connell and Ingleby Mackenzie stand. You can see the flight line very, very clearly against the blue sky. So it's actually nice to see that. And these would be good batting conditions, but the question that Sam Cook has got to decide, assuming he can get this last wicket, is whether he's going to enforce the follow-on or bat again with what at the moment is a very big lead indeed. Essex 461 for 7, Hampshire 139 for 9. The wicket's pretty evenly shared, all the seamers getting in on the act, and Simon Harmer. 34 from Jake Lehman and a sprightly top score. He managed to get to top score, Kyle Abbott, including 17 off 1 over from the unfortunate Sam Cook, who's made his first mistake as captain by bringing himself back on against Kyle Abbott. But Abbott was removed by Harmer, and that was the last wicket to fall. Eddie Jack 24 and Sonny Baker no score, and it's 139 for 9, Charlie.
Well, it's good to be back on, Nick, after a lovely lunchtime where we were served up Easter eggs in the press box. We went over to grab some lovely lunch.
Yeah,
and
whether it
even
was
gave
to
them chocolate
celebrate
eggs.
Southampton's win, probably not to celebrate Hampshire's position in the game, or just to celebrate Easter, but it was a very generous gesture, and I mean, we won't get hungry in the latter part of the day if the play goes on for some time. But what's your feeling on? I mean, the follow-on Cricket Logic suggests they've only been out there, for just about 3 hours in terms of the innings all told. And I suspect the Essex can be a bit suspicious of the weather now that we've had unforecast rain. And you would have thought that this pitch is not going to deteriorate. That's one reason why you might bat again. But yeah, I would fully expect Sam Cook in this situation to enforce the follow-on, assuming, of course, that this last wicket is going to be secured. But 100 in fairly quick order. Anyway, over to you for the first over.
Well, here's Snater, right arm round the wicket into Eddie Jack, who tucks it into the leg side off his hip. Will take a single. Yes, the follow-on debate, I think, has all but been finished, really, with that slight loss of time. Yes. I think it now makes perfect sense for Essex to bowl again and see if Hampshire can get anywhere near their total.
And Hampshire, all they've got to do, really, is just make sure they've got wickets in hand when the ball gets softer, because, my word, we saw in that half hour before play was suspended. I mean, Sam Cook doesn't go for 17 and an over very often. It did look, even with the tail enders in, much easier for batting, and Essex did so well to get those wickets with the hard ball earlier.
Yeah, here's Snater again, over the wicket to Sonny Baker, just dropped into the offside, will be no run, fielded by cover.
The problems for Hampshire started, they went into the day 3 down, but Jake Lehman, who'd had 2 reprieves with Paul Walter, 2 catching chances. I think Walter, the first one came in very quickly, and the second one probably feels he might have hung on to, but both hard chances. But no problem for Walter, because Lehman was out more or less straight away this morning as he cut at one too close to him from Porter and was caught behind for 34.
Snater running in past the umpire. Bowl straighter this time, played up towards mid-on for no run by Sonny Baker, but it does look like there's a little bit less lateral movement. Obviously the ball is softer. It'll be interesting once the new ball comes out for Hampshire's second innings, assuming Essex to choose to follow on. Maybe there might be a little bit of movement still out there.
Yeah, it'll be, I think, again a test, but in much better batting conditions for the Hampshire openers. So that was 52 for 4, and 2 runs later Ben Brown left one alone from Sam Cook and was bowled off stump for 3.
Snater in again, confidently played back to the bowler, no run, 140 for 9.
63 for 6 was the score, with the dismissal of Liam Dawson, who got a good one from Porter and was caught behind by Pepper. And then worse still for Hampshire, Ben Mays, who looked good in making his 8 patiently from 25 balls, and he got one from Snater which the umpire decided was going to go on to hit leg stump. It was quite a marginal decision, but I think on replays it seemed justifiable.
Snater hits the crease, bowls down the leg side, struck on the pad, little appeal not given. Sonny Baker survives, 1 ball left to go.
Cody Youssef batted in sprightly fashion for his 12 before Vian Mulder bowled probably the best ball that he's bowled, which was an absolute cracker, which moved late and bowled him for 12. That was 91 for 8, and Kyle Abbott with that counter attack, particularly against Sam Cook, eventually LBW to Harmer for 35 from 43 balls with 8-4. So all the Essex bowlers getting involved. Eddie Jack and Sonny Baker at the crease at the moment.
Yeah, and Kyle Abbott did look nice through the covers. Here is Snater, tucked away down towards fine leg by Sonny Baker, so he gets off the mark. 1 run to him. He's faced 8 balls so far today. Jack will be back on strike with 25 on the end of the over. 141 for 9. Baker to take strike to Harmer.
And the Essex bowling figures therefore very good. Porter 2 for 19 and 11. Sam Cook figures well doubled by that 1 over that he bowled before lunch. 3 for 33 in 11 overs. Vian Mulder 1 for 35 in 9. Shane Snater 2 for 26, and he's bowled 7 overs now, 2 for 27 correction, and Simon Harmer 5 overs 2 maidens, 1 for 18. But all the Essex bowlers getting involved, and it will be indeed Simon Harmer, having gone past 1,000 first-class wickets in that tour of India, to bowl from this, the
Yeah, Sam Cook
Northern
and Jamie Porter looked to have been the pick of the bowlers. I think Sam Cook, as you say, a little bit unlucky for his economy to have crept above 3. It's almost like he's bowled most of his innings beneath a 2 run per over mark.
The main story from elsewhere is actually a game when there's no play happening, and that's at the Riverside in Division 2, a slip and a short leg as Harmer bowls, and that's squeezed away just down towards backward point by Baker. Storm Dave, I'm afraid, has caused some structural damage at the Riverside, game between Durham and Kent, and Durham put out a message this morning saying, spectators, please do not try to come to the ground. It's possible there may be play. Obviously safety inspections have been taking place, and there's an inspection at 3:40 as this is just going to be played away into the onside by Baker off Harmer. So obviously some work has been done to make sure that all the buildings are secure there, but it sounds like it's had real rough treatment from that storm in the north of England and Scotland, as this one takes the pad as it's attempted to be worked away by Baker into the onside, and there's no run. 141 for 9.
Yeah, it's a battle for these two Hampshire batters. The tail has wagged so far today, but it really is how long can we squeeze this game out. And Sonny Baker will be looking just to cling on to his innings here to Simon Harmer.
Harmer bowls, floats that one up nicely and brings Baker forward, and he just gets a bit of bat on it and it rolls down towards first slip. There will be Dean Elgar. So there's a slip in, there's a short leg, there's a backward point, a cover and mid-off, a mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, a backward square leg, a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and here's Harmer bowling, and that's just played defensively by Baker, head right over the ball. Champions Notts have just been set back a bit by Somerset, 309 for 7, they're 38 behind, so that's turning into a very even contest. Alfie Ogborn and Miguel Pretorius with 3 wickets apiece for Somerset. It's a good one for Harmer, which is left alone by Baker. Not too much in it for Harmer at this stage, but 309 for 7, 38 behind, so a good contest if the weather stays fair at Taunton. Looks like it's going to be 2 fairly even first innings scores there. Maiden for Harmer, 1 for 18 in 6 overs. You're with BBC Radio Solent, BBC Essex, and online via the BBC Sport website and app, also available on our picture feed, which is working fine this afternoon. And touchwood, 141 for 9 in reply to that big Essex first innings score, which still is a very long way away. They made 461 for 7.
Yeah, trailing by 320 as we're set to see Shane Snater continue from the pavilion end. He's past the sawdust and now into bowl. Here he is, and Eddie Jack plays away into the leg side. Nick, I was having a little look yesterday about which performances this week in the county championship has really propelled players towards a potential England selection, and one of whom, Ollie Robinson, in his first game as captain for Sussex, taking 5 for 42 against newly promoted Leicestershire. And England are on the lookout for a new ball bowler at the minute. I think Ollie Robinson has got plenty to work with this year. Here's Shane Snater again, past the stumps, right arm round and played into the leg side. They're going to get a single here. Hampshire, Eddie Jack moves on to 26, 142 for 9.
Well, when you think that for many people the last time they heard of Ollie Robinson was when we went for 43 and an over, that was like a low point for him, but he's very capable bowler. Obviously he's had his difficulties with the England's setup, but still a very capable performer, and if he hits the ground running at the start of this season, then that's going to be perhaps good news for him.
Snater, and again hits the crease, bowls leading edge out towards backward point. It's got through. Sonny Baker might have a boundary here. It's trickling towards the backward point boundary and it reaches, so it's 146 for 9 now, and Baker on to 5.
Extraordinary innings that we talked about. I think it was Kimber's 200 and I can't remember exactly how many he made, but it was an extraordinary innings for Leicestershire against Sussex, and Robinson bore the brunt of it, but yes, he fell out of favour with the England setup, didn't he? There's no doubt about that. But Sam Hain is someone who's always talked about, and he's already been in the runs this season.
Snater In again once more. Bowles down the leg side this time, but Sonny Baker finds the fielder at mid-wicket for no run.
And interesting, you know, with Dan Mousley, 144. We've also seen Jake. I don't know how much Jacob Bether's going to play for Warwickshire, but Dan Mousley is clearly a very great talent as well. Mousley 144 and Hayne 94 for Warwickshire. And I see Bo Webster, what a good overseas signing he is. 38 not out. He's already shown a lot of commitment to Warwickshire, and say they've got now a lead of I think it's 100
defended by Sonny Baker, no run.
127 over Surrey, so time might be against them in that game, but they're going to look to try and get as many runs as possible and bowl at Surrey tonight. Surely Surrey will bat better second time round than a pitch that's flattened out, but certainly those two you might mention, and I suppose Sam Cook, Jamie Porter as well, haven't done themselves any harm so far, anybody watching on this game.
Yeah, indeed. I'll talk briefly about Ben Folkes in a moment. Shane Snater is in again, bowled left alone outside the off stump.
And neither is Sonny Baker, by the way.
Indeed.
He's also you know, shown what he can do. Matt Critchley's an interesting one because in a way he fits the bill. Someone who can bowl leg spin, bat and top six. England are looking for a spinner but not wanting to weaken their batting. Well, they can, you know, look a lot further without success than finding Matt Critchley. But you feel that Rehan Ahmed is probably offering a similar sort of thing. Critchley's stats are probably better, but they might be looking at, you know, Rehan Ahmed as someone for the future.
Yeah, I think the Essex fan might be pleading for Matt Critchley to get selected, but it does feel like he's not quite in the conversation yet. But that 100 in the first innings has certainly brought him closer to the conversation at the very least.
Interesting email from Stephen, one of our regulars from Hockley, a slip and a short leg, and this is just played down towards backward square leg by Jack. You've just resumed watching. This was sent just a few minutes ago. You were busy on Easter Day morning, understandably, and you note on the one of the Essex forums that Sam Cook has been getting a little bit of criticism for bringing on Simon Harmer. Doesn't often happen, does it? But that's played defensively up into the offside. What I would say is that there's not much in it for the seamers on this surface after about 40 overs or 35 overs. And there's just a chance that Harmer, with his skills, will still be able to make something work. As there's a back foot cut, that's a good shot there by Jack, and it goes away down towards the third man boundary for 4 runs. And as you say, Stephen, after his exploits of the winter, he'll still be regarded as one of the best off spinners in the world, maybe the best. Yeah, I've no problem at all really with Cook bringing on Harmer. I guess the argument is that with the 4 frontline seamers, there's less need to bring Harmer on early. But I honestly don't think there's a huge amount in it for the seamers at the moment, and it allows Cook to rotate his seam attack. And Harmer has got a wicket. We should point that out inside his 7 overs, as this one is played defensively up towards short leg, and there's no run.
So Eddie Jack's just reached his highest first-class score.
Oh, that's interesting.
30
well,
not
that's a good day. It'll give him some confidence.
Indeed.
He bowled okay at times, a little bit expensive, but Harmer bowls, and this is played defensively into the offside. You mentioned Fletcher Middleton, who, you know, it probably will come into contention again. Another name to mention who's not playing in this game is John Turner.
Yes, John Turner, highly talented fast bowler, almost burst onto the scene. Here's Simon Harmer.
You wouldn't mind seeing Turner and Baker on the same side unless you're batting against them on a pitch that's doing quite a bit and offering a lot of bounce. Here's Harmer bowls, and this is just turning outside the off stump. You just feel what Hampshire need is they had the fewest batting points along with Worcester in the division last year because they've had a bad first outing. If they can get their batting unit firing, it's going to bring these younger bowlers more into the game because they're going to be able to bowl to attacking fields. And you know, there is so much promise there, and of course they've had this situation of losing these 3 great bowlers, in 2 of them in quick succession, and Kyle Abbott obviously nearing the end. But there's so much promise there when you add Turner that I think, you know, maybe if they can hang on in Division 1 next year and the batting unit can gain some confidence, there may be better times ahead. 150 for 9. Yeah,
it's interesting having a little chat in their press box at lunchtime. Some people saying that actually It's still early on in the season, but a spell in Division 2 might not have harmed Hampshire. But who's to say they can't give Division 1 a good shot? Sonny Baker clipping into the leg side. So much for Division 2, as he's just found a boundary through mid-wicket in Division 1. So that moves Hampshire to 154 for 9. A good bit of tail wagging going on at the minute.
And to, in defence of the Hampshire seamers, when the ball went flat, the Essex seamers are also finding it quite tricky now. This pitch is flat, other than with the new ball. And it's to the immense credit of the Essex attack that they made such good use of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, it's finding ways to break through these big partnerships. Actually, when there's the pitch is not offering a huge amount to the fast bowler. Here's Shane Snater. And Sonny Baker finds a single out towards deep backwards square leg. But it's how, as a bowling attack, you can start setting plans and maybe trying to draw a wicket out, especially what we saw on day 1 and day 2 in that partnership between Allison and Matt Critchley. Hard to break down.
I mean, let's be honest, these two tail-enders looking relatively comfortable. And of course, it's their job to stay there as long as they can, obviously to get runs where possible. 306 the deficit. But then I just could feel a little bit sorry for Ben Mays. It was a slightly marginal decision. We think probably okay, but if he was still there, if he'd hung on and got through to the softer ball, it might have been a great chance for him, and maybe it will come in the second innings.
Yeah, it would have been good to see if he could have got underway a little bit more runs, as this one's played down the leg side, but only as far as pepper behind the stumps.
But you see someone for a short while, and you think, I can see the excitement in him. And as I say, Middleton, will be in contention. Obviously, they'll probably try this lineup for a few games, but I think the critical thing to help this young bowling attack is for the Hampshire batting to start to fire and certainly get more batting points than they did last year.
Yeah, it will definitely be easy to bowl with a big target behind them, but Shane Snater bowls, good length, just push back to him. But the thing with John Turner, as we go back to the fast bowling thoughts around this Hampshire side, is a lot of promise, huge amount of promise, and he's been troubled a little bit by injuries, and maybe if he can get a few sort of games back to back. He had a couple of games on loan at Lancashire, I believe, whether that was last year or the year before. But John Turner is definitely one that if he can get a few games under his belt, maybe in the 50 over competition this year, John Turner could show some good signs of a strong return. Here's Snater, bowls, and it's worked away through the leg side out towards deep square leg. 1 run added, 156 for 9.
Yes, and it's a very good fight back this actually by Somerset, because Notts at Taunton were 268 for 4 and are now 314 for 8. Joe Clark made 92, but as I say, 4 wickets now for Pretoria, so Somerset might yet get a lead, and Somerset are coming to Chelmsford. If they come to Chelmsford with a win against the champions, that's going to make it interesting. But it's a cracking start to the season for Essex. I mean, they've got this game, they've got Somerset at home, Surrey and Warwickshire away.
Snater in again, short. Sonny Baker ducks underneath it. Kevin James was making a point of it earlier, with potential surprise team to fight up for promotion, and having seen what we've seen from Essex so far today, they've got that strong Vian Mulder at number 4, who's also a brilliant pace bowling asset to this side, but it's well balanced, a lot of experience in both facets of the game, and Essex look a strong side, Nick.
Well, they do, and I was saying on our Around the Wicket programme, which is the BBC Essex weekly cricket magazine, 6 till 7 on Wednesday evenings, if they could win 2 of the first 4 games and ideally get draws in the other 2, that would be seen as a very good start. But winning at the first time of asking would be particularly useful. I say 80% is not a happy hunting ground, and the Oval, as I say, it's a question of can you actually force a victory in 4 days, and what would be a flat wicket. That's quite a wide delivery from Harmer. It's not signalled as a wide, but that's one of the wider ones I've seen from him, trying to draw Jack into the stroke. But is Eddie Jack going to get the highest score of the innings? It's possible. As anybody with money on that, you're probably on tenterhooks, because you could be both very rich. That's played defensively up towards short leg, and there's no run. 156 for 9. He's on 31. He needs 5, doesn't he, I think?
Yep, 5 runs. 35 set by Kyle Abbott. It was 34 for Jake Lehman earlier today.
As Harmer bowls and it just goes back and plays up into the offside. But this is flat, isn't it? And as I say, it does put the Hampshire seamers seem to be struggling a bit with the older ball on days 1 and 2, and to be fair to them, this pitch and the way it's behaving now puts their efforts into context. It was difficult. Harmer bowls as he played defensively up to short leg, and I think Sam Cook might just reckon that I think he might make a change, obviously, just to rotate the attack. He's got 3 other seamers apart from himself, but probably feels there's not a lot in it at the moment. Of course, when he did bring himself on, he went for 17. Is a one that's played away defensively back down the pitch. The other point, of course, to make as to why Harmer's bowling, the obvious one, follow on. You don't want to be bowling Porter and Cook now.
Exactly. Saving them up for the new ball.
So that, I think, is another explanation. Jack on 31. It's what you say, it's his best score ever, so this is played up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. Give you the Warwickshire latest, it's 468 for 5, leading by 140 against Surrey. Yorkshire 146 for 6, so 156 behind Glamorgan, and Sussex lead Leicestershire by 400 runs at 284 for 6 at Leicester.
Thank you very much, Nick. Kevin James back in with you. Do you know what, I find myself, probably like most people, watching and listening, depending on who you're supporting of each side, but these early stages, this is the first game of the season, you're trying to work out who might actually develop into what role as the season goes on and maybe as their career goes on. And I find myself thinking, hey, Jack might end up in an all-rounders role. He's playing and has played primarily as a quick bowler, but when you see him bat the way he is, I can see him developing and being a number 7, maybe even 8 as a bowler, and filling that all-rounders spot. Early days.
Yeah, well, here's Matt Critchley from the pavilion end for a bit of right arm over and defended by Sonny Baker. I mean, it's an early call, Kevin James, with an average of 9, I believe, in first-class cricket, but he showed signs of a brilliant temperament out there today. Here's Critchley in again, and Baker drops it into the leg side. But the way Eddie Jack has batted has been very smart. He's tucked into a few bad deliveries, but also not chased a whole load. Played very straight, and also when the ball has maybe been given a little bit more width, scored well through backward point. Here's Critchley again, and Sonny Baker struck on the pad, appeal gone! And the umpire raises the finger, and that ends this Hampshire innings. 156 all out. The tail wagging has come to a close. So Sonny Baker's fallen for 10. Matt Critchley brought onto the bowling and a wicket in his first over. What a game he is having. Eddie Jack is left on his first-class top score of not out 31.
Well, Matt Critchley could do absolutely no wrong. And what are we seeing here? Are we getting some early indications as to what may or may not be happening?
Well, the Essex batters, the opening batters, Dean Elgar and Paul Walters, have gone sprinting off, and we've been up here chattering away about how Essex surely will enforce the follow-on. But it looks like, with the sun coming out and a batter-friendly surface, that Essex are going to take the initiative, and they're going to bat again, and they're going to bring Hampshire back in, most likely this evening with the lights on and crawling, darkening light, and then attack again in the morning, which has proven to be also a very tough time to bat. So this could be a strong decision by Essex. We just hope, from an Essex standpoint, that there's enough time left in the game. So 156 all out. Essex lead by 305. That will take you through the wickets so far today. Hampshire started on 48 for 3 before the breakthrough. First thing in the morning, it was Jake Lehman to fall for 34. Porter with that wicket. Ben Brown also falling for 3, and there was a little bit of a collapse as 48 for 3 at the start became 65 for 7, where Ben Mays fell for 8 off 25, got a couple of nice boundaries away. Dawson fell for 1 off the bowling of Porter. He bowled very well in the morning session alongside Sam Cook. But Cody Youssef, Kyle Abbott Eddie Jack, all combining well for scores between 12 for Yusuf, 35 for Abbott, and 31 not out for Eddie Jack. So Hampshire conclude 156 all out. Pick of the bowlers, Sam Cook 3 for 33 and a very strong 2 for 19 from Jamie Porter. 2 wickets for Shane Snater for 38 runs. Vian Mulder picking up just the 1 wicket of Cody Yusuf for 12, and Simon Harmer with the other one at 1 for 22, and of course Matt Critchley at the very end. 0.3 overs, no runs for 1 wicket. That concludes this innings for Hampshire, so we'll be back very shortly for the Essex innings.
I've just had a message to say follow on, and I don't know, so now I'm totally confused.
So we are trying to work out. Nick Gledhill very well spotted that the opening batters are running off. We've been told that Hampshire will be following on. However, it's always very picky to find out when you see both teams disappearing into their changing rooms, but we're working hard to try and find out what's happened. Play will resume at 2:40. And we don't have any updates as of yet.
Defo follow on is the word I'm getting.
Well then, we've just had an update from Kevin James, who says definitely following on. So there we go then. Hampshire will bat again, and Essex, with the time left remaining, that is now confirmed. Hampshire will bat again, and Essex will try and take the wickets before Hampshire can score 305. It felt a little bit wrong when we saw the opening batters running off. Maybe they were just tricking us into making us think that something's going wrong. But no, Hampshire will bat again, I repeat, and we'll be back shortly for the beginning of play at 2:40. Welcome back to Utilita Bowl. The players are rejoining the playing ground here. The blue sky is out, the sun is shining down, and the grass is beaming with light as the weather has taken a brilliant turn. The roller's making its way off. Hampshire, after posting 156 all out in their first innings, are returning to bat again. Sam Cook, the standing captain for the injured Tom Wesley, who was substituted in the first innings on day 1, has decided that Hampshire will bat again, which makes perfect sense as they trial bay 305. Both Hampshire opening batters will be Joe Weatherly and Nick Gubbins to try and hopefully get Hampshire off to a slightly better start than last time. They're in better conditions than they were late last night under the lights, but Kevin James, Hampshire looking to put up a slightly better fight in the second innings.
Well, yeah, they have to really, I think. Some of these players are playing for their reputations and future places in the side. I mean, I don't think whatever happens here, even if it goes horribly wrong for Hampshire, I can't see wholesale changes because it's only one game, but it does put pressure on the next game for some of these batters. So, yeah, the sunshine out, as always, it's got to be get past the new ball, because as we've already seen, especially with the sun out, it does get a lot easier. But the hardest task for these top order batters is to get past Sam Cook, to get past Jamie Porter, who are proven very, very good new ball bowlers, who will make you work very hard for every single run, and they won't. And if you're not scoring a run, they'll test your technique to its full. So get past that. It's an exercise in cashing in, because everybody that bats today knows that if they get past the hard ball, then there is runs out there. You know, as good as well as Essex are bowled, there's runs out there. But get past the new ball, or if you don't get past the new ball, make sure you've used up enough of the new ball that others coming in behind you are not having to face too much of it. But this is not going to be easy at all. But batting conditions with the sun out are about as good as they get. They're certainly better than last night, where it was overcast and having just spent 130 overs in the field. That's not an easy situation whatsoever. But it'll be an exercise in, if you get yourself in, then make the most of it. Because as we saw last night, as we saw this morning, there are plenty of challenges as a batter. Don't, when conditions get easier, lose out. Don't miss out.
Well, it looks like from the pavilion end we're going to have Jamie Porter and Joe Weatherly, the right-hander, on strike. So here comes Porter running towards us, right arm over, bowls, and it's an outside edge through the gap between third slip and gully, and it's 4 runs off the outside edge of Joe Weatherly. A nervy start for Hampshire fans. An edge goes flying through, not at a catchable height, it just bounced well in front of the cordon, but still a perfect example. Porter from the off, no let up, making the batters play. It's going to be a very tricky start to this spell for Hampshire.
Yeah, well, we're going to expect a few of those situations. We're going to expect a few more of those. Just hope that it doesn't go in the air, and if it does, it doesn't go anywhere near a slip fielder.
Porter, and again ambling in, bowls, and Weatherly just played a bit more confidently this time, up towards mid-off for no run. That's 4 for none, Hampshire.
It might be with the sun out, and of course the roller's been on the pitch again, that, you know, maybe 25, 30 overs with the ball in the first innings before things started to show signs of calming down. It might be, in this situation, it might be just 20 overs or so. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, it's interesting. We've had 3 new balls so far in the game. We had one in the morning session for Essex's first innings, then we had one about this time as a second new ball in Essex innings as Weatherly plays defensively back to the bowl, and then we had that Hampshire new ball in the evening on day 2. And of all the new balls, actually, that one that appeared around this time on day 2 wasn't particularly threatening, as all the new balls have gone. So it'll be interesting to see how these 2 bowlers, Porter and Cook, very fine first-class bowlers with the new ball, it'll be interesting to see how they get on. But Weatherly on 4 as Porter turns around, flicks the ball from right to left. Weatherly still waiting as Porter bowls a drive. Is that caught behind? It's gone. Weatherly is out for 4 runs off 3 balls, and he's trudging off towards the pavilion. It was a wide, full delivery from Porter.
Weatherly's gone after it. And it's another good catch by Pepper, low down to his right, not diving this time. But Hampshire, after being asked to follow on by Sam Cook, now find themselves 4 for 1.
Well, it just held its line, didn't it? And in fact, just straightened a fraction. It drew Weatherly into the drive. And it was just the thinnest of outside edges, just about carried through to Michael Pepper. And oh dear. Again, I'm saying it for probably the umpteenth time, the worst possible start.
Well, it is a shame for Joe Weatherly because at times, especially last year, he came into the side and performed very well, and this was an opportunity for him to go in about a day and a half, but it's unlucky for him, and out comes at number 3, Tom Prest, who equally will be looking to have a very good year this year and hopefully try and hammer down his place in this Hampshire first team.
And again, to try and put a little bit of perspective on this, as well as Essex batted, and they batted superbly. You know, Critchley, Allison, to name but 2, Harmer. You know, they played and missed. They played and missed a few times at Kyle Abbott. Kyle Abbott bowled us superbly throughout the innings, made the batters play just about every ball he bowled. You know, and the other guys put in some good spells as well. You know, they played and missed, but it's uncanny, this game, how when one side gets a long way in front, then when the other side are put under pressure, every little mistake is picked up. Every single one.
And once you're behind the game, it's very hard to get that luck back moving your way. So Porter's at the top of his mark, licking his lips at these Hampshire batsmen walking in. And Porter, whose first 4 balls has taken a wicket, will set off once more. High knees running in past the umpire. Right arm over to Prest, who drives through the covers. And that's going to run away for 4. Mid-off is in quick pursuit, but the ball wins the race. So Prest, who likes to be positive, he likes to assert a little bit of pressure back on the bowling side. And that is a shot to get him underway, which he'll be very happy with.
I mean, that's a good shot, isn't it, really? I mean, that's not a full-blooded drive by any stretch of the imagination. The power has come from the body just moving into the ball and hitting the ball at the right time. That's just a push forward defensive more than a drive.
Yeah, shows the ball is and can come onto the bat very nicely. Brilliant shot by Prest as Porter's in for his final delivery, and Prest defends calmly back to the bowler. So that ends the first over. Hampshire 8 for 1, losing the 1 wicket of Joe Weatherly. 2 boundaries, 1 to him before he fell, and 1 then to Tom Prest, who's 4 off 2.
Yes, if you've just joined us, Hampshire well and truly under the pump against a rampaging Essex side, who were benefiting from that huge first innings total of 461 for 7 declared, having bowled Hampshire out for 156 in just over 48 overs. They've enforced the follow-on, and already Joe Weatherly has gone in that first over to Jamie Porter. So Hampshire well under the pump here, 297 runs behind. The conditions are good for batting. It is all about getting past the new ball, but as Hampshire have already found to their cost in this game, getting past the new ball isn't the easiest. Although in the first innings it was under pretty much cloudy skies. But they have a better chance here with virtually blue skies above. Here's Sam Cook around the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, and he's forward. Remember, Gubbins in the first innings fell 3rd ball to Sam Cook, who was also bowling round the wicket to him at that point last night, and he left a ball that just came back at him a fraction, and on the angle he was playing no shot and the off stump knocked back. So I'm sure Gubbins is very aware of that this time around, and be interested to see what he does play and doesn't play outside off stump. Here's Cook again. Gubbins is forward, pushes it out to backward a point.
What I've also found quite interesting, Kevin, is how many times the Essex fast bowlers have changed their angle. I've seen a lot of bowlers come over the wicket, round the wicket with structured plans to each batter. Snater again flipping up, even between the tail enders of Sonny Baker and Eddie Jack. Sometimes attacking round the wicket, sometimes over. So staying imaginative, changing their methods of attack. And no Hampshire batter has really felt that settled yet against this attack.
Apart from the lower order, Kyle Abbott and Eddie Jack. Here's Cook again on the line of leg stump. Gubbins eager to get off the mark, finds The fielder at mid-wicket, and there is no run, so we're 8 for 1 here, Hampshire, following on. We still have another 58.5 overs left in the day. Tea fixed at 4 o'clock, so we've got a tricky hour and 10 here. Charlie Harden's just decided to take a break. He's just had a quick look at the clock and thought, oh, I'm off. Nick Gledhill from BBC Essex will come in alongside me as Cook runs away from us. 3 slips and a gully weight, and Gubbins is playing a missing outside the off stump. As I say, he might be thinking, what do I play, what don't I play, Nick, after the first innings. That's a good delivery, actually. I'm just watching on the replay. That actually pitched and just straightened a fraction.
They've got to find a way of seeing off this new ball burst without too much further damage. I think Gubbins, you know, if he plays as he can, could bat for a long time, but as you, I think, were saying, he hasn't done that so much in recent times.
No, he's got a good average, career average of 35, but last year that dropped to 25. That's a huge drop. Gubbins leaves alone. Again, that ball is just pitching and straightening.
Difficult game for Joe Weatherly, who's been at the receiving end both times of good deliveries which have got him out. But well, the deficit remains a very daunting one. I think it's 297 at the moment at 8 for 1.
Yep.
And it's the key for Hampshire. We know what it is. They've got to get through to the older ball with 6 or 7 wickets in hand at least.
Cook again, bowls. Gubbins is forward, finds the fielder, the only fielder in front of square on the offside. That's that wide mid-off, that's Shane Snater. And it's a maiden over for Sam Cook. So 8 runs scored. And Hampshire 8 for 1, following on having been bowled out for 156 in their first innings.
In which every bowler used. And Matt Critchley, following his 173, came on for an over leg spin and took the final wicket and denied Eddie Jack top score in the innings, but he did get his career best, which was good news from his point of view. Here's Porter with a wicket under his belt already. Bowls, and another lovely shot by Tom Press for 4 through the covers. Back foot force. This guy stays in. He's a pleasure to watch. He's done damage against Hampshire before. Porter is probably going to think that he's prepared to give away a few boundaries here, looking for the right delivery that leaves the batsman late. But Prest, a delight to watch, and so he had a great season 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Almost his average almost halved last year, but that was a sumptuous stroke. 3 slips and a gully, and 4 saving 1. He gets a delivery of full length and comes forward to and plays it up to mid-off, and there is no run. Heading back to 2004, looking around for a similar sort of game. Right here, Essex 416 here in 2004, Will Jefferson 222. Ronnie Irani was captain of Essex, and Shane Warne was there for Hampshire. As this next delivery is played defensively up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. I think it was the first season of captaincy for Shane Warne of Hampshire in 2004. So Hampshire replying to 416, which has made it 4 and over, 177 all out. Doesn't tell the full story, because they were at one point going along reasonably well. 122 for 3, not too bad at all. And then one Andre Adams, who took 3 wickets and 4 balls. As this is outside the off stump, and there's no run, left alone by Prest. Andre Adams, who also played for Notts, and sort of bustling medium pace, and that completely changed the game. It was looking like Hampshire were going to make a good reply, but 177 all out they were. On that occasion, Essex batted again, made 294 for 7, declared with Paul Grayson 75 and 93 for James Middlebrook, and then Hampshire bowled out for 149 with 3 wickets for Ashley Cowan, 3 more for Andre Adams. As this one played away up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run, and Essex won by 384 runs. So on that occasion, Essex batted again, but I must admit that was a lovely decoy from the two Essex openers, we had Dean Elgar and Paul Walter rushing off to suggest that they were going to bat again. I can't believe that Sam Cook would have said, "Will you do it just in case, because I need to have a chat with the coach," because obviously they made a decision at lunchtime. But it was a lovely decoy because it had us all fooled. 12 for 1, 293 behind, and this is a defensive shot from Prest, but a good looking one back to Porter, and there's no run. Prest 8 and Gubbins 0, and then Charlie gave a very good account of why they might want to bat again, which I could start to see a bit of logic on, but surely it was the right decision, even though these are nice batting conditions with that sort of lead and not too much taken out of the tank for the Essex seamers to bowl again.
Yeah, 48.5 overs. It's sort of, yeah. I guess it's one of those that you start to get into territory where you think about it, but so however long the Hampshire bat here, you'll have to add those 48.5 overs on to how long Essex spend in the field.
Certainly that 2004, both sides won on the other's patch, as in 2023. Billy Taylor got 5 wickets at Chelmsford.
Billy Taylor.
Yeah.
Here's Sam Cook around the wicket, runs away from us and bowls, and Gubbins works that to mid-wicket. I think he moved to America, Billy Taylor. Was an umpire up until recently, and I think he had an offer of doing some umpiring over there. So moved lock, stock and barrel.
I think that pitch sort of deteriorated because Hampshire got a score in the sort of 350s, and then all the other scores are very low. And it suited Billy Taylor, seamer's pitch, and bowled very nicely. So both sides winning on the other team's turf, as happened in 2023.
Bright sunshine here for the moment as Sam Cook bowls. Gubbins plays forward. He's yet to get off the mark. He's on a pair currently.
But Hampshire played very well at Chelmsford in the last 2 outings. Of course, they had the better of a draw on a flat wicket, didn't they, in last time out, which was last year. And I think the time before that, there was the late September game where Vince and Dawson shared a partnership, and I think Vince was dropped, and suddenly the pitch stopped doing anything at all for Simon Harmer.
Yeah, exciting game, that one. Gubbins is forward, not quite out of the middle of the bat, hence the ooze.
I made the mistake of saying I'm sure there'll be another chance, because it was Simon Harmer who was bowling and he creates chances, and suddenly the pitch just did nothing. And Vince and Dawson did very well indeed to get Hampshire over the line. So even if this might be a bad game so far for Hampshire, you know, fortunes can change.
12 for 1, Hampshire following on, 293 behind. Here's Cook, bowls. Oh, Gubbins very nearly played on there, trying to take the bat away, and it's come off an inside edge and gone behind square on the leg side. Oh dear. That was a worrying moment, but he's off the mark. Not quite how he envisaged, I shouldn't think, before he walked out to bat, but he's off the mark.
Bit of movement from Sam Cook, and you've got a feeling Gubbins could be quite important here, because he can actually drop anchor while the Stoke players try and flourish at the other end. Just think it's very important for Hampshire to take something out of this, even if they don't win the game. Well, they're not going to win the game, even if they don't save the game. If they can back for 3.5 sessions or something like that, it's going to mean that they can play a few of their batters into form.
Cook again over the wicket this time to Prest, who's just playing a little away from his body, guides that out to point. So he was out in the first innings, Tom Prest on the crease, just pushing out at one, caught behind off Snater.
And what they don't want to do is lose in 3 days, because I floated that idea at the start of the day, and you thought quite rightly it was probably unlikely, but the way the morning panned out, it became more possible. But we do know this pitch will flatten out if they can keep wickets in hand.
Yeah, 6 wickets falling in the morning session for the addition of 91 runs. That's a good outswinger and left alone by Prest wisely. End of the over. Cook's 2 overs, none for 1. Prest has 8 and Gubbins has 1, and Weatherly the 1 wicket caught behind for 4 of Jamie Porter.
Yes, Matt Critchley, 173 career best and 0.3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 0.
Get him on.
It's a pretty good start to the season. Porter 2 for 19 in the first innings, Cook 3 for 33, but remember, in those 11 overs, half the runs came in 1 over. Vian Mulder 1 for 35 in 9. His best ball was the wicket-taking one, which is a superb delivery. Snater 2 for 38 in 9. And Simon Harmer, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. So
I'll put Critchley on now.
It's his game.
Can't do anything wrong.
It's his game. Gubbins on strike to Porter, going round the wicket with 3 slips in the gully, and that's not probably the ball that Porter wanted, because it's on the pads of a left-hander and it's sent down to Allison at deep backward square leg. Can Hampshire settle in here? 14 for 1, and Gubbins 2. Prest has 8, but Weatherly has gone already out cheaply for the second time in the game. This time for 4 in the first over.
I think we're going to lose some sunlight soon, Nick. Looking at
yeah,
about 2 o'clock.
It's been a nice afternoon so far, but there's a bit more of that darker cloud around. But the shower we did get wasn't forecast, but it just sort of came up on the radar as this is outside the off stump and swinging away. And just looking down from our gantry here, it looked like sleet to me. It was probably cold enough, but 14 for 1, and Prest goes to prod the pitch. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Turner and Sonny Baker playing in the same side on a wicket that helps them, wouldn't it? I mean, that's a fearsome prospect.
I fear John Turner. We won't see him for a little while.
Oh, it's a shame.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long, but I was
What
at
was
the
the
ground
injury?
a couple of weeks ago. I think it's back.
Right.
And it's been plaguing him for a while. He felt last year, actually, his pace, well, somebody's right behind the bowler's arm. What are they doing?
Yeah, somebody in blue is not quite sure. That I think Porter's indicating the best thing would be if they can get away from the white sheeting. Yes, there we go.
Who is that? Yeah, he's been plagued with his back problem for a while, and I think he felt most of last season that his pace was down and he couldn't pinpoint it. Nobody could pinpoint it. And it turns out that he's got a couple of problems with his back.
It's 14 for 1, and this is played defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. Sometimes you lose track of seasons, but it was the season before last where we were covering the last group game of the T20, where Essex needed to win to qualify, and Gloucestershire, because Hampshire won, got through and went on to win the competition. And John Turner was absolutely the difference between the sides. He injured Michael Pepper.
Yes, I remember.
Brilliant performance. 14 for 1, and that's Prest playing up into the covers, and there's no run. And no wonder he was getting himself on the England radar with performances like that. It was the difference in the end. I know our colleague Paul Newton, who may be listening, also thought that right at the end that Shane Snater might have come into bat a bit higher up because of his ability to put bat to ball, as we saw yesterday. But he was left on the did not bat column, I think he was, so maybe that wasn't the best place for him. 14 for 1. As his Porter straight delivery over the wicket to Prest, drives to mid-on. Prest looking as he did in the first innings. Unfortunately he's on 8 at the moment, so I don't want to talk him out, but he was looking as secure as this in the first innings until he got himself out. He's clearly a player of some calibre, but what he's got to do is stick in with Gubbins, and it could get interesting if Hampshire have lost no more than 2 wickets when we get, say, beyond the 30 over mark. But of course they've got to make sure they don't make mistakes, but there are runs to be had out there as Porter bowls, and Prest just covers up and gets into line up towards mid-on. Follow-on decision fairly logical for you, Kevin, from a cricket perspective?
Do you know what? I used to think that I knew when follow-ons were coming and when they weren't, but I've given up predicting now, really. I don't know about you, but over the years, I think sides follow on when I think, maybe they're not, and vice versa. So there's arguments for and against that. I think the fact that Sun was out and things were getting a lot easier, this should be a lot harder for Essex second time around, no doubt about it.
Should be. 14 for 1.
Yeah.
Charlie put the argument in favour of batting again very well, I thought. But I think it would have been a little bit of a risk. We had Cloud coming in this evening and Hampshire couldn't bat tonight. A bit more time taken out of the game, but I think it's the right decision by Sam Cook.
Yeah, and it's early season. It's not like you've had 6 rounds of championship games behind you and your bowlers have bowled God knows how many overs. Here's Sam Cook. That's nipped away as well, but wide. Gubbins quite happy to watch that one go by. It's it's the first game of the season, and I think your bowlers could probably stand getting through a few, but maybe 3 or 4 weeks of some tough cricket, then it gets a little more difficult for the bowlers. But I think the 48.5 overs probably just about on the right side of let's do it, let's go again.
And probably only about 40 overs of seam because Simon Heimer bowled a few,
and
that's why he was bowling to rest the seamers.
That's right. Well, I think this sunlight's going to go very shortly as Cook comes in, angles it into Gubbins, but he's right behind that. But there's definitely a bank of cloud coming. I can't see the ground staff hovering by the hover cover, so they're not expecting too much imminently, but that heavy cloud cover that we've had for most of this game will be back with us shortly.
Yes, it's never been away for too long. It's something also that Essex would have been conscious of, that when it does arrive, it threatens the playing suitability in terms of light.
Here's Cook again. Gubbins is forward. It's not giving him anything at all here, Sam Cook. Got an email here from Stephen Clark, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Absolutely glowing about the catering facilities here. I don't know why he sent me that. It's a bit random. He's celebrating his 51st anniversary with his wife. So obviously had a nice meal there and said, and just wanted to shout about it, really.
Nice thing for Easter Sunday.
Yeah. Oh, Gubbins is wrapped in front. Oh, has he got outside the line? Probably just.
Great ball.
It was. He's got Sam Cook the ball to pitch and straighten, and that one's come back, but maybe the angle's a little too much there. Just watching the replay here. That's going down. Yeah, that's going down.
So a reprieve for Gubbins, to say, I think is a key wicket, because if he does get in, he can be difficult to dislodge.
Yeah. Well, his reputation suggests that.
Yeah.
Career average of 38.
Looks like there are showers missing to the south, but there's certainly a possibility of something there up there.
Yeah. Here comes Cook again to Gubbins, and it's bounced twice through to the keeper. Had a heavy roller on it again between the innings, and this pitch does traditionally get slower as we move through the days. Maybe that's a bit of an indication.
Yes, I mean, something a key thing, as well as bowler fatigue, you think, is there a possibility of Hampshire scoring quickly enough to get a big enough lead to put us under any sort of pressure? And the answer surely is no.
Cook again. We're still in sunshine for the moment. Gubbins will get another single as it's pushed out to point. And he will move on to 3. And Hampshire, after 6 overs following on, are 15 for 1. Cook has bowled 3 overs, none for 2.
And in Division 2, I wonder if Middlesex are going to have a good season. Champions in 2016, they've got themselves stranded in Division 2 again. But Toby Rowland-Jones, again, one of the great stalwarts of county cricket. I'm not sure he's in that list you were talking about yesterday, but he would have been very close contention. 5 for 37 as Gloucestershire were bowled out for 216, and they've been made to follow on there. They're 211 behind Gloucestershire, so Middlesex off to what looks a probable winning start. Here's Porter going around the wicket, bowling, and driven nicely by Gubbins up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And who's that inspection at 3:40 at Chester Street? It might be a bit of a formality, but I suppose once they've secured, if it's dry and they've secured, make sure everything's okay out in the middle, and they, and the outfield's all right, when they could play. But we don't know quite what the extension of the damage is. But no spectators in the ground. As this is driven nicely, and unlucky there, Gubbins. That was well timed, but well stopped straight to Porter on the bounce, 15 for 1.
Looking at what happened up there, is that a building inspection or a pitch inspection?
Well, I imagine it's interesting, because obviously they've got to make sure the buildings are all right. But I imagine the outfield, whatever the situation is, that it's just going to be a question of making, if they can actually get out there and play, then they should be able to get out in the field. But of course, I don't know what the exact situation is. Might be a different story, say, with the buildings. 15 for 1 as this is played defensively back down the pitch by Gubbins, and there's no run off the latest Porter delivery. Whatever the situation, it's alarming for Durham that that's happened, and hopefully there's no great damage to what is a lovely ground, and not one that Essex are visiting this year, though there was a point on the last day of last season when potentially they might have been there in the first game of the season. But Durham back in Division 2 at least for now. And they were in a good position actually when that storm arrived, so it's a double disappointment for them. 3 slips and a gully, and Gubbins with a good drive for 4 through mid-on. Lovely shot that between the bowler and mid-on, beautifully timed, and that's a good sign for Nick Gubbins. I think he goes to 7 with that. It's 19 for 1 and the deficit is 286.
Yeah, that'll make him feel good. It's made me feel good actually watching him play that shot. I love that, and he'll have enjoyed that as well. The bad news is there's no sun, and even worse news is that the ground staff are now hanging around the cover.
It's that. There's certainly a shower on the radar. It looks like it might be missing to the south, but we might catch the outer edge of it. Here's the next delivery, which is driven firmly. Oh, it's another very good looking shot, this time between the bowler and mid-off for 4. 2 straight drives, one either side of the wicket, and Nick Gubbins just capitalising. Jamie Porter, as I say, not too worried about conceding boundaries at this point. He's looking to try and get the ball pitched up, looking for that late movement, but he's over-pitched a couple of times and Gubbins has taken advantage. And I think Gubbins' score is stuck on the board, because I think we can definitely credit those runs to him.
Yep.
So I'll make it 23 for 1, as that one's outside the off stump, and there is no run. It's no attempt at a shot being made there.
Well, get the sun back out. Nick Gubbins is back in form. He won't want to go off now. I think the umpires are working out what to do. Are they going to preempt the cover before the rain falls, or they're looking at each other? No, we're going to carry on playing.
I think really
more ground staff are coming out, which isn't a great sign.
Yeah, I think Essex are a bit suspicious. They've seen a forecast saying it's going to be dry for 2 days. It hasn't exactly played out like that on day 3. And I think one of the reasons why they want to bowl again and make as much progress in the game as they possibly can. They made plenty yesterday evening and this morning with those 3 wickets last night, and it didn't matter that Paul Walter dropped that a couple of chances. The second one was the more manageable one, but both very difficult because Lehman was out straight away, and that was a big wicket. 23 for 1, and here's Charlie.
Here's Cook then, and it's left alone by Tom Prest, who's looked good so far this morning. We've had an email from Alex Gates. Afternoon, Kevin, the team. Enjoying the comms and covering from the stream. Due to various weather predictions and usual bank holiday train chaos from London. Disappointing to see Hampshire's current batting travails, but being a Middlesex supporter, I've seen plenty of these type of first innings scorecards. Also enjoyed the various topics discussed over the 3 days, including the schedule. Here's Sam Cook, who bowls and is defended by Prest. England and the season predictions. Hope for the sake of the match that Hampshire can drag into a 4th day. Also, as I'm on day rate for this match and show a bit more application, as the ability is clearly there, but the Essex attack is one of the best balanced on the circuit. Alex, I think you're absolutely right. All the best for the rest of the season, Alex Gates. Thanks for the email, Alex. You are absolutely right. This Essex attack, as we've mentioned so far today, with the addition of Vian Mulder at number 4, is an almighty lineup.
They've got the right balance for April and May now.
They do. Sam Cook bowls, and it's a good ball left alone by Prest. I just think both these batters, Gubbins has now got underway with a few beautiful drives, but Prest in particular, he's impressed me. His shots he's put away have been well timed, and you know, they're not trying to force anything. You know, everything they've waited for, they've played it well, not with a huge amount of flourish, just well-timed, nice cricket shots.
Hope he can get off 8 from his point of view, but I mean, it's been encouraging, but they know batting time is a critical. What they must not do is get out to batting error, playing too expansively.
Cook hits the crease, down the leg side, little tickle on it from Tom Prest, and that'll be 4. It's raced away to the boundary, skipped over the advertisement boards and almost up the stairs into the Hampshire Pavilion.
I mean, this is an exercise in batting time for Hampshire. They've got to bat well into the final session because it's going to take a long time to knock this deficit of 278 off. So even in the worst case scenario, Essex will feel that they'd be quite happy for a short chase late tomorrow afternoon with a good forecast, but they'll be hoping it doesn't come to that. I think they'll be thinking, which is probably going to be tougher work than it was in the first innings, but there is some talent in this Hampshire batting lineup. It's a question of whether they can make that tell.
There is indeed. Sam Cook for his 4th ball bowls and a drive straight back to the bowler by Prest, and you get the feeling these two just protecting Jake Lehman at number 4, the Australian Domestic Player of the Year. Just seeing how long they can see through this new ball, and the longer they do so, the easier things will get for Hampshire.
I think Gubbins is really important here because there's a hint of a shower now. If it's just a light rain, they might say we think we're on the edge of a shower. And if it's just a very, very light shower, they might stay out. The ground staff sitting on the hover cover.
Here's Kirk on drive by Prest up towards mid-on for no run.
Good game at Taunton where Somerset took a first innings lead of 9. They're now 6 without loss, leading Notts by 15. And Somerset heading to Chelmsford on Friday. Will it be off the back of a win? Probably most likely off the back of a draw, but that's turning into a good contest. And suddenly we seem to be getting the edge of that storm because the wind has got up, and I think we're going to carry on. But there is a little bit of light drizzle in the air.
Yeah, the wind is really picking up. We can catching it up on our microphone, just poking out the top of the gantry here, trying to pick up a bit of crowd noise. It's really picking up a lot of wind noise, but it's good for the experience of the listener. They can really feel what's going on here at Utilita Bowl, as there's a little bit of a gathering of Essex players, as maybe, is that a helmet coming out potentially for a close field, a bit of fielding pads being strapped on from an Essex fielder, so maybe just to add a little bit of pressure on. And do I see Simon Harmer handing a hat to the umpire? Is that right, Nick? The snood I've only ever seen by Essex worn by Simon Harmer. I think it's the number 11 jumper being taken off.
Yes, now I'm slightly more surprised he's bowling now than the fact that he bowled towards the end of the first innings, because then you could see the strategy was to save the resources of the seamers, and we haven't yet seen of course the other two. It has just been Cook and Porter so far, hasn't it? So maybe the feeling that there's something there for him. He's going to bowl actually from the other end, isn't he? He was bowling from the from Northern end earlier on. He's now going to bowl from the Pavilion end, so I'm slightly more surprised to see him at this stage, but it might just be an exploratory over, maybe even to switch bowler ends, you never know, as this first ball is played defensively up to short cover. There's a slip, a short leg, a short cover, 3 others saving 1 on the offside, 3 saving 1 on the leg side.
It is an interesting call bringing Harmer on with a relatively new ball.
Harmer bowls, and it's a lovely delivery. He is still a potential wicket taker, of course, potentially, you know, even with that hard new ball, and that one had Gubbins playing and missing, and he probably wasn't expecting to be facing Harmer at this stage.
Really turned and bounced then with a new ball on this surface. Very surprising.
He will get bounced with the new ball as he bowls again, and there is Gubbins playing a stroke square into the offside, and he will collect a run. I think it's full water there, and a lot of the Essex fielders wearing sweaters covering their numbers, but it is still pretty chilly out there. In fact, Dean Elgar seems to be the one who's quite happy to not bother with that. Clearly see his number 64. 28 for 1. So not quite the same disasters yet for Hampshire. I think they were 65 for 7, weren't they, at one point in their first innings. 277 behind, following on. And Simon Harmer is bowling from the Pavilion end as the drizzle has stopped, as that's a good looking shot from Press. He reached for that and he's hit it between point and cover for 4. Lovely stroke, just reached for it, pretty safe in the end, just looking for any turn, and he gets off 8, he's gone to 12. Again, he's looking good, but there's certainly early indications from Tom Prest. Is it looking in form, but can he convert it into a score here?
Now, I'm very aware that Kevin James was bigging up Tom Prest yesterday before he got dismissed, and I don't really want to go and do it again, but he is looking very strong.
This next one just flicked away up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, yeah, it will become quite an interesting contest if Hampshire can dig themselves in here, because they know this pitch is going to be flat in the second half of the 80 overs. Here's Harmer bowling and run down towards backward points off the open face by Prest, and he stays on 16 and Gubbins on 12, and it's 32 for 1, the deficit 273. Earlier we had Hampshire bowled out for 156 and asked to follow on 305 behind. There was a bit of a rally from the tail actually, who added, the last three adding almost 100 runs, just to give a bit of respectability to the score. But still a very, very good effort from Essex, who made full advantage of when the pitch was at its best for the bowlers in those first 30 overs.
It'll be very interesting a little bit later on day 4 if Hampshire do end up batting it out that long, how crucial the tail of Hampshire's first innings, dragging out that 156, how crucial that will be. You mentioned Dean Elgar's number earlier. We've had an email from Jeff Budden, and the subject is number 44. Hi Kevin, the team, great to have you back. Here is Vian Mulder there. I'll get back to you there, Jeff, as Nick Gubbins is on strike. And a little cut shot, but he pulls out of it. It dribbles up towards extra cover, where they sneak through to a single, as the number 56, Charlie Allison, picks it up. Number 44, though, says Jeff Budden. Was I seeing things yesterday? In the slips, when Essex were batting, I saw a very tall guy who I did not recognise. He had number 44, but I could not read his name. I presume he was replacing someone, so could you tell me who it was, please? Regards, Jeff. Now, Jeff, I've got down that the number 44 is Jamie Porter. Yeah. Now, Nick, our Essex expert.
Porter for Essex, and doesn't Scott Curry wear 44 for Hampshire as well?
I think you're absolutely right. Kevin's given me confirmation. Mulder bowls, and it's down the leg side. Nice to have a Hampshire expert and an Essex expert either side of me, just to confirm player numbers. But no, thanks for that email, Jeff. That was Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
And also Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you'd also like to get in touch with us. And so a couple of ways you can do it. Weather's improved, the lights are on, but there's still those areas of blue sky which you didn't really see in the first 2 days. So I think there's a few rogue showers around today that weren't particularly forecast, but they can crop up, particularly in April, of course.
Here comes VM Mulder. Right arm over past the umpire, bowls and just dabbed into the offside. Press going to sneak through as this one dribbles out toward third man. They're going to come back for a second. A sliding stop by the fielder out in the deep means it will just be 2 added to Tom Press. We've got a mid-off cover point, 3 slips in for the bowling of Vian Mulder, and then just the deep backward square leg, maybe a wide fine leg, then a mid-wicket slightly square and a mid-on as well.
Sussex must be thinking of declaring. Remember, starting 12 points behind everybody else. They are 442 ahead of Leicestershire at 326 for 7. Tom Price 69 not out. If they can win that game, they start to pull back and get level with everybody else.
Vian Mulder hits the crease, bowls short down the leg side. It's close to the bat, but goes through to Michael Pepper for no run. 35 for 1, Hampshire.
If you get a points deduction and you can win your first game and get rid of it, I think it will do wonders for the morale in the dressing room. So I suspect a declaration should be coming up very soon there.
And Sussex are a good side. New captain Ollie Robinson, who's been in the wickets. Henry Crocombe as well, taking 5 in that game. So strong bowling. Obviously James Coles, Jack Carson, a strong all-rounding duo of spin bowling there as well.
So I saw them a couple of times. I did a couple of days at Hove where Essex played very, very well, but they also, Sussex played well themselves here.
Mulder, short, punching off the back foot. Is that fielded? It is. Brilliant stop at backward point. And Tom Press has to just look down, mark his guard, and accept that that might have been 4 runs on another day, but it is a dot. 35 for 1, Hampshire.
Yeah, good fielding is going to help just to keep the pressure on, but must admit Hampshire have applied themselves pretty well. Maybe an indication on the pitch not doing quite so much. Kevin was saying it does get a bit lower as time goes on, which probably isn't going to help the seamers much unless there's uneven bounce. No sign of that.
Mulder running in now. Bowls short again, clipped into the leg side, this time in the square leg gap. It's running up towards the boundary at the Shane Warne stand, and it just wins the race. So Tom Prest, another 4 added to his total as he moves to 22, and Hampshire to 39 for 1. That concludes the 10th over, bowled by Vian Mulder. His over went for 7, and Hampshire just looking to try and put a little bit of emphasis back into this game.
Yeah, and these two doing pretty well at the moment. I think obviously batting conditions are slightly easier. Mid-afternoon with broken cloud. The weather has sort of reverted to how it was now. We've got areas of darker cloud, but banks of blue sky over the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion and the Shane Warne stand. Not bad batting conditions, and the thinking is obviously that the ball will get softer. The only thing with Harmer bowling now is whether Essex would have wanted to make the most of these first 25 overs with their seamers. But anyway, this is played defensively up into the covers, and there's no run, but there's doubtless a reason for it, as Shane Snater, who might have thought he'd been bowling, but instead it is Simon Harmer, who of course is a very great practitioner himself, having gone past those 1,000 first-class wickets. 39 for 1, and this is played up towards cover. And it was an interesting stat doing the research on Harmer's great performance in the autumn, that only James Anderson, of players born in the 21st century, has gone past 1,000 first-class wickets, and Harmer gave him a bit of a head start as that's played defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Interesting thing about Jimmy Anderson is he made his Test debut on the day I was born.
As Harmer bowls, and that's played defensively up into the covers, and there's no run. So that's going to be in 2002, isn't it?
2003, I believe.
I've been insulting you.
You've made me a year older. Yeah. Thank you, Nick. I feel more experienced already.
In 2002, I knew it was around about then. Harmer bowls again, and Gubbins this time just comes forward and steers up into a ring of 4, saving 1 on the offside. But Hampshire looking a little bit more secure this time round. 39 for 1, with deficit 266. Sam Cook, I think, quite rightly enforcing the follow-on after Hampshire were bowled out 305 behind. Wickets shared. Everyone who bowled got at least 1, as this is played again up into the offside. Just a hint that the pitch is doing less. But as I say, Simon Harmer bowling at this stage means that the seamers aren't at the time when the history of the game hitherto has been that it's been best for seamers in the first 20-25 overs or so. So interesting stuff. Maiden from Harmer, but I'm sure Sam Cook's got very good reasoning for this. Prest 22, Gubbins 13, and 39 for 1.
So as we've talked a little bit about the weather so far, the blue sky is gaining in width, and Ken Bryant sent an email to hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, and he said, "Good afternoon, gentlemen. Just wanted to let you know that it's raining hard here in Ashurst, New Forest, and black as your hat. Hampshire need all the help they can get. Thanks for the great commentary." Here's Mulder driving in, and it's a defence towards mid-off for no run.
I'm trying to think of the geography, so Ashure's probably going to be to the south, well, it'll be to the west, isn't it?
Southwest.
Southwest. Yeah. We said that shower's missing to the south, so that's it. That's what he's got, and we might have just got a little bit of it.
Well, thanks for taking that.
I don't think it'll last long. That's the good bit of news.
Thank you very much, Ken, for taking the weather away for us. And it's lovely sunshine. Well, now I say that, it's actually a little bit dimmer than lovely sunshine, but our view from the Canberra gantry sees a lot more blue sky than grey. Here's VM Mulder past the umpire, right arm over to the right-handed Prest, who works it away down towards fine leg for another single into the onside. 40 for 1.
Warwickshire latest 532 for 8, leading Surrey by 204. Good batting down the order there. Bo Webster made 53, Sam Hain earlier 94, and Dan Mousley 144. So the lead over 200. I guess they want to try and get as many as they can and hope to get some Surrey wickets this evening. Surrey and Warwickshire and Somerset coming up for Essex in this, well, really quite a dramatic start to the fixture schedule. I mean, you couldn't think of a bigger test in April, but Essex look well equipped to match it.
Mulder around the wicket this time, defended up towards mid-off for no run. A little bit of an update from the IPL for everyone who's interested in the IPL, who's listening, watching, maybe listening around the ground. The game, early start, Sunrisers Hyderabad posted 156 for 9. They lost out to Lucknow Super Giants. Key performances, Heinrich Klaasen, the South African, 62. Nitish Kumar Reddy, the young Indian middle order batter, made 56 off 33. Mohammad Shami back in the wickets, but for Lucknow Super Giants, it was Aidan Markram, with great performances in the World Cup, made 45 off 27 and not out 68 off 50 for Rishabh Pant to win the game. Here's Mulder, again round the wicket, left alone by Nick Gubbins, very close to the stumps.
156 is an absolute nothing score in IPL, isn't it? Because it really is a batter's competition.
Especially at Hyderabad, it's an absolute motorway.
Most of the ground seem to be. That's why I think for some people it fails to capture the imagination when the bowlers are barely in the game, but we'll see enough of that T20 in the not too distant future here and elsewhere around the country. So 2 games less than last year, of course.
Indeed, or you could watch 2 months of it in the IPL if you really like T20 cricket.
But we are watching some lovely red ball action. Here's Vian Mulder again round the wicket, attacking the pads. It's just worked away into the leg side, off the thigh pad of Nick Gubbins, and there is one ball left in the over.
Yeah, having a bit in two minds about Harmer bowling so early, but because I think the evidence of the game so far is you want to get the seamers on when you know it's best for them. But we'll see. He'll doubtless take a wicket, and that'll absolutely justify why he's on.
Mulder just got one ball left to go in the end of his over. In a minute, we're going to do one of the fastest transitions of commentary of all time. Kevin James will take over, but here's Vian Mulder past the umpire, left alone by Tom Press, but it is a no ball, so there will be one extra delivery as Kevin James will be joining us.
Well, we've had a bit of rain in the air for the last few minutes, but there's no more. The umpire's clearly deciding that it's nothing to worry about. And I'm looking across to the New Forest, actually. It looks like blue sky.
Vian Mulder then, final ball of his over. Nice to have Kevin James back in the commentary box. We heard from Nick Gledhill there. And he is Vian Mulder, left alone by Tom Press. So that concludes the over. Another good leave from the Hampshire batters as they take the patient approach here. 43 for 1 Hampshire, ending Vian Mulder's over. He is 0 for 10 off his 2.
So half an hour till tea. Hampshire 43 for 1, 262 runs behind. Email here from Archie. HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk says, just wanted to say good afternoon and how much I aspire to become a pro cricketer. To watch cricket is so inspiring. And he doesn't say how old he is. Assuming it's a he.
Indeed.
That's all the information I have.
Here's Simon Harmer from the pavilion end, defended into the offside by Nick Gubbins. Well, hopefully, some commentary up here as well can make it even more inspiring, don't you think, Kevin? Do you think we're having that impact?
I think we're all inspired by yourself, Charlie.
Well, Simon Harmer here, right arm round the wicket as I trip over a chair and it's defended into the offside for no run. 43 for 1. That is a really poorly placed
You got carried away with me saying that about you, didn't you?
Yeah, well, I'm not inspiring anymore. If anyone was inspired by me very briefly, I've just fallen over on commentary. Simon Harmer in again past the umpire with a little hop, defended again into the offside by Nick Gubbins. A shout of no as another dot ball goes Simon Harmer's way.
Pete Hamer has emailed HampshireCricket@gmail.com. No, HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk.
Simon Harmer hits the crease, bowls shorter, pushed out towards cover for no run.
He says, enjoying and watching and listening. Decent pictures on YouTube, he says. I've given up on Lancashire. With the politics of it all, then it's nice to flick between games. So he's with us at the moment. There's a lot going on up there.
Yeah, there is. Not too much to mention. Here's Simon Harmer who bowls and it's defended again by Nick Gubbins. The Lancashire, what a club! It's a county I'd love to see back in Division 1 soon.
I would do, because the media facilities are awesome. If nothing else.
Really care about who we're playing against there. This one's just played back towards the bowler by Nick Gubbins. Dot ball.
I mentioned it yesterday. I think I've read somewhere that, that there's a group of, I think, ex-players who are trying to put pressure on the current administrators there. So that's problems off the field there. I think they're due to play a couple of games at their new ground at Farlington this year as well. I think I've read. So that's positive news up there. James Anderson's getting wickets. That's positive news.
Things are looking up for Lancashire. 43 for 1 at the end of the over. That one bowled by Simon Harmer. So we'll be returning to the hotel end here for Vian Mulder, who's at the top of his mark and ready to go. Hampshire putting up a good fight after losing the early wicket of Joe Weatherly. Now Tom Preston, Nick Gubbins combining well.
Here's Mulder, right arm over, runs away from us and bowls, and Prest pushes that out to extra cover. Now Archie's getting a bit carried away on the emails now. He says, is it me or is Mulder bowling with real gas? One of the fastest for Essex in a while. I'm not sure he's quite in that league. He's a decent pace. I think you'd call him in county cricket decent pace. I don't think you would say any more.
I think the way I'd put it is that Sonny Baker was bowling considerably quicker.
Yep.
I'd say watching from side on day one, I was out just right of the Shane Warne stand as I look, and he looked fast.
Yeah. Mulder in again, bowls, pressed drives, half stopped by Mulder, flicks it on to Gubbins, who deflects it past a diving Harmer at mid-on, and it goes for 4. So it had about 3 different trajectories on that shot. But one thing was for sure, Prest timed that nicely, as he has done several of his shots to date, and he moves on to 27. And Hampshire following on to 47 for 1, behind by 258.
You know, sometimes you can tell early in a season where a player is entering with some confidence. And so, some of the shots that Tom Prest has been playing in the first innings and in the second innings have been showing a sign of he's left the winter nets with an air of confidence, and he's easily a good enough player to be able to score plenty of runs this season.
Mulder, sunshine is out. Prest plays with a perfectly straight bat up towards mid-on. I think this team needs a Tom Prest in form, not just in form, but a Tom Prest that has a good career, because he's very pleasing on the eye. Very pleasing on the eye. His shots are economical, really, aren't they, for maximum gain. And if he can cement a place at number 3, the team will be infinitely better for it. It's just that he hasn't been able to really kick on from his promising youth. That's played out to point. We've all known he's been a good player. His numbers were down last year. He looked all at sea last year, if we're honest. Only averaged 26, 485 from 12 matches. And he found many different ways to get out, and at times he looked a little bit lost, but he's put a lot of work in his game this winter, and if it pays off and he is one of those promising youngsters that kick on, Hampshire will be all the better for it. Their batting will just look a lot better for it. That's a nice shot, and it's half stopped at mid-on, and it's ricocheted away towards the boundary, and Prest will pick up 2.
He's the kind of batter where his mindset won't change from in form to out of form. And as you say, last year, slightly out of form Tom Prest, his mindset stayed the same. And you can see, now he's in brilliant form, these shots coming off the bat beautifully, tucking into balls that even sometimes aren't quite there to hit, and he's putting them away to the fence. So out of form, that doesn't necessarily look that good, but he's hitting the ball nicely. 29 now for him.
Mulder again has 3 slips for Prest. And bowls. Prest is forward, just turned around a fraction. Email here from Nick Powell, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Apologies if this has already been answered, says Nick. But do we know who picked the team? Excuse me.
Do we know who picked the team?
Well, I think it's pretty obvious that the head coach, and with input from the coaching staff and captain, director of cricket.
Yeah, Ben Brown would have had a little bit of a impact on it. Russell Domingo, new head coach for 2026. Shane Berger, the bowling coach. Jimmy Anderson. Not Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Adams, the batting coach. Mulder bowls and defended into the offside by Prest. As he continues, that brings that over to an end. 14 overs gone. Hampshire now sit 51 for 1. Following on earlier in the day, their first innings ended at 156 all out after Essex's first innings score of 461 for 7 declared. And Nick Gubbins and Tom Prest putting up a nice fight. 51 for 1 now, Hampshire. And Gubbins a little bit slower than Tom Prest. He's 30 not out of 42, but he'll be at the striking end for this over from Simon Harmer, who's tossing the ball from right to left hand. A helmet's been brought out, so we're going to have a short leg and a slip. Dino Elgar's going into a first slip. Backward point, forward sort of cover point, slightly deeper. Extra cover closer mid-off as well. Here's Simon Harmer, right arm round, and Nick Gubbins drops it into the offside, and will be no run, picked up by extra cover. And then working around the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a slightly backward square leg to go along with that short leg. Michael Pepper under the helmet, behind the stump. So Simon Harmer with still 14 over old ball, and in Hampshire's first innings, Essex was still getting this ball to do a lot with fast bowling at this point. But here's Simon Harmer, who bowls and defended straight towards a now silly point. Nick Gubbins playing that ball there. He's on 13 still. So short leg's been moved into a silly point position to try and add a little bit of pressure to the Hampshire batters. Here's Simon Harmer again, past the umpire, right arm round, and Gubbins playing it straight back to the bowler for no run. 51 for 1 Hampshire.
There was more to the email, by the way.
Sorry, Kevin James. I do apologise. Shall I make way?
No, you were in full flow, and I didn't want to interrupt you.
Well, here's Simon Harmer again. I'll keep talking. And he bowls, and Nick Gubbins defends into backward point. No run.
So Nick followed that about who picked the team. About the report about Bayer Swanepoel going AWOL. Mentioned that Russell Domingo only left for the UK last Saturday, which is ridiculous. That's right. Well, he's been here a little while, but that was his team. That's Cricket South Africa provincial one-day final.
Harmer bowls and played out towards backward point by Nick Gubbins. No run.
Lions against the Titans. Cody Youssef and Bayer Swanepoel playing in the same team. That's Russell's team. He had to leave early to come here. And Swanepoel leaving, as we mentioned yesterday, and has been reported in the media, leaving 8 overs early in that final.
Simon Harmer bowls again and defended straight towards silly point by Nick Gubbins. Yeah, very interesting conversation with Cody Youssef on the eve of day 1, where he wasn't really aware, was he, either, as captain, and only really realised with 3 overs to go where he was a fielder short. So surprise all round in that team, especially in a final for a player just to leave the pitch. But that concludes the over then from Simon Harmer. The score is, any ideas what the score is, everybody? 15 overs gone. 51 for 1. There we go. Tom Prest on 29 and Gubbins on 13.
Well, all of a sudden we have a different set of problems because now the sun's out, it's difficult to see the screen. So, having frozen to death for 2.5 days, we've now got a situation where it's almost too bright. But hey, we can't keep finding ways to complain. It's looking lovely out there, and the blue sky is predominantly above us, and I think we're set for some sun for a while now as Mulder comes in, and Prest works that to short mid-wicket. And Hampshire remain 254 runs behind, having started this innings 305 runs behind. The order of the day is to show some fight and to bat as long as possible, frustrate Essex, and for several of the batters to get into form, show the Hampshire public who want to see some of these youngsters coming through. Prest be the one. Got a half century in the final pre-season game against Sussex last weekend. That's a nice flick down to fine leg. And that's racing away to the far end of the ground, and Prest moves on to 33, and that's the 50 partnership between these two for the second wicket.
Yeah, Tom Prest just picking up on any loose deliveries by a slightly tiring Essex bowling attack. They've had to bowl throughout the whole of the Hampshire first innings, where they dismissed them for 156, and now they're out there again after Sam Cook elected to make Hampshire follow on. But a slightly loose delivery from Vian Mulder, and Tom Prest tucks it away down to fine leg, brings up the 50 partnership for these two. Gubbins taking the more defensive approach, whilst Prest is, you could say, meeting fire with a little bit of fire. He's 33 off 42, batting confidently and swiftly.
Richard Edwards has emailed with an email he sent to us yesterday, but we had lots of technical problems, so it was not heard. Prest gets tucked up there a little bit with the ball. It just comes back into him a fraction, works it on the leg side. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I did send you this email yesterday, but with no sound on the link, and he went to the Saints game last night. He didn't hear any thoughts. We probably did say something, but not many people were listening to us at some point. He said, at the game yesterday, discussed the following on selection and the squad. He says, I've altered it slightly, as had more time to think, so added Dom Kelly and Scott Curry. Where is Brad Wheel? Brad Wheel is injured, unfortunately. I'm not sure for how long. Might be a couple of weeks, I think. That's played out on the offside, and there is no run. We were at the game yesterday and named 10 Hampshire players that were not involved at all who are all comfortably able to play first team cricket. That's why it is a big squad this year. And the test, there's two tests going on really. One is for the players selected to make the positions their own, and of course the other one is just try and keep everybody happy. And that is not an easy job, not when you've got a lot of youngsters who are all vying to make themselves indispensable basically. First is forward. It's a huge squad, says Richard. Players not getting opportunities. Brad, we always mentioned. James Fuller apparently is fit after an operation during the winter, but he wasn't in the squad. Manny Lumsden's still a bit young. He's only about 17. His time will come. Turner, we've mentioned, is injured. I think he's out for a little bit longer. Don Kelly, good promising all-rounder, but probably a little bit down the pecking order. Scott Curry was probably a bit higher up the pecking order as an all-rounder, but he was one of two players left out of this team from the squad that was named. Here's Mulder. Prest pushes through the covers. Lovely shot. A little bit wide, but Prest has stroked that through the gap. And that is 4 runs. He does play some pleasant-looking shots when he gets it right, and there's one of them. 37, he moves on to 59 for 1. Clearly, these might not all be fit. Well, most of them are. What else does he say? I doubt even Surrey have this much in reserve. Wouldn't bet. So, yeah, hopefully that's explained some of the reasons. But yes, it's. I think there's 2 or 3 that would consider themselves not be a bit unlucky not to be selected for this match. But you've got to select 11, and then it's up to those 11 to perform and make themselves undroppable.
Yeah, I guess the one thing that's slightly tricky to say at this point is, as you say, you've got a lot of young batters waiting in the wings. Toby Albert, Ali Orr, Fletcher Middleton played pretty well last year. And it's almost the question is, how long are you going to give these players a chance to perform at the start of the season? As Simon Harmer begins an over, little appeal for LBW, but it's dropped into the leg side. So a lot of young batters especially waiting in the wings to have a crack at it in this year's county championship. It'd be interesting to see how fluid this Hampshire lineup becomes. Here is Simon Harmer again, a swipe through mid-on, brilliant shot by Nick Gubbins, and it smashes into the advertisement boarding and beats the mid-on fielder on the straight side. And it was quite a brilliant shot actually from Nick Gubbins, whipping it from outside the line. It was around the wicket from Harmer, came down the track and just using his wrist to flick it through mid-on. Glorious shot from Gubbins. A little bit of intent there from him.
Nearly took Tom Prest out. Had to take some evasive action.
Did do well. He's not only seeing it well, but he's seeing it well from the non-striker's end as well. Simon Harmer, right arm round and edged out towards short third man for a dot ball. 3 balls gone, 63 for 1.
Probably the best weather of the game at the moment.
Yep, the sun's shining down, especially glinting off the top of the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion. Lots of blue sky hanging around. Simon Harmer and again bowls, and again that same shot out towards short third man, just off the outside half of the bat. Any dark grey clouds seem to have passed us by, and we're looking out above the Shane Warne stand at a slightly bluer sky. Maybe a couple of greyish clouds, but they don't look too threatening. Here's Simon Harmer again, and it's defended to silly point. This is the picture of county cricket for me here, Kevin James. This is what we've missed so far over the first 3 days. Is that I don't really know why the floodlights are still on, to be honest, but it's bright, it's shining, and a lovely day for cricket. Simon Harmer in again, past the umpire and cut away by Nick Gubbins, beats the fielder at forward point and goes perfectly square of the wicket and thrashes into the hover cover, and it's 4 runs added, and Nick Gubbins scores 8 in the over. He moves up to 21, and Hampshire 67 for 1. This is more like it, Kevin James.
It certainly is for the moment, but it's a long haul yet. They're still 238 behind. They've given themselves an awful lot to do by having batted too well in the first innings and probably conceding too many in the Essex first innings. But nevertheless, they are where they are. Whether they can save this match is a tall order, but at the very least we want to see some batters get in, get some scores and give some hope, I guess, moving on to Headingley. But Essex won't make it easy for them, that's for sure, even if conditions are getting a little easier for batting. Thanks very much, Charlie. Nick Gledhill coming in to take us up to tea alongside myself, Kevin James, and it looks like Shane Snater is back into the attack. I say back into the attack. He's yet to bowl in this second innings, Nick.
Well, that was the point I was about to make until he actually started to come to the bowling crease, because he hasn't bowled yet. And I think I might have been tempted to have given him a go before Harmer, but I can understand that there are different ways of thinking. I think that Essex think this could be a bit of a long haul, and they want to ration out the seam bowlers low because we've got loads of games coming up. Here is Snater, and that's played defensively by Prest, who's been so impressive, 37 from 47 balls. And as I say, we did say that the strategy here for Hampshire surely is Nick Gubbins to drop anchor. Occasionally he's shown a bit of aggression, but 21 from 54 balls is roughly the going rate you might expect from him, 38 runs per 100 balls, where Prest is scoring at twice that rate. So Gubbins drops anchor and the stroke players play round him, and at the moment, in this second wicket partnership, that is working. Here is Snater up to the wicket from the Northern End bowls, and that's played off the back foot up towards cover, and there's no run. 67 for 1, but much more encouraging from a Hampshire perspective. 238 is the deficit, and I say that I don't think Essex will be unduly worried yet, but they'll probably have an idea that this is going to be much harder work than it was first time round.
Yeah, and I'm sure they were expecting it. With sunshine out, it's bound to get a little harder. What are we into the 18th over with this ball? There's still a bit of hardness there, but it'll get tougher.
Harmer again with 2 slips, a short mid wicket in and 5 saving 1, and this is a stroke played away in the end pretty comfortably, wide of the second slip. I think we can say that Prest had control of that, and it goes away down towards the third man boundary, just off an open face, and steered away. Just having a look at the replay again. Yeah, he sort of knew where he was hitting that. It was through a sort of gully region, and played away nicely. So 4 more to him, 71 for 1. He's 41 not out. And as I say, I think he was impressive briefly in the first innings, but he's looked good in both innings. And
for me, he's the natural successor to James Vince.
Yeah.
But I'll come back to that.
Yeah, obviously that's a big ask as Snater bowls, and this is a pull drive. It's not quite timed. It's past that short mid wicket, and they're going to get back for a second run after a bit of hesitation. There was always 2 there. There was momentary hesitation, but it was a long chase round for mid on there, and they get back for the second. 43 Prest, 73 for 1.
He has flair, and he is a lovely batter to watch. I'd come up. I'd make an effort to come up and watch him. He makes things look very simple, a la Vince. I just think Hampshire need Prest to play like he's playing. His technique is much tighter in this innings. His technique was tight in the first innings until he made that one mistake.
Snater coming on in the 18th over, bowls a full length delivery, which Prest again with that tight technique, bat and pad together, plays up into the onside, and there's no run. Only Joe Weatherly has gone in the second innings, and I heard about discussion between the two of you about how many chances the Hampshire players will get. I'm sure Weatherly will play at Headingley, but one I always keep an eye out for is Toby Albert, who I think is a considerable talent.
Yes, he is, and there's no doubt about it. I mean, he had a great white ball season last year, especially T20, most runs in the tournament. But he only averaged 20 in the championship last year from 10 matches. Yeah, so that
he had a good sample size. Yeah.
And he has had some success in the championship in the past.
Here is Snater up to the wicket bowls, and again bat and pad together, pushed up into the offside. Quick single. It was a direct hit. Now it was an appeal, but I think that's actually going to go away for 4, which is unlucky for Essex. Hallison got a direct hit. It just skimmed the top of the stumps. It always looked in. I think it was a reasonably well-judged single, but it's flown away to the boundary on the far side of the ground. And just for the first time in the game, Essex might think things are not quite going their way. But I think that was reasonably comfortable when the ball hit the top of the stumps. But as it turns out, that's Prest going from 43 to 48, and it's 78 for 1.
It's a nice little bonus when you see that, isn't it, really? But yeah, just to sort of emphasising the point, really, I think if Prest plays like this all season with a nice temperament, doesn't get carried away, cuts out those little mistakes that he made last year, and I think he will be, when Hampshire look back this year, whether they go down or stay up or whatever they do, he's one of those players that you want to come through. They are looking for 2 or 3 youngsters, batters and bowlers, just 2 maybe, to come through and actually look like they're going to be giving a good dozen years service, 10 dozen years service. And if he can do that, I think that is a massive, massive plus. He's threatened it, but hasn't quite got there yet. 78 for 1, 5 minutes until tea. Still 42 overs left in the day. Still plenty of cricket left. Still plenty of time for Essex to get amongst the wickets if indeed they do. Pressed his forward to Harmer.
I would have been inclined to give Critchley an exploratory over before tea. He's had a pretty good game so far. As it is, if there is one more over, you'd expect a Snater to get a second over. But I thought he might have bowled this over.
Pressed his forward, not quite out of the middle of the bat. There is a short leg in, just in case one bites in the bowler's footmarks. I don't know if we've got time for this, Nick. This is for both of us. Ed Irwin, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. I'm just interested with the best game you've ever commentated on is. I'd love to get your take.
We'll think about over the tea interval.
Yeah, I think we'll do it. We'll do that one after tea. Give us 20 minutes. That's pushed away on the offside by Prest and moves on to 49.
Should we limit it to red ball games just to make it?
Whichever one, really.
Right.
Yeah, there must be. I think I can think of 2 or 3, but I'll pick one. But yeah, we'll do that. So that brings Nick Gubbins back on strike. Gubbins is 21, playing just the sort of role that Hampshire would hope that he would do, having moved up to open the order. It's played quietly out square on the offside.
So tea at Edgbaston, where Warwickshire 544 all out, lead by 216 over Surrey, and Somerset latest is 27 for 1. They're 36 ahead of Notts at Taunton.
Gubbins cuts away, can't quite pierce the field on the offside. It's fairly deep.
Sussex 360 for 9, lead Leicestershire by 476. They've got a deficit already of 12 points for the season. I'm shouting declare at them from here. I mean, they want to make sure they've got enough time to win that game and knock off that 12-point deficit.
I think there's a few teams that would hope they don't. But I know what you mean. That's played into the offside end of the over. 1 run off that Harmer over, 79 for 1 following on.
And well done to Glamorgan, good start. They're 302 all out, and they've bowled Yorkshire out for 226. They are 76 runs behind them. Mason Crane has taken 5 for 55 in early April. Well done to the former Hampshire and briefly England leg spinner. That's a terrific start to the season for him. It's fair to say that Glamorgan have given him more of an opportunity in the red ball game than he was getting here. But what a start for Mason Crane, and well, let's add him into the mix for potential England spinners, because we actually know that he's developed as a batter over the years as well.
Yeah, he worked hard on his batting here, but yeah, in the end his career here cut short, or he would probably say that. But, yeah, always had the potential. It just wasn't quite consistent enough, and of course with Liam Dawson was always going to play as the main spinner. It's not always possible to play 2, is it?
Well, it's interesting because Snater's about to bowl, the batter's ready, but Slip and keeper aren't. So something's going on there. I think it's just Pepper taking the gloves off, but we've got the 2 slips in. It was probably the last over before tea. It was a short mid-wicket and 5 saving 1 and 2 slips. And Snater up to the wicket, bowls, misses run down up towards square cover, and there's no run. And Prest 49. It doesn't really matter if he gets his 50 before tea. The key thing from a Hampshire point of view, of course, he's still there. He's played wonderfully well, good partnership with Nick Gubbins, and it's the first real foothold that Hampshire have had in the game. Well, it was relatively even at lunchtime yesterday, 300 odd for 6, but certainly since it was around about 60 odd for 3 with Wesley injured in the Essex first innings. It's been all Essex since then, as this is clipped away, goes straight towards wide mid-wicket. Snater would have been hoping that Prest would have hit that in the air, but in fact it went to ground. And fielder, who's close enough to square leg umpire, to have a chat. There's convivial chats, of course, between the fielders and the umpires. They seem to have taken it up in the Premier League, with the referee standing inside the team huddle at the Chelsea game, of course. But it's never quite the same in the football environment. 79 for 1, deficit 226. As Snater bowls, and just coming forward, that's played up towards Elgar at mid-on. So Yeah, it's great to see cricket going on everywhere except, unfortunately, of course, at Durham, where I think that there's been some sort of inspection going on about the conditions and the surrounds of the ground after Storm Dave, and we'll see what the outcome of that is, but no spectators on the ground today. As Snater comes up to the wicket and bowls, and that's just driven away nicely. It's a nice accurate over this from Snater. Played up towards mid-on. His first over was expensive, but this is much more. He hasn't conceded a run. He's kept it very quiet in the first 4 balls. Just thought he might have bowled a bit earlier, Kevin. I was a bit surprised that Harmer came on quite as soon as he did, but obviously Harmer's a very high-class performer, so you can understand both sides of the argument.
Yeah, it's difficult. You see him a lot more than I do. Whenever I usually see him, he's taking wickets.
Yes,
so
that's the reason why was the opposition dread seeing him bowl. Here is a good shot. That's going down the ground between the bowler and mid-on, and it will bring Tom Prest's 50 in his 60th delivery. That's been a high-class innings, and from the Hampshire point of view, as he raises his bat to the crowd, he needs to keep it on.
4th half-century for Tom Prest, with 400s to go with that as well. His relatively short career. That is, for me, that's a high-class half-century.
Yeah, I thought he played really well, and that's 10-4, so all but 10 of his runs have come in boundaries.
Yeah, there's been nothing loose about that innings at all. Normally with a Tom Prest half-century, there's a few wafts outside off stump. There's been none of that.
Here's Snater up to the wicket again, and this is driven up towards mid-on. And I know he has a fan in the Essex camp, none other than the captain, because Tom Wesley, I remember interviewing in the game when Tom Prest got runs for Hampshire at Chelmsford, and Tom Wesley said to me that he thought he was a very good player, and he's got more evidence of that now, and Wesley's a pretty good judge. And that is tea, and that is the best session of the game so far for Hampshire. 83 for 1. They go in 2-2-2 behind, so much hopping and skipping around for those who are superstitious, but it's critical for Hampshire that they do much the same in the final session on this 3rd day.
Yeah, there wasn't much in the first innings for Hampshire to really get too excited about with the season ahead, but I think in this second innings following on, I think there's a lot to get excited about. It's early days, but there's some promising signs there, but Essex certainly won't be letting up in this final session, so stay with us. We'll be back in about 20 minutes and just see how this final session on day 3 pans out.
Well, welcome back to Utilita Bowl. The umpires are making their way out in some glorious sunshine. The clouds are slowly disappearing and the sun is just creeping into our vision here at the top of the camera gantry at the hotel end. Well, Hampshire have put up a good fight. They're 83 for 1 now. They were forced to follow on after posting 156 in reply to Essex's 461 for 7 declared. But 83 for 1 now. Nick Gubbins not out on 21 off 57, but it's been a terrific start to 2026. For Tom Press, 53 not out off 61 balls. We've been raving about his innings in the tea break. He's been pouncing on width and full deliveries and hardly played a full shot. But I'm joined here by Kevin James. Nick Gledhill will join you shortly. But we're not going to big up Tom Press too much because we heard what happened in the first innings. Kevin James.
Yes, well, all we can comment on is what we've seen so far, and I think the best way to sum it up is more of the same, please. Because he has played very, very nicely indeed. As has Nick Gubbins. It's shown that Hampshire can fight, and will need to show that throughout the season. And it's especially difficult to fight when you are coming second comfortably in a game, which Hampshire are and have been, because Essex really have been all over them in the first 2.5 days. But there's a long way to go. There's 4 sessions left in the match. Whether that's too long, and Essex will claim victory. I think Essex, to be fair, do deserve to win this game. But as we've seen so often here on this pitch, that things get much easier and easier as the game goes on, and bowling gets a little bit more difficult. Essex will have to work very, very hard here to win this game. But they're in a good position, despite the good session that Hampshire have just had.
So Sam Cook looks to be leading things off in the evening session for Essex. He's bowled very well in this second innings, 4 overs, 0 for 6, and his figures look very similar in the second innings before 1 over from Eddie Jack took him for 17. It was his first over back into his spell, and that's slightly affected his bowling figures, fair to say, because he did bowl very well in the first innings. Here we go then, Sam Cook to set things off in the evening session. Past the umpire, right arm round, and Nick Gubbins tucks it into square leg for no run. 83 for 1, Hampshire.
Yes, and all the time the sun shines out, it will make it difficult for the bowlers. This pitch will flatten out even quicker, and the pace will be taken out of it even quicker. And I can't see a nasty cloud in sight for the moment. I don't think there's any set to be arriving unexpectedly, so it should be a good evening session weather-wise. And just to show the extremes that we have up here, we're now racing to take peeling clothing off.
Sam Cook bowls again, struck on the pad, little shout from the slip cordon, but not given. It's funny, every time we said, oh, here's some blue sky, 5 seconds later the Storm Dave wind has blown in a whole heap of dark grey clouds. So at the minute we've seen more blue sky than we've seen for all of the first 3 days. But Nick Gubbins will be looking to make the most of it as he faces up to Sam Cook again, who's at the top of his mark. Does a loop round the sawdust, which now is a very depleted pile. But he runs in halfway through now, hits the crease, bowls, and Nick Gubbins just blocks confidently up towards mid-on. Hampshire batters looking to go into the evening session in a similar fashion as it ended. It's been a brilliant partnership, just under 80, so 79 runs so far this partnership. And I'll be willing to, I will check this, but I'll be willing to say biggest partnership of the game.
The game? No, it's
no, not the game of Hampshire's.
Oh, Hampshire's
game.
innings, yeah.
Yeah, that was some shout compared to the 186 run partnership between Charlie Allison and Matt Critchley. But here's Sam Cook again, full, and Gubbins just blocks up towards cover where Shane Snater picks up.
Now, we've been working hard during the tea break. Normally we sit around and have a laze and lie flat out for 20 minutes. But this has been different because Ed Irwin, who emailed just before tea, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, was asking what was the best game we've ever commentated in. So we've been scouring the history books,
Sam Cook in again, defended by Gubbins, no run.
Charlie hasn't had to scour too much because he's fairly new to this, so he hasn't had to go back as far as myself and Nick. So I think, well, Nick will be on in about 15 minutes or so, so he's got his waiting in the wings. But Charlie's got one, I've picked one out. So at some opportune moment, Charlie, you can reveal what has been the best game that you've commentated on.
Well, in my limited career, I've had a couple of crackers, Kevin. You might not think so, but here's Sam Cook. We'll divulge into it after this delivery. Here he comes, right arm round again. Gubbins defends confidently. At the end of last summer, Hampshire against Derbyshire, on one of the few games Kevin James decided to, take a break from Hampshire commentary. But Hampshire, in response to a monumental 339 for 5 from Derbyshire, which included a Caleb Jewell 98 in the first innings, and a 44 from Martin Anderson. That's the end of the over, by the way, 83 for 1 Hampshire. In response, Hampshire, at different points throughout the innings, thought they were never going to get up to their highest list A chase, but with 5 balls to spare, thanks to Fletcher Middleton's 57 and Ben Brown's 56 and a Ben Mays 62 not out in his first season in the Hampshire first team, they managed to get over the line with 5 balls to spare. I think it was one of those games where with each wicket it then confirmed that Hampshire would not be able to win the game, but a few partnerships throughout the whole innings were able to get over the line in the end. It was a terrific watch. Sorry you weren't there, Kevin.
No, that's right. So highest ever list A run chase.
Yeah, if that's correct.
Harmer's on, and he was just about to bowl around the wicket there, and he pulled up for some reason. I'm not quite sure why. I think he wasn't quite sure or wasn't quite happy where the umpire was standing. Anyway, he's ready to go. He's around the wicket to Tom Prest, who's got the short leg in, and he's got the first slip in, and he's pushing forward, and that's out to extra cover. Well, that's not a bad, in a short amount of games that you've done, that's not a bad one to be part of the Hampshire history books.
Thank you, Kevin.
Well, it is, isn't it? I mean, it's rather than just a random game. That's, you're actually you were witness to part of Hampshire's history. A single to Prest on the leg side. 84 for 1. The one I picked out, and I could have picked out several, but the one I'm going to mention is all the way back to July 2005. A C&G Trophy quarter-final match at the Oval. It's Gubbins drives and plays and misses, and Pepper's whipped the bails off. That looks like it's just turned a little bit out of the bowler's rough. Just watch this again. It's just straightened a fraction. That's what Harmer's aiming for. So this was the 15th of July 2005. It was the year that Hampshire actually won the C&G Trophy when they beat Warwickshire in the final. They beat Yorkshire in the semi-final here. But the quarter-final set things up against Surrey. And at one stage it looked like Hampshire would not be progressing past that stage because Surrey batted first and made a whopping 358 for 6. With Jonathan Batty opening the innings for Surrey, keeper. That's played out quietly on the offside by Gubbins, making 158 not out. There was a 60 from the late Graham Thorpe. And Hampshire in reply got over the line. 8 down. Sweep by Gubbins. Misses. Comes off the pads of Pepper. End of the over. Harmer's gone for 1 in that over. And 84 for 1 at Hampshire following on. There was a superb innings of 132 from Shane Watson. Craig McMillan, the New Zealander, made 42 in the middle of the order there. But it needed an innings, a little cameo towards the end from Sean Udall. 44 not out from 39 to get Hampshire over the line when it really did look as though, even with Shane Watson's effort, it wasn't going to be enough. And Hampshire got home with 13 balls to spare. It was a magic game at the Oval. Full house, or felt like a full house. And for a large part of it, and that run chase, it did look as though Surrey were the likely winners. So that's the game I've picked out.
Well, thank you very much for that, Kevin. Here's Sam Cook in again from the pavilion end, and Tom Prest tucks it away out towards fine leg. You were talking in the tea break about the glory days of Shane Watson, Michael Clarke, and players alike.
Shane Wall, yeah.
indeed as well. Kevin Peterson. I mean, we could list for hours, couldn't we? But Sam Cook then. He's got another ball to come. He's just began his over. This is the 23rd of Hampshire's innings. And at 4:31, Gubbins on 21, facing up to Sam Cook. Only one thing on the batters' minds at the minute, which is to see out the rest of the evening and see out most of tomorrow as the sun beams down on this blue sky. Here's Sam Cook again, and inside edged out towards square leg by Gubbins. A little scratch of his middle stump guard and shadow batting his way towards the next delivery. So thanks for that email to hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I see Kevin James got another one. I'm not going to go to him just yet, just in case you're not ready.
Oh, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm sure you're ready.
I'm always ready.
Well, Sam Cook's about to begin, so I'm sure we'll hear that in a moment's time. Here comes Cook, strides lengthening as he bowls now. And a drive just inside edged up towards Cook, no run.
So Stephen White has messaged us on email, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, not exactly the score I was hoping for waking up in Mexico this morning, having recently moved here. Fear this may be one season too early for our younger guys. Hoping Press can bat his way into form, and I still feel he is the man to replace the runs we're missing from James Vince. Hoping somebody can conjure up a Hamler-esque innings here. Loving the stream and hoping for a good season.
Cook bowls in again and tucked away in towards a short catching mid-wicket. Moves along with two catches in the slip cordon. But we were talking in the tea break again, weren't we, about Prest, how there's been a little bit of a hole in this middle order since James Vince didn't come back for red ball cricket. And Tom Prest not only plays in a similar fashion, but has an ability to fill that gap. At number 3 for Hampshire, if he can cash in today, it would set up their season for better things. Here's Sam Cook in again, and sort of played out towards a backward point along the ground. No run, 85 for 1.
Yeah, and sorry, just to go back to the email, the Hamler-esque innings he's referring to, because you won't know what we're talking about here, do you? About 3 or 4 years ago, might have been a little bit longer than that actually, Surrey were batting out to save the game against Hampshire. Can you believe that? Surrey were batting out to save the game against Hashim Amla. I'll have to look this up, but off the top of my head, scored 25 all day, something like that. He just blocked everything.
Cook bowls leading edge up towards mid-off, no run for Gubbins.
And Dave Allen, who was on commentary, and Mark Church, who was on commentary. Whilst I was an admirer of how he was batting and saving the game, I honestly got a bit bored with the way he was playing. But the more he blocked, the more Dave Allen and Mark Church got more excited. They were loving it. They are absolutely loving it. It was like somebody was blasting sixes every ball. That's how excited they were at the way he was blocking. I will look the game up in a minute just to give you the exact stats, but when I say 25 all day, I'm not far away. Can you imagine that? Getting 25 in 3 sessions.
Well, I would have said Hashim Amla, of all the defensive sort of shots that go around in the game, Hashim Amla's got one of the slightly more boring defences, if that's even possible.
Well, he certainly had that day. Right, here's Harmer, and we are still in sunshine. Which is very much appreciated as Prest plays that quietly on the onside. Prest is 55. Prest is still scoring at a fair rate, 55 or 65, but it doesn't feel like it's not far off a run of ball. It has never felt like that. Harmer. Prest works that away behind square on the leg side. Fielder there. David Ackland has also emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, Kev, I hope that when you answer the email question about your favourite game, you remember that you told the Hampshire Cricket Heritage that the favourite game you commentated on was the 2005 Surrey-Hampshire quarter-final. Oh, there's a big shout for an LBW, and he's got him. Harmer has pressed LBW, and Harmer's done it again around the wicket, on a wicket that's not turning a lot, and it's a very similar dismissal to Kyle Abbott in the first innings. He's playing around that front pad, it has to be said. But again, an off-spinner coming round the wicket, it's always a little bit more difficult and a bit more tricky for them to get LBW decisions. We kind of need a replay from behind the bowler's arm rather than behind the batter, but I think the one thing I can say on that in Harmer's favour is that Prest is playing around the wicket, around his pad. But take nothing away. Here we go. Here's the replay. If you're watching the picture feed. Oh, is that just about pitching on leg stump?
I don't know. It's really close. I think the one thing that's going the umpire's way is that Prest has got a guard where his back foot's actually outside the line of off stump, and his front foot is on the line of off stump. And Harmer's bowled right arm round, lofted it up there, a little bit of drift, and it's definitely close on that leg side line, both on impact and on pitch. But it's very similar to the wicket that dismissed, I want to say Kyle Abbott in the first innings.
Was Kyle Abbott.
Very similar.
Well, it's a half century for Tom Prest, and he has played very, very nicely, but I go back to my comments. Just watching that again, the umpire's slightly in the way, and I think it's one of those where you really do need to slow it down and just get the exact marker of where that ball is pitched. It's very borderline. It could be one of those magic decisions. I might have another look at it. I've got the video here, so I'll have a sort of closer inspection. But nevertheless, it's been a very, very good innings by Tom Prest. But going back to the comments I made at the start of this innings, is that what I think everybody wants to see from a Hampshire point of view is a batter, once they get in and do the hard part, stay in and go on. That's going to be the true mark of any of these youngsters making the grade. Well, we've got two left-handers out there at the moment, and Lehman is forward to Harmer.
Well, we also mentioned at the start of this Hampshire innings that any of those top three needed to either go big or see through the new ball enough that Jake Lehman, coming in at number 4, doesn't have to face it.
Lehman is forward. So Lehman in the first innings made 34. He was the first wicket that fell this morning after 10 minutes of play. Caught behind off Porter, trying to cut the ball a little too close to him. It's flighted, and he's just pushed that away, just past extra cover for a single. So he's off the mark. 86 for 2, and Harmer's done it again. 1 for 16 from 8.
It's funny, on a day where we thought at different times that Simon Harmer may be coming onto the bowling too early, or maybe this isn't quite the right scenario for Simon Harmer, he's actually got balls to grip. And both the wickets of Kyle Abbott and now Tom Prest, Abbott in the first innings for Hampshire, gripping on about the leg stump line and therefore straightening from that right arm round to the right hander. Good length, leg stump line, straightening and going on, potentially to hit the stump. So Simon Harmer with the breakthrough of a good partnership there between Gubbins and Prest. Prest for his first half century of the summer, going with his 2 from last season. As Sam Cook will get things underway once more. This will be his 7th over, as Jake Lehman just sorts out a little bit of gardening work there. And Lehman faces up. He's got to the spinners, he gets very low, but he's a little bit more upright to the pace of Sam Cook, who's right arm round, and bowls into the play and a miss. Brilliant delivery. First genuine false shot to the pace we've seen in a little bit of a while here, and Jake Lehman just following a brilliant delivery from Sam Cook, which looked to angle in, then just nip away. And he brought his bat away with his orange grip. Just away from the delivery there, which looked very nice there.
Yeah, it's too good. It's done a little bit too much, that one. Oh, bounced and straightened. How'd you play that one? How'd you get an edge on that?
I think he's done well to get quite close to it, to be fair. And Sam Cook curves around at the top of his mark once more. Nick Gubbins just looking quite happy at the non-strikers, but Jake Lehman on strike. Very square on. Here he is, and just tucks it into the leg side from the bowling of Sam Cook. I was thinking it's quite similar. We saw a lot of Jake Weatherald in the Ashes, how he squats down really low and really fidgety with his bat and his back lift. And Jake Lehman, on both accounts, not quite as dramatic. A little bit less fidgety with the bat, but he is still fidgety and still quite squatted. A little bit open stanced as well. That might be due to the right arm round action of Sam Cook, but Jake Lehman looking to add to his 34 in the first innings. He's facing up to Sam Cook, who's past the stumps now, bowls and clips.
Very open.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, that ends the over. A maiden from Cook, and the score is 86 for 2.
The Gledhill coming in. Philip Dick has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Says, lying in bed late on a Sunday evening in, now I've never been to the Philippines, so help me out here, Cebu, Philippines, that's what I'm saying, yes?
CEBU, yeah.
Yeah, it's Cebu, right. Watching excellent YouTube coverage and enjoying the entertaining commentary of Hampshire versus Essex. Thank you very much. Lifelong Essex supporter here, he says. First live match I attended was in 1964 when, as an 8-year-old, my father took me to watch Essex beat Australia by 6 wickets.
That's
right. Players included Trevor Bailey, a young Keith Fletcher, Bill Lawrie and Wally Grout.
Is Harmer bowling, and that's a attempted cut shot. He's bowling from the right end now, Harmer, and looking much more dangerous. Gubbins went on the back foot and tried to cut it. No question that Harmer should be bowling by this stage, and at the right end as well, at this end from which Dawson bowled earlier, the northern end, and he's looking quite dangerous as that's driven away by Gubbins and played up towards cover, and there's no run. Certainly, I know the Essex thinking was there's spin in this pitch and there's potential help for Harmer, and as you mentioned, the ball just gripping a little bit, and he's got a couple of left-handers to deal with. This one is driven away up towards mid-on, and there's no run, and I think he might well have quite a lot of overs to bowl in this final session. 1 for 16 halfway through his 9th over, and we must mention Cook's 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 7. Hasn't got Kyle Abbott to bowl to. Yeah, this is played defensively back down the pitch. Just that reference, if you weren't with us earlier, he had very good first innings figures that were ruined by Kyle Abbott, who took 17 off and over.
Certainly did.
But very useful. Liam Dawson's a fine bowler because he was bowling in the first innings, and now Harmer a little bit further into the game, getting a bit of assistance as here Gubbins just goes onto the back foot and plays it away out towards backward point. But a big disappointment for Hampshire to lose Tom Prest, who had to get himself in again after tea. Didn't quite find his fluency again, but at least that's a good benchmark innings for him in terms of the season ahead. 86 for 2, and this is a defensive shot up into the onside from Harmer, and a maiden over, 1 for 16 in 9. It's a good start to the session for Essex. They want to see if they can make a few more breakthroughs in this final session to really put themselves in pole position for wrapping up the game tomorrow. But Hampshire fighting hard, 86 for 2. They followed on 305 behind.
Just finishing off this email from Philip, who mentioned that game in 1964. He says, 2 years ago my wife and I based ourselves at the hotel at the Utilita Bowl for a couple of weeks, during which time I enjoyed watching some live early season cricket from one of the 3rd floor room balconies overlooking the ground. One match included Nathan Lyon playing for Lancashire, that's right. What I'm missing as much as anything are the glorious hotel breakfasts. I'm not mentioning the hotel's name, by the way, as Cook bowls and Lehman pushes that out to point. Pork sausages, proper bacon, baked beans, fried eggs and hash browns, hoping for an Essex victory to start the season. Clearly there's not too much of those breakfast ingredients in the Philippines.
Well, it's probably true to say if you stay at a hotel where you really like the breakfast, it's probably the biggest reason to go back there.
Yes.
I can think of one in Kent that I like, but it's sounds like I had a good time.
That's for sure. You've got to come up with your best game commentated on in a minute, Nick.
I've got a short list, unfortunately.
You can only pick one as outside the off stump and that's left alone.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, I probably need to give that a bit more thought, but I think there's nothing like a cracking 50 over or 60 overs in the past, you know, a big game, a final or a semi-final. I'm not sure that the current 50 over competition has the same veneer about it. I know you've been to a couple of finals, haven't you? But it's just not quite the same as the Lord's finals, and yeah, they were special occasions, and I think that Hampshire were involved in what I would say was the last proper Lord's final. I think it was in 2018.
Lehman gets a linked ball, which he pushes up to mid-off.
That was the game in which Kent made an awful decision at the toss to go out and field in murderous heat for about 3.5 hours. Hampshire got a good score, and Kent were in no fit state to bat. Basically, it was very, very hot, and Hampshire won that game, as of course they won most Lord's finals. I don't really count the following season where Dawson and Vince couldn't play, if I remember.
That's right.
I don't count that as a proper final.
Somerset game.
Somerset do,
yes.
but I'm not sure I would agree.
Cook from the pavilion in bowls. Lehman is forward. Good linked ball again.
But I can offer a couple of cracking semi-finals, 20 years apart. And 2017, Essex against Nottinghamshire, a semi-final at Chelmsford, where Essex made 370 for 5 in their 50 overs. Tender Scarter 102 and Cook 133. There were 4 Essex players who playing in this game who played in that one. Was it 3 or 4? I think it's 3.
Cook again in the sunshine. Lehman drives through the vacant extra cover area. 4 runs, nicely timed. Lehman moves on to 5.
Yes, Porter, Harmer and Water, who I think were all in their first seasons. And in reply, and Dave Bracegirdle, our Nottinghamshire colleague, will remember this, Nottinghamshire got the runs for 5 wickets with 3 balls to spare. Samit Patel 122, Stephen Mullaney 111, and Harmer 6 overs for 58. The truth is, Harmer, in his early days with Essex, was a brilliant red ball performer, but he wasn't a great white ball performer in terms. He's very, very expensive at times, but he's actually worked on that and become much more effective in the white ball game.
Certainly has. As Cook is in again. Lehman pushes up to mid-on.
But he was a bit expensive at times early on in white ball cricket. So I'll have to think about from this short. I've got 1 championship game and a couple of 50 over games. But we'll mention the others, and I'll try and have a think about which might have been the best of them. It's always difficult to judge championship cricket against white ball games.
Sure. But the one that gave you the most excitement, I guess, calling it home and things like that. I mean,
well, I guess
some games you commentate on, it really does get to you, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I say a big knockout 50-60 over game. Those were special in the days leading up to Lord's finals. They tended to be quite special occasions, because we don't really have that anymore. Slip and a silly point as Harmer comes into bowl, and there's a back foot force, and Gubbins gets a shorter ball, but he puts away. He's probably a bit surprised to get that. Harmer's probably quite surprised he bowled it, but actually it sat up, and Gubbins just put it away for 4. Nice stroke, and Harmer will go back to business as usual, I'm sure, straight away. 94 for 2, deficit 211.
Yeah, make the most of those.
Yeah, because there are not too many of them. Actually, our colleague Paul Newton, who has retired this year, this is one of the reasons I picked this next game. I was with him. This is playing defensively up towards cover, and there is no run. It's another semi-final, and it is from 1997, and it's a very special game. This is played defensively up towards Silly Point, and there is no run. It was a NatWest trophy. I think it's probably 60 overs aside. Semi-final at Chelmsford that went into a second day, and Harmer bowls. This is played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Stephen James made 109 for Glamorgan as they made 301 for 8, and Essex in the chase got there. It was 55. It was basically they got there with 1 wicket left. They had a few overs to spare. It's played defensively into the onside, but it went into a second day because Waqar Yunus was bowling in the dark, and Essex managed to get off, and it was left to Messrs Eilert and such to take them over the line with that last wicket. That was really exciting, and a good crowd came in on the second day just for a couple of 2 or 3 overs, as that's run down off the open face. Good looking shot going down towards the backward point boundary. It will be cut off, and there's a couple of runs there for Gubbins. He goes to 27, taking most of a strike at the moment, 27 from 84 balls. But Harmer looking quite threatening, but not quite on the spot in Matt over, allowing a couple of strokes through the offside. 96 for 2, but I was with Paul on the second morning. It was probably the first time we decided to do alternate overs commentary, as we now do, because there was only about 3 or 4 overs that the game was going to last, so we did it that way. But that was a very special memory, and of course the other reason for that competition having a special memory was because the final was delayed by a day, because it was originally scheduled for the day of the funeral of Diana, Princess of Wales. And it was yeah, a strange feeling there. It was a brilliant performance though against Essex, as their top order demolished Warwickshire in that one-day delayed final in 1997.
Cook started a new over from the pavilion end, around the wicket to Lehman. It's down the leg side, tucks that away fine, and that's going for 4. You'll know that because of the reaction of the crowd. He moves on to 9. That's the Hampshire 100 up in the second innings, following on for the loss of 2 wickets. Just while Nick was talking there, I've looked at the pressed LBW decision quite a few times now on video, and I have to say I think that's quite a good decision. You know, you do, and it automatically think, oh, spinner's coming round the wicket to the right hand, and then is that ball really pitching on line? Is it straightening? It does pitch leg stump, I have to say. So I think that's a really good decision from the umpire. Sunshine's still out, which is grateful. We're all grateful for it. Lehman drives, goes up to short mid-wicket.
Championship game, and I think I did the first 2 days of, and I think Paul actually might have been on at the end. It was a really odd one. Surrey against Essex, and Surrey were champions. And Essex came to the Oval in September, the end of September 2018, and Surrey had an unbeaten record. And basically what happened was that Surrey decided to bat and made 67, which wasn't very good. Burns and Pope, the only 2 to get into double figures, and 4 wickets apiece for Porter. And
oh, is he caught down the leg side? He is. Good catch, Michael Pepper, diving low to his right. He's got a little tickle there. Jake Lehman is a little unlucky, but that's the 3rd wicket down, and Lehman goes for 9.
Yeah, it's a soft dismissal from Lehman's point of view, but it's a great bonus for Essex. It's the sort of thing you need, just when it gets a bit tougher with the ball getting a bit older. Cook, who's been so accurate and deserving the wicket here, getting a bit of a strangle, but he'll take that. And the Australian, a little bit unlucky to be out in the way he was. It was literally just a little bit of a feather through. So that's disappointing, and that's a great double breakthrough since tea for Essex. Gubbins still there. He's playing that anchor role, but the frustrating thing is that a couple of the stroke players have gone, and obviously that's a big wicket to get rid of Jake Lehman at this early stage. 100 for 3, still 205 behind. So, story of that game, Surrey made 67. Yeah, it was Porter and Cook. First, actually the second season they sort of bowled together, but it was only briefly in 2017. I think that Sam Cook came into the side towards the end of the season. Essex applied with 477, so a lead of 110. Simon Harmer 102, not out. His only century for Essex and his highest first-class score. Tom Westley made 134. And then Surrey 541, with Jason Roy 128 and Ollie Pope 114. And so left Essex with a small target, which they got to with 1 wicket left. And Ryan Tendescarter made 53 not out of the 134 for 9 that took them to the target. So it was a classic 2 low scores, 2 high scores game. And I remember being there on the first couple of days, and a Sky commentator who still works for them and is sort of also known for being a musician, probably narrows it down. I overheard him saying, "I'm not quite sure why we're here, because Surrey have already won the title," ex-Surrey player as well. But actually, it turned out to be a pretty astute choice, because it was a classic game of cricket.
Right, here's Sam Cook, and it's captain Ben Brown to face. And Ben Brown cuts it away, and it's going for 4 runs. First up, not quite out of the middle of the bat, but it's a boundary nevertheless. And Ben Brown batting for the 2nd time today, made 3 early on.
Yes, of course, not much county cricket is televised, of course, available on stream, but not too much is televised, and there have been occasions of odd choices in September. I remember the most bizarre choice for me was when the priority game was the 2nd Bob Willis Trophy final. Warwickshire had already won the championship. That was the season Hampshire came very, very close. They won the championship, Lancashire was 2nd, and bizarrely the 2 sides had to play each other again, and Warwickshire were asked once again to proved they were the superior side. I think they bowled Lancashire out very cheaply and duly won that Bob Willis trophy.
Cook into Brown. Oh, Brown's wrapped in front. Oh, that is close. That is very close indeed, unless he got a little inside edge onto that one. Cook just sinks to his knees, close to the batter. Let's have a look at this on the live picture feed again. Going down, maybe just.
Yeah.
I think he's just got the benefit of
Yeah,
the doubt
it's
there.
been a great performance by Cook. If you can single out one Essex bowler, take out that over from against Kyle Abbott with the older ball, when he just came back for an over before lunch. But Sam Cook has been quite superb. And Porter's been there and thereabouts as well. The key thing is the two have worked very well in tandem, both looking to be in fine form.
Cook last ball of this over bowls. There's a tickle down the leg side. Is that off the pad or is it off the bat? It's going for 4. It's 4 runs. And Brown, with 2 boundaries in that over, moves on to 8. 108 for 3. Michael Pepper has taken his 6th catch of the match in that over. Just mention this email. Sorry, you were going to say?
I wonder how close he was to a 7th catch, and 2 leg side strangles in the same over. It was just past him.
It was close, wasn't it? Right, mention this email. Alan Springett at Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, on the best game, did I commentate on the win that Hampshire had over Steve Waugh's Australia in 2001 in here? No, I wasn't, and I didn't. He says that's the one he remembers. Shane Warne was playing for Australia. Robin Smith got a century. The tune immediately after the end of the match on BBC Radio Silent was Every Day by Buddy Holly. And the presenter said that it's not every day that Hampshire beat Australia. Correct, it was only the 2nd time in their history. I subsequently met Alan Mullally in the pub. He took a fifer in that match. The Hampshire wicketkeeper was Ian Brunchweiler, who scored the winning runs. Yes, he did. And he also played in goal at Wembley for AFC Totton. Yes, he did.
Harmer to bowl with a slip and a silly point. Bowls, and that's played defensively by Gubbins, who's looked very good to his 27, 108 for 3.
Yes, Ian Brunchweiler recently was a coach of coaches at Southampton Football Club.
Oh, wow.
And he's now gone off on his own. I met him actually last year up at Birmingham, and he's sort of doing freelance coaching of coaches. Yeah,
He'll be pleased about yesterday's result, as that's played defensively from the crease up towards mid-wicket. So can anyone stay with Gubbins now? Hampshire don't really want to lose any more wickets in this session. They need another partnership. Great fillip for Essex to get rid of Press, who was looking so good, and then Lehman cheaply to a bit of a strangle, but they'll take that. This is played on the bounce up to silly point by Gubbins. Gubbins, say, question for, I think, for Hampshire of taking what they can from this game. They've got Baker's bowling, and they've got Press innings, and the fact that Gubbins is looking in decent form here as he works that one away off his pads up into the onside, goes to mid on, and there's no run. Least surprising news of the day is that Surrey are batting better in their 2nd innings at Edgbaston, 57 for no wicket, 153 behind. And it's played defensively back down the pitch. Alex Stewart's first team talk of the season there at Edgbaston appears to be working, and it's going to be hard work for Warwickshire to bowl them out again. But they've laid down a marker with that 200 run plus lead. Harmer bowls. Oh, that's a beauty, and it's playing a miss outside the off stump, but Harmer looking much more effective from this northern end, where I think he bowled in the 1st innings briefly. Didn't particularly look quite as comfortable at the pavilion end. He's I think no surprise that he's switched. 1 for 22 in 11 overs, 108 for 3, with Gubbins and Brown together. Gubbins 27 and Brown 8, and welcome back to Charlie.
Thanks, Nick. It's a daunting task ahead for Hampshire here, with Essex smelling blood. With 108 for 3 on the scorecard for Hampshire, and with a day and a little bit to bat, with 7 wickets left in hand, it's very, very daunting.
You feel we will play until the natural light fades, and that's probably going to be about 7:15.
Indeed.
We won't have bowled the overs by then, I don't think.
No, and Kevin James mentioned earlier, when the luck's not going your way, it seems to stay like that, especially when you're on the losing side.
Yeah.
That Jake Lehman dismissal down the leg
that
side
was
is a perfect
unlucky.
example.
It was fortunate there wasn't a second one in the over from a Hampshire point of view, because it wasn't too far away once it was adjudged that it was runs off the bat.
But Ben Brown, Hampshire captain, now facing Jamie Porter, the new bowler, dropped up towards mid-on for no run.
But obviously Sam Cook keen to make sure that there's no huge workload for the seamers here, hence I think that was part of the reason for introducing Harmer as early as he did. So rotation of this 4-strong seam attack, and so far it's going pretty well, and once again the wickets are being pretty well shared as they were in the first innings. Just a very good team effort.
Yeah, they're a well-balanced attack, Essex. Here is Porter again. Ben Brown plays defensively.
197 behind. Say that it's going to be a long way to get to parity, and it really needs another significant partnership. It was looking good in that build-up to tea. The way the press was playing, I thought he played superbly well. And unfortunate for him, he couldn't quite get back in again after the break.
It's tricky. It was a very close to a 50-50 call. I think we've agreed up here that it's probably the right decision from the umpire. Yeah. And if it was a brilliant decision. But you can understand why it wouldn't have been given. Here's Porter again, and Ben Brown defends back to the bowler for no run. 108 for 3.
Brown won't want to make the same mistake he did in the first innings when he shouldered arms, but the pitch was probably doing a bit more at that point. We're now into the 31st over. In fact, 30 overs gone and 30 remaining in the day at the start of this over. I don't think we'll get through all 30.
No, Ben Brown falling for 3 off 26 earlier today in Hampshire's innings, where they were bowled all out for 156. They're now in response to being asked to follow on. 108 for 3. Here's Jamie Porter. Right arm over to the right-handed Brown, who works it towards that short mid-wicket for no run.
Yeah, I was saying, Charlie, that you know, particularly thinking back on memorable, obviously T20 games that are closer also, you know, quite memorable, and you get recent games that sort of are decided on a little bit of a mistake or a bit of inspiration from one team or the other. I remember a game at Lords, a T20 game at Lords that Essex should have won 2 or 3 years ago, but didn't quite get the strategy right at the end. And when you get an exciting finish at a place like Lords in a T20 in front of a full house, that's exciting.
Porter bowls and Ben Brown defends. Again, no run.
But one thing, as I say, that is something that's probably in the past now, and maybe we'll come back if we do ever get an early season 50 over competition with a Lords final, it will bring it back. But we used to have 2 county competitions that had Lords finals, of course, one with 55 overs and then another with 60 overs later in the season, and they were such big events, and the knockout stages of those were really thrilling.
I remember a Hampshire final in 2010, I believe. Porter bowls and Brown works into the leg side. I felt like either 2010 or 2011 when Michael Bates took the ball behind the stumps. Kevin James might have to help me out here.
Who against?
I think it was against Warwickshire.
Is it 2005 was Warwickshire?
CB40 when Hampshire won a final.
They beat Warwickshire in a Lords 50 over final in 2005.
Yes. Yes, 2012. Thank you, Kevin James, where Bates took a ball on the full toss, standing up to Kabir Ali, I believe it was. Thanks, Kevin James. I won't claim that. I almost did, as my own information.
Yes, Lords finals, special occasions, and unfortunately, I'm not quite sure they're being replicated at the moment with the current 50 over competition. At least they're being played at the weekend now, not Thursday afternoons, as the first one was. As here's Harmer to bowl, and that's too wide of off stump to interest Gubbins. And Sports Extra 2 with us. And welcome to the Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire are fighting hard, but they've lost 2 crucial wickets after tea, one of whom Tom Prest batted superbly well. But this is played defensively up into the offside, and there is no run, with Simon Harmer having taken a wicket. Jamie Porter also has a wicket, as does Sam Cook, and in fact throughout the match the Essex bowlers have really shared out the wickets that they've been able to snaffle. Slip and a silly point, and that one just played defensively by Gubbins, who's looking secure on 27, but a big setback for Hampshire, losing those 2 wickets since tea, those of Prest and of Lehman. Starting the second innings 305 behind, as that's played defensively up into the offside. So the deficit is under 200, but they only have 7 wickets left. They are, though, batting in the best conditions of the match. We have sunshine and blue sky, whereas it has been overcast for certainly the first 2 days, with very little glimpse of sun or blue sky. It's a beauty from Harmer as an appeal. That's a very concerted shout. supported by everyone, including City Point, who thinks they have the best view, and it's given not out. But left-hander Gubbins, who's taking most of Harmer at the moment, on that occasion looked to be trapped on the back foot, and Harmer was very, very keen on it, and perhaps the thought was it was going over the top, because it didn't look to be any other issue there. That looked to be very close. 108 for 3. Harmer really getting into the groove. A little bit there for him of grip and turn, as that's played defensively by Gubbins up into the offside. Silly Point picks up, and maiden over and very, very close to a wicket. That did look a good shout. 1 for 22, Harmer from 12, and yeah, looking at it again just from the other view, it was a wholehearted appeal from the 3 Essex close fielders, but not upheld. If the thought was it was going over the top, it wasn't missing by much, but it looked a really good shot, I have to be honest. 108 for 3.
Yeah, Nick Gubbins going deep into his crease, then just missing the ball on the outside edge as Simon Harmer is beginning to get a lot more turn. And it's funny, we were almost surprised how early Simon Harmer was brought onto the bowling in this innings, but he's just got better and better in the innings has gone on. And
I don't think he was bowling from the right end first up. I think this is much better end for him.
Well, here's Jamie Porter then. He's bowled very well in the first innings, but he's here in the second, and it's edged, and it's dropped. I'm not sure if it's quite carried, but it's second slip there, who's still on his knee. And I think he looks a little bit disheartened, which suggests a drop. It was a brilliant delivery from Jamie Porter, taking the outside edge. I think it might have just bounced in front of second slip's left
Simon
foot.
Harmer sort of almost standing from the start of his bowling run-up. Certainly went to him low.
Yeah, definitely not an easy one. And they're standing quite close there, to be honest. But 2 slips, catching mid-wicket, and a forward square leg as long as mid-on as well. This time struck on the pad from Jamie Porter. A big appeal, but umpire instantly denies.
Essex creating a lot of near things here, and they'll be confident that perhaps there's another breakthrough just round the corner. Very important, of course, for Hampshire to deny them that. That's going down the leg side. Probably Porter knew that he would have been lucky to get that one upheld, but Harmer much more confident of the one in the previous over.
Yeah, that was a massive appeal there. This one's slightly shorter. Still quite enthusiastic from the Essex fielders. But Jamie Porter just flicking the ball from right to left hand as he steps off again. Shadows lengthening here at Utilita Bowl. He bowls, and it's squeezed out towards a mid-on for no run by Ben Brown.
Earlier in the day, a fantastic start by Essex. 4 quick wickets, 65 for 7. A bit of a rally through Eddie Jack and Carl Abbott in particular. They took the Hampshire total up to a more respectable 156, but they still had to follow on, 305 behind. Lost Joe Weatherly early, and Tom Press played extremely well. And big anticlimax really for the home support when he was out soon after TWW to Harmer for 55, and Lehman going soon after.
Porter bowls defended by Brown. I think Tom Press is going to have a big part to play in Hampshire's summer. It was a free-flowing 50.
Oh, I thought he played really well.
Hardly any false shots, wasn't there, Nick?
It suggests more his form of 2024, and he was averaging close to 50 than perhaps last year when he was struggling a little bit. So that is a good sign for him, but Hampshire have got a lot of work to do. I still think if Hampshire can get out of this game with respectability, even if they lose by an innings in a little bit, it will do them a bit of good.
This one defended by Ben Brown, up to mid-on once more. Confident ball striking from him, but still 108 for 3, 1 ball left.
I mean, at one point it looked like they might get bowled out for 100 and we could be almost done and dusted by now. But the one thing they know is that it gets more difficult to take wickets for the seamers as time goes on here. It's a new ball pitch, but the big thing that Essex have in their advantage is Simon Harmer, and also the fact that Matt Critchley can do no wrong. Career best 173 and 1 for none in 3 balls earlier on.
Bring him back onto the
bowl. I think
bowl.
he ought to have a bit of a bowl.
Here's Porter then, shorter, again blocked into the leg side. But I've got a bit of a feeling, Nick, I've got a little bit of a feeling about this game that we could be seeing something almost miraculous from the Hampshire batters, especially maybe bringing it late on day 4. It's a big ask, but it is possible.
I think they probably needed Jake Lemon to play a major role. I mean, if it's Ben Mays, it's going to be quite a story. But you feel that it needs to be these two and Mays. Dawson, was a very, very good fighter, but and he's capable. of making championship hundreds, batting at number 10 for England in the World Cup. Of course, you sort of forget how good a batter he is, but he'll fight all the way. I think the key thing here for Hampshire is to fight as long as they can, to build up some sort of confidence with good performances with the bat, as with Prest and Harmer bowls, and that's outside the off stump and left alone, and try and have something to build on. I think it's the Yorkshire way next, isn't it? So I have something to build on going into that game, whereas it looked at one point as though they had precious little to build on as a result of what was going on. This is a very good delivery from Harmer, an appeal as he was playing at that. Gubbins, who's taking, as I say, virtually all of Harmer. Harmer again in negotiation with the umpire along the lines of why wasn't that one given out, but it was a delivery which Gubbins was looking to flick away into the onside, and the thinking must have been there that it was not going to hit his leg stump. But again, taking a bit of a risk. He'd been trapped on the back foot once or twice here by Harmer, who comes into bowl, and that is greeted with a front foot push defensive shot square into the offside, and there's no run. Yes, Essex and Somerset and Yorkshire against Hampshire in the next round of games. And I say some mouth-watering April for Essex in particular, as this is flicked away. It's a good shot for probably 4. It's slowing down as it reaches the boundary rope now, but it was well executed by Gubbins, who goes into the 30s. And he's negotiating Harmer with a little bit of fortune, but I think it's another critical thing. I say Hampshire are looking for anything they can put as a tick in the box from this game, which has been very difficult. And if Gubbins can get into form in his new opener role, that is going to be very, very useful. 31 from an even 100 balls at 112 for 3, and the deficit is 193. That's a drive, and goes back down the pitch. And has Harmer taken it in his follow through? He's claiming a catch. Well, there's a moment of uncertainty now, because Harmer's down on his haunches. He's surrounded by his teammates, and the two umpires are consulting. He's claiming a low catch, I believe. We haven't seen a replay yet. It was a forcing shot back down the ground from Nick Gubbins. Harmer taking it low, immediately claiming it, then being surrounded by 2 or 3 of his teammates. And the umpires, are they going to make a decision?
It's come off silly point.
Yep, it's come off silly point. So there you go. So it's obviously, it's actually hit somebody on the way through, so it can't be adjudged in his favour. But what a dramatic moment that was.
So I think Nick Gubbins has driven it almost into the foot of the fielder at silly point.
And it's then gone to
popped up.
Harmer. Yeah. So maybe he knew that, and there was an element of disappointment. But that's played away nicely along the ground up towards square leg. But yeah, he was very close to the fielder. Harmer sort of got his hands on the back of his head. But if that did happen, as the replay suggests, then obviously that will potentially negate it. But Gubbins playing that one, and it's hit the back of the leg of the silly point fielder and then popped up to Harmer.
So everyone was very excited, other than the silly point fielder.
Yes,
it's almost like
hit him.
He could tell that the ball had just bounced before his left foot, before it popped up. But there was a lot of excitement amongst the Essex fielders.
Yeah, just sort of bounced into his foot, doesn't it, and then popped up into the air, suggesting it was carrying. Well, Harmer is certainly creating some uncertainty here, isn't he? And Gubbins is fighting a good fight against him, but he's having a little bit of luck at the moment. There was one very good LBW shout, and that one, as I say, it looked like he was claiming a catch, Harmer. Harmer clearly thought he had a chance of a catch, but it looks as though it's come off, it's bounced and hit the silly point fielder, and then bounced up into his hands, low down, 113 for 3.
Yeah, Nick, it's going to be a big final day for Simon Harmer, that's for sure. He's getting a lot to happen. Here's Jamie Porter, right arm round, and Nick Gubbins sort of pops it up into the leg side, trickles down to fine leg
Should say
for a
all
single.
That, Gubbins did get a single to keep the strike, because of course, while all that was going on, they crossed. But wow, that was a close moment, wasn't it?
It was, and I think it's really highlighted to Hampshire fans and the Hampshire players that Nick Gubbins is going to be the key to this innings saving match here for Hampshire. He's on 32 of 102 and he is pivotal. Ben Brown, we've seen, can pull off innings that Hampshire are going to need, but if Nick Gubbins falls before the close of play, you do start to feel that day 4 will be even more daunting. Here's Porter, who bowled and dropped into the offside by Brown, no single taken, 114 for 3.
Do you feel that realistically they've got to knock off this deficit and get a lead because I think it's going to be a big ask to bat through time. Of course, they do have players potentially who can attack at the other end, but the danger is they could become becalmed against Harmer, because the scoring rate has slowed a little bit since those 2 wickets went down. They were scoring quite quickly. In fact, Press was scoring at around about, I think, 89 runs per 100 balls. So that was, the last time I checked, he was going along very fluently.
Well, Porter bowls and playing a miss by Ben Brown, and it's no run. I think, Nick, it's simple as this. Hampshire have just got to keep batting, and they're not going to win this game by setting Essex a total, but they've just got to bat. Whether they get past Essex's total, the deficit is 191 at the minute, so that might take you through potentially.
They've got
Hampshire
about
bat well.
They've got about halfway through the final session, probably, because you're looking at to have some sort of a lead. If they bat that long, they should have a lead.
Hampshire have got a bat. Here is Porter, who bowls, and Ben Brown pushes away through point. He's split the gap, and they're coming back for a second. The ball is saved in front of the boundary rope by the fielder at point. So just 2 runs added, 116 for 3, as Brown enters double figures here at Utilita Bowl, with the sun still high and lovely weather here today.
So just that crucial point about that Harmer claim catch, we think it bounced as it hit, or just before it hit the City Point fielder, and then bounced up to Harmer from the replay. So just to clarify, it would have been more interesting still if it had gone straight into the City Point fielder and then bounced up into Harmer without touching the ground.
Porter in again, driving is Brown, no run, fielded by the bowler.
That would have been a genuine catch, because of course, completely inadvertent, but it would have been. But as you saw from the replay there, it did actually hit the ground. But Harmer didn't know that. That's what made it so. The way he was claiming it was clearly as a catch, which was getting the umpires to consult about it. And they clearly, at least one of the umpires had a good view of it. But a dramatic moment nonetheless. And Harmer's been very close to a breakthrough, hasn't he, against Gubbins? And you wonder sort of how much more luck Gubbins has got in the locker. But Hampshire will be hoping a lot.
Porter runs in again, bowls, and Ben Brown pushes into the offside for no run, as we have a change in the commentary. I am going to shift along. Nick will in a moment. I'll leave you with Nick briefly, and then Kevin James will sub in.
I'll just have a quick look at what's going on. Surrey have lost a wicket, 72 for 144 behind Warwickshire. Somerset going well. Can they set up a target for Notts? 105 for 1, 114 ahead at Taunton. And Leicestershire 45 for 2. It's looking good for Sussex. Leicestershire still need 436 to win with 8 wickets left.
Thank you, Nick. And the sunshine is still out here. Still plenty of cricket left in the day, and still plenty of work for Hampshire to do. Heard you talking about what Hampshire have to do and what don't have to do. I think it's, I agree with you. I think it's got bad. and are the chances of them batting till tomorrow night? Probably very little, but we'll see. Harmer's bowling, and it's turned on the leg side by Gubbins, who's on 32. As I turn my head towards the scoreboard, there's a plane leaving Eastleigh Airport up into the blue sky.
Painting the
lovely
picture
side.
beautifully.
It's probably me wishing I was on the plane, really, if I'm honest. Gubbins pushes forward. There is a sort of a puff of dust every now and then when Harmer's bowling, which suggesting that the wicket is drying out quite quickly, which it does do here. And that's not good news when Harmer's on, to see puffs of dust. Harmer bowls. Gubbins just turns that away quietly on the leg side. Couple of emails to get through. John Skews, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Now celebrating my 6th year of supporting Hampshire, starting at Dean Park in 1946. I think he's talking about his 60th year. I think he's missed the O off there. That's turned away on the offside. 46, yeah, that'd be 60th year, wasn't it? You missed the O off, John.
80th, I believe.
Oh, 80th, is it? Oh, so he's missed off the 80 and the O. He's put 6th. I think there's a typo there. I now live in Essex, says John, as Harmer bowls, and Gubbins wants a quick single as the ball goes out on the leg side, but is turned down. But I've never transferred my allegiance. Too old to travel far nowadays. So many thanks for the commentary. Like the look of Ben Mays yesterday until he was LBW'd. What a shot that straight drive was. Yep. I'm still thinking about it now. Let's hope we're thinking of a few more when he bats in the second innings. That's played into the ground on the offside. Harmer's posing one or two problems out there. 14 overs, 1 for 27. Hampshire 116 for 3.
You get the feeling as time goes on, he is not going to get any easier to face, Simon Harmer. Getting a lot of little puffs of dust, as you've mentioned. Some to grip, some to skid on. Almost a nightmare here for Simon Harmer, but he's liking this angle. He's got a lot of success bowling right arm round to the right-hander, and that'll be Ben Brown who'll be in the danger zone, but Nick Gubbins, the left-hander, more looking for the sort of skid-on delivery that brings the stumps into play. But Jamie Porter will continue from the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion end for the 37th over, with Hampshire 116 for 3. A couple of seagulls just going relatively close to the gantry up here, almost flying in through the window. Here's Porter, who bowls short and dropped into the offside, where it's fielded by backward point. Shane Snater potentially doing the fielding there, but that's no run.
I bumped into Snater in the lift yesterday.
Did you? What did you have to say?
Not a lot. I mean, he sort of looked at me and I looked at him, and I sort of thought, is that Shane Snater? And I think he thought, who the hell am I? But I had a media pass on. And I just said, you guys are in a good position. And he said, yeah, but you never know. And he was quite polite. He sort of, a couple of things, he let me go out the lift first, and it just seemed like a polite guy, really. There was nothing more to it.
Well, Porter bowls, and Ben Brown drives, splitting the gap at extra cover. I'm not sure it's going to reach the boundary. Mid-off's in hot pursuit. Sliding piece of fielding prevents the third run, so 2 runs added. Well, I imagine, knowing a lot of people here at Utilita Bowl, he recognised you immediately.
No, I doubt it. No. If I'm honest, I was only half thinking it was him, because, you know, I see these guys from about 100 yards away. So I just, you know, you get the, you can tell that at the end of the day, what a player would be wearing and the way they would, you know, their demeanour. You know, I just guessed it was him, really.
Porter bowls and Ben Brown defends. It'll be funny if it was just a member of the public.
Well, it would have been.
I wonder what he would have said then in response to...
Just a random person in the lift. I say, you guys are in a good position.
He would have been incredibly shocked, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose I should have thought about the reaction I might have got had it not been him.
Well, you could have asked a more general question rather than talk about his positioning.
Especially locked in the lift at the time between floors. Yeah.
No, not the best place to start a conversation, which is a bit of a gamble. But no, luckily for Kevin, it was Shane Snater. So he could give a answer on his positioning in the game.
Yeah.
But Porter's at the top of his mark. A few foot marks throughout the bowler's run-up that have built up throughout the 3 days. He's slightly wider of them now as he attacks the crease, right arm over. Ben Brown just tucking it into the leg side. The right-hander finding the inside edge, no run.
Yeah, got tucked up there a little bit. Keep standing up now, Michael Pepper. That gives you an idea that this pitch is slowing up all the time with the soft ball into 37th over.
It's interesting. We saw a ball a few overs ago go to Simon Harmer at second slip, and they are incredibly close there at slip number 1 and 2. And it still didn't carry. So maybe Jamie Porter just looking to get one through here as Ben Brown drops it again into the offside, fielded by cover. Clear intent here from the Hampshire batters. They know their job. They know that Ben Brown and Nick Gubbins will play in a similar fashion to see out the draw. But I just get the feeling, I was telling Nick, I get the feeling the sun's out, the batting conditions are improving. Whilst these two are still there, there's hope for Hampshire fans.
You've always got a chance when you're playing.
Well said. Here's Jamie Porter running in again. It's the crease, bowls and clipped out towards forward square leg, and that ends another over. 118 for 3 Hampshire. Ben Brown on 12, Gubbins on 32.
So a little earlier we were asked about our favourite game that we've commentated on. 1 or 2 of you have emailed about your favourite games, full stop. And Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist, former commentator here, still listening. And he's written in Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says 2020 during lockdown, Bob Willis Trophy in brackets, versus Surrey at Arundel. A unique home ground that season it was. Partly my choice because I was so lucky to be able to watch when spectators were not allowed in. That's true. As he was commentator, we could get in. Surrey 172, Hampshire 298 and Surrey 74 all out. So we won by an innings, says Dave. Always special against Surrey, but special for me, this is David, and this is Harmer, Bowling to Gubbins. He plays that quietly on the onside. Call through from a single by Ben Brown, who was quickly off the mark there, 119.43. Because after 61 years of following Hampshire, I saw my first ever hat-trick. James Fuller. I was commentating on the ball to Morkel, taking a photo at the same time. And when he was out, I shouted, "Got it!" I'm in the photo. But with everything getting too excited, Mark Church, who was a Surrey commentator alongside me, came to my rescue and calmed me down. Yes, I remember that day. I remember that moment. And Dave Allen was probably about as excited as I've ever seen him. Oh, and is he bowled him? Has it gone through the gate or is it caught behind? It's one of the two. He's got to go, as Ben Brown. Ben Brown goes 4-12. We just watched the replay here. It's pitched just on that side of stump. There's an inside edge onto the bails.
Maybe an elbow down to the...
Yeah, the stumps are intact, the bails are off. We'll wait and see. Oh, it's bowled. Yeah, he's got a slight inside edge onto the stumps. We'll just see the angle from behind the keeper. Yeah, well, either that or it's turned on. I think it's turned, and I think it's come off the inside edge as well, so there's quite a bit of deviation.
Yeah, Simon Harmer proving, just as the game goes by, he is getting more and more potent. His figures at the minute, 14.1 overs, now 2 for 28. And he's getting a lot of purchase from right arm round the wicket, that time spinning through the right-hander's gate. And getting the wicket of Tom Prest earlier today on a ball that gripped on the leg stump line and was going on to hit the leg stump of an LBW. But we welcome to the crease for the second time today, Ben Mays, the 18-year-old who is on county championship debut. And Mays looking to, with a good opportunity here to bat out a day and a bit on hopefully some sunny conditions tomorrow. It's definitely sunny now. There's 22 overs left in the day at 5:30. Ben Mays, good opportunity to go and make something happen for Hampshire.
Yeah, I'm just watching that again on the replay. That's a really difficult ball to play because you've got the angle coming across you as a right-hander. It's pitched in a good area. He's playing it off the pitch. Now, is it going on with the arm? Is it pitching? Is it going to straighten a bit? If it does, how much does it straighten? And you can almost see that he's pushing forward, not totally sure if that ball, what part of the bat ball is going to hit it. He's kind of thinking, well, I'm pushing forward and I think it's going to be doing this. So that's a really good piece of bowling. Harmer bowls to Mays then. Oh, Mays is playing a missing, or is he? Are they claiming something here? Are they claiming a caught behind? One or two of the Essex fielders have sunk to their knees thinking, well, it should be something. And it's, in the end, nothing. Well, it's all happening all of a sudden for Harmer. I think they're claiming the caught behind. Pepper thinks it is. The fielder at slip thought it was.
I thought a bail had been removed there at one point, but they would have noticed it by now.
Well, Harmer's causing a few problems here, and it's the angle that he's bowling is not helping. In again, bowls to Mays. Mays drives up to mid-on. Well, there are still 22 and a bit overs left in the day, and with Hampshire 4 down here, this tricky period, they'll do well to come out of this and keep 4 wickets intact by the end of day 3. Harmer bowls, fly it in, it's down the leg side. This will be byes. Pepper couldn't take it cleanly. I think it just bit into the turf and just straightened. What's the umpire signalling? It might be leg byes actually. It's come off Mays' pad. Ball goes to the bowler's end. A bit messy actually. No, it's byes. It is byes.
It's quite interesting, these battles, when Simon Harmer, massively experienced first-class bowler, and with Hampshire blocking out for the draw, it gives Simon Harmer full intent to be able to lob balls up, really sort of bowl in his area. And I'll be interested to see if Ben Mays, yes, he's on his debut, but he's the kind of player that could try and take it to Harmer here.
Well, I must admit, when I was 18 playing in these situations, I was scared stiff. So these guys come in, they're a little bit more free with their play, but that's a nice tight forward defensive from Ben Mays. But yeah, Simon Harmer's into a good little groove here, and that's not ideal when you're in the opposition.
Yeah, and just picking up on the Ben Brown dismissal there, he's had 2 deliveries in both his innings that have been a little bit too good. The one in the first innings, just hanging outside the off stump, just pitching outside the line of off. Ben Brown's chosen to leave, and it's nipped back in beautifully. And after leaving a ball in the first innings that went on to hit the stumps, and then in the second innings, a ball that was perfectly on that borderline between, if I leave, maybe if it grips the stumps, come in play, and if I don't play, maybe it could go on to hit the stumps. But Ben Brown, again, in two different scenarios, both playing well-bowled deliveries that had just beaten him. So Jamie Porter's going to continue, and as we mentioned earlier, Essex bowlers constantly changing up their line of attack. The right armer will now be round the wicket. He's past the umpire now into Gubbins, who pushes up towards mid-on for no run. 121 for 4.
Paul Bragg has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Says, so glad that Essex enforced the follow-on. It means I'll be able to attend the Tilbury versus Grays game tomorrow at 3 o'clock. If Essex continue like this, that's certainly a game that sounds like you shouldn't be missing it. He calls it something else, but I'm not sure I'm going to say that because that would be a bit disrespectful to the game itself. But yeah, we'll keep tabs on that one. Don't worry about that.
Porter's in again and bowls, and Gubbins plays into the leg side. I imagined you're really looking forward to that one, Kevin.
If I'm honest, I didn't realise it was on the fixture list. I should imagine, unless you live in Tilbury and Grays, and in fact, even if you did, I'm not even sure most of them would realise that was a fixture taking place.
Well, I've heard it's a big thing.
Well, we have.
Especially in Tilbury. So Porter's received the ball from mid-off and looking to attack the stumps of Nick Gubbins, who is well out in front of his stumps, and he plays it defensively up towards mid-off for no run. 121 for 4 here, Hampshire, and Nick Gubbins, as we said previously, holding the key. He's 33 of 113, playing defensively, playing his way, and how he thinks he'll be able to bat out the next day and a bit.
It's a tall order, isn't it? Each wicket that falls, it gets even tougher.
Especially with Simon Harmer bowling at you on his length and his line. Here's Porter, and Gubbins drives towards mid-on for no run. And 2 balls left to go in this over. Porter has actually brought his figures back to a position where he deserves to have them. He bowled brilliantly in the first innings, 11 overs, 2 for 19. But in the second, a couple of his overs went relatively expensively, understandable after making Hampshire follow on. But now he's really got into his stride again. 1 for 25 off his 8. Here's Porter, right arm round, and Gubbins plays it straight back to the bowler. 2 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, slightly close catching mid-wicket, and then 2 men deep on the leg side. Maybe a surprise short ball incoming.
Yeah, it's a battle. Absolutely no doubt about that. The weather is lovely, isn't it? We're going to get all these 21 and a bit overs in tonight, aren't we? Comfortably.
Which, for the Hampshire fan, is not what's needed.
No, you want time taken out.
With 184 still the deficit, as Gubbins pushes this one from Porter up towards mid-off for a maiden over. Well bowled there from Jamie Porter. And now Simon Harmer can have an over at the 18-year-old Ben Mays.
Now, you've got a few minutes left, Charlie, before you're replaced, not permanently, but just temporarily, by Nick Gledhill.
I was worried.
And we did introduce you this morning as a cricket commentator stroke influencer.
I like how you've had to check that.
Yeah, well, I did have to look. I'd forgotten, to be honest. It's a bit of a mouthful. But you were telling me, what I found really fascinating yesterday, because you popped up yesterday, and when we were off air, we were having a chat. So you are now starting to make money from social media, aren't you? And I find that fascinating. And I think there's a lot of people watching and listening that, probably like me, don't quite understand how that side of things work. So in the next few minutes, as Simon Harmer bowls, always played a missing outside the off stump there, Mays. Just explain how that works.
So, a creator on social media platforms gets rewarded once they've hit a certain criteria of a certain number of followers, a number of views per month.
Harmer to Mays. Mays works that on the onside, fielded at mid-wicket.
In order to incentivise continued creation of short content, some even platforms need it to be over a minute, the more you keep a person on the app, through watching your video, the more the platform likes you.
Mays works that on the onside. He's off the mark. In fact, his 4 runs. I thought the applause was a little bit more than simply a young lad getting off the mark, and he's actually timed that beautifully through mid-wicket. 125 for 4 runs.
So, not a huge amount, but you get paid in income through a certain amount of money per 1,000 views. So the better your video does, the more it's watched, the more it keeps people on the app, the more you get rewarded.
Harbour flights that one. Forward is Mays, stick outside edge.
Therefore incentivizing you to make more content. The better it does, the more you get paid. Again, not huge amounts, but I'm living the dream, Kevin. All of a sudden, I can make a video, try to promote the county championship, which I've started through a series this week here at Utilita Bowl, seeing the experience as a fan, trying to promote it. And whether it's small amounts, just to make any kind of income from it, is the dream.
And this is what, on TikTok?
TikTok, Instagram, YouTube.
Yeah. Left alone outside off stump.
What's he on about podcast? Used to be a podcast, still spontaneous one.
Yeah.
But I've noticed, tried to sort of move away from the podcast as such, try and evolve, and I've seen a lot more engagement through the shorter form.
Okay. Mays tries to work that on the onside, gets a leading edge, but he's safe. It's end of the over, 125 for 4.
Trying to make cricket accessible, more relatable, not just to the cricket fan, because there are a lot of those, but actually, especially to the younger audiences, and even to the wider sports fan, how can we relate a day of county cricket to someone who likes football? And when you can do that, not only do you get more views on social media, but the whole aim of it, the whole mission, is to be able to bring fans to the county ground. So on day 1, I tried a pie from the Atrium Bar, where I met you for the first time, Kevin. You won't remember that. Had a little look over the nursery ground, tried a bit of the coffee, sat in different positions, chatted to a few fans, and tried to showcase the environment and actually give off the sort of calming essence and how it's a nice place to be on a lovely day in the sun.
Sure. Now listen, just finally, because I know you're coming off in a minute, I'm not asking you how much you earn from social media, but there are clearly bands. Okay, from what you're saying. Here's Snater around the wicket, taking over from the pavilion end, and worked on the onside, down to fine leg by Gubbins, moves on to 34, 126 for 4. So what are the bands in terms of, and what you can expect to earn? Or are they clearly defined? Like everybody, I mean everybody that starts TikTok, Instagram, whatever, if you reach a certain amount of views or a certain amount of time from people, how do the bands start and up in increments?
A brilliant question there, Kevin James. The best way I could put it is that the more views, the more money. As Snater bowls as a play and a miss from Ben Mays. In terms of banding it, makes it a little bit more challenging, and it's essentially why, as a cricket communicator, I'm almost becoming, with social media and commentary and live streaming, actually having different avenues of income is really important to keep doing what I do. So I'm not lighting the world and chucking cash out the windows here in the camera gantry.
No, I'm not asking you what you earn.
Yeah.
He's playing a missing outside the off stump. Let's say, for instance, I start an Instagram, TikTok, whatever, do whatever. This is probably not the right way I'm saying it. And I do a video, and it's watched 10,000 times by, 10,000 times by 10,000 people, and it's a 2-minute video. Would I earn money out of that?
If you have, for example, on one platform, you need over 10,000 followers to be able to.
Okay, so I've got 10,000 followers,
Yep.
and it's viewed, 30,000 times. Mays works it up to mid-off, no run.
So again, longer the video.
2-minute video.
Okay.
And they all watch it for 2 minutes.
Okay, if they all watch it for 2 minutes, that shows the platform the watcher is engaged, and therefore you will earn slightly more money per 1,000 views. Okay, so roughly 30,000 views, maybe a tenner.
A tenner.
A tenner.
Right. Okay.
So actually, if you then post a video that's over 1 million views, you can imagine you get a little bit more traction as Snater bowls and Mays leaves it alone outside the off stump. But Then a creator might earn a little bit more from a brand deal, or by collaborating with a business, or for example, I'm collaborating with a podcast, which I won't mention on here, but doing a good collaboration with them at the minute, which we're both working together to try and showcase cricket, especially in the IPL at the minute, as best as we can. So there's multiple avenues for a creator to make money.
Right. So 1 million followers, 50,000 views, all watching the video at 2 minutes, promoting a brand. What could I expect?
Depends on the brand, Kevin.
Well, okay. Well, an average brand. You know, I can't say it too much.
Oh,
but
blimey,
roughly,
Kevin.
give me an idea, roughly.
If you've got a good agent, you could maybe earn. I'm still not quite far enough in my career, Kevin James, to give you a good answer.
But would it be a monthly income or one-off payment?
You could set up a collaboration.
Oh, gosh, this is going on forever.
You could collaborate with a business and they could pay you monthly, so that works. Platforms pay you monthly, that your money tots up over the month of how well your videos did.
Right.
And
I'm not going to get an answer, am I? No. I've just got a message to say you should work in politics. Right, thank you very much, Charlie. Have a break and work out what it is. Give me some figures. We'll have Nick Gledhill, but when you're next back on, give me some figures over what video you could post, how many watchers, how many followers, and then give me some numbers. All right?
Thanks, Kevin.
Good. Right, Charlie Harden, everybody, who's going to be a politician in his next career as Harmer comes in and Gubbins pushes forward.
Yeah,
that was very interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, all very interesting. The cutting edge of digital side of the business, yeah, something we never contended with a couple of decades ago.
Harmer bowls again, and Gubbins has got a silly mid-off to contend with. The ball just goes on the ground to him.
It's a beautiful evening. If Harmer bowls half the overs, yeah, we might bowl most of these 18 overs, but I can't see if Essex claim the extra half hour, the umpires will be particularly enthusiastic because of a natural light fading.
True. That's flighted, and Gubbins is off the back foot, steers that to backward a point.
So it still could be done this evening, but with a bit of resilience, as Hampshire is showing, they certainly should be able to take this into tomorrow, but I do feel quite a lot of damage done with that, particularly that double breakthrough of Preston and Lehman.
Harmer staying round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins gets one that bounce, rides the bounce, does it well, plays it late, score it down to third man, into the shadows at the far end of the ground. Gubbins moves on to 36, and 128 for 4 is the Hampshire total.
It's been hard fought, hasn't it? Bit of luck on occasions against Harmer. He's taken a lot off Harmer, but I think the plus point for Hampshire is he's getting time at the crease, and they'll want him to spend quite a lot of time at the crease during the summer.
Yeah. Harmer again. Gubbins works that away on the onside, knows the call, early call. The ball goes out to mid-wicket.
It's a good dedication for young Ben Mays facing Harmer on a pitch, giving him a little bit of assistance. Has been a very even bowling performance by the Essex attack. Wickets shared all round by those bowling.
Yes, they've always been at the Hampshire batters. Gubbins drives up to mid-off, no run there. End of the over, Harmer's 17 overs, 2 for 34, and Hampshire at 128 for 4 are behind by 177.
One question is who will get the first championship win of the season? Certainly in Division 1. This game is one that could finish before any other, and another one is the one at Leicester, where Sussex have been in control really from the start, and with Leicestershire 69 for 4, still needing a further 412, and with the excellent and genuinely quick Henry Crocombe having taken 2 for 20, they're in a very strong position to actually erase that points deficit that they had at the start of the season, and say that will be a big lift for them. So that could be another game that ends. There is no play today at Durham, if you haven't heard. Not surprisingly, with the storm, I think some water got onto the pitch itself, as here comes the new over from Snater, who hasn't bowled too much in this innings, and that's outside the off stump and left alone by Mays. Only his 4th over, actually, 3 overs for 16. He had to wait until the 18th over before coming on, but it might be something you have to get used to this season, because obviously in a second innings where there's more help for Harmer, 4 seamers. It might be a little shared workload. It might be that doesn't bowl as many overs as he would have done last season, but over the course of time that will benefit him, I think, as Snater bowls. There's an appeal, or half appeal here, as it's into the pad of Mays. Might have been a bit of an inside edge, but looking to hit it away through mid-on. And yes, he's going across his crease. Might have hit him outside the line as well. 128 for 4.
It just came back at him a fraction. Not a lot of foot movement.
Useful delivery. Another game that could end relatively soon is one but Lords, where Middlesex have done very well. Gloucestershire 101 for 3 following on, still 128 behind. But they could yet make Middlesex bat again in that one in Division 2. 2 slips and a short mid-wicket and 5 saving 1. And here's the 18-year-old Ben Mays, the England under-19 star, playing that over some matting and picked up at cover, and there's no run. Still glorious sunshine. We've had the best weather of the match since lunchtime. So we can see a plane just going over the trees beyond the stand, the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand, and clear trail of the plane in clear blue sky and lovely sunshine. Probably not that warm outside, particularly as time goes on, but it actually feels quite warm up here with the sun out. Here's a attempted pull shot from Mays, and it rolls rather reluctantly along the ground back to Snater. He didn't get that one at all. 128 for 4. Hampshire following on 305 behind, and soon losing Joe Weatherly, but it was a very enterprising innings indeed from Tom Press. That bodes well for the season. 55 off 67 balls at a strike rate of 82. 10-4. Didn't quite be able to get himself back in after tea, did he, Kevin? As here's Snater bowls again and played defensively and well by Mays up towards mid-off, and there's no, and it's almost as if the interval caused a loss of momentum for him.
Yeah, 15 minutes he lasted after tea, adding just 2 runs.
Yes, he was going at a better strike rate actually when he reached his 50 than when he got out, so couldn't quite get going again, but he played really well. Jake Lehman was unfortunate. He got a bit of a leg side strangle off Sam Cook. Nicely taken by Michael Pepper, and Ben Brown bowled for the second time in the match, this time by Simon Harmer for 12, and Harmer's certainly threatened more wickets, as this is a drive from Mays without timing, goes up to cover, and there is no run. 128 for 4, so the Hampshire second innings started 305 behind, and it's going to need a big partnership to take the match into day 4 and give Hampshire some sort of a chance of reaching parity. But Essex will still feel there's a chance if Harmer could really get amongst it. I think Harmer's probably the biggest danger as the pitch flattens out for the seamers, that they might be able to come close to forcing victory this evening.
It's been well used so far. 17 overs to his name and counting.
Certainly think that Critchley's worth a go, and maybe in tandem with Harmer. But say Critchley has had a bit of a game so far. 173 career best and 1 for 0, 1 wicket for no run in 3 balls. And he took 28 wickets last year.
Plenty of time because there's 17 overs left. I'm sure we'll see him at some point. So here's Harmer again from our hotel end, the commentary end, and Gubbins again gets a good stride in. Now Philip Dick has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk under the heading of greetings from Southeast Asia. He clearly feels that maybe we need some help in picking some subjects, because his suggestion Gubbins drives, it goes to extra cover. Sometimes cricket commentators need to find something to fill the gaps. Here's one for you. The majority of the surnames of Essex players end in "er." Yeah, there's one for you, Nick. Walter, Mulder, Pepper, Harmer, Snater, Porter, 6 of them. I'm sure Nick has made a note of that for later in the season. Here's pushed away to extra cover, and there's a misfield, and they'll come through for a single. Takes Gubbins on to 37.
I must say I hadn't noticed that, so it's very good. I have come across batting lineups with an awful lot of Toms in them. At various times, Somerset in particular. And of course there are a few who started, well at least 2 started this game. Of course Wesley's no longer involved.
Ooh, he's playing and missing. He's bowled. Now it's gone through the gates. Harmer's celebrating, and it is Mays that has to go, pushing forward. And that ball has just turned and found the gap. And the Hampshire have lost their 5th wicket here. And Mays has gone for 4.
Yes, it's tough against the great off-spinner, and that one he's just played, and it's gone between bat and pad, I think, and has bowled him. So disappointment for Ben Mays, but just a lovely floated delivery from Simon Harmer, which has gone between bat and pad, and Harmer really coming into his own. So the only sort of slight question mark was when he bowled from the far end and wasn't particularly effective early on, and then suddenly switched to this end, and he's looked very, very dangerous indeed. It was almost as if he was using those as a warm-up, and he's bowled one of those vintage Harmer spells, which is certainly very, very valuable for Essex, because they know that there's not a lot in it for the seamers at this point. This pitch has flattened out for the seamers with the old ball, and to have someone with Harmer's expertise. And I have to say on this evidence, the bookmakers quite like Essex this season, and I think the next 3 games will tell us a lot. Somerset at Chelmsford, Warwickshire at Edgbaston, where Essex do not have a good recent record, and Surrey at the Oval. And certainly if they can come up with sort of a win, or even 2 wins and draws elsewhere from those games, and they're certainly going to be right up at the business end of the table at the end of April, after which there are some slightly easier games. Of course, there's a big gap between championship games as well, but I mean, it's a very daunting start to the season, and this match traditionally, Hampshire away, is a challenging one, but they performed extremely well in it.
Yes, they've certainly made it hard. They've been on top literally from the first hour or 2, and they've not relented. So Liam Dawson is the new batter as Harmer's over the wicket. Dawson drives, half stopped at extra cover, but he's off the mark.
Champions in 2017 and 2019 by a slightly circuitous route, which involved Hampshire, because it was Kyle Abbott's 17 wickets here in September that really derailed Somerset as they slid to defeat before the crucial head-to-head clash between Essex and Somerset. 2017 they were champions, I think, with a bit to spare, and of course Bob Willis Trophy 2020.
Harmer bowls, Gubbins cuts to point, no run. End of the over. Another successful over for Simon Harmer, 3 for 36 from 18. Hampshire 130 for 5, trail by 175, and we still have 16 overs left in the day.
Well, they had the advantage, I think, of winning the toss, where first innings lead was a decisive factor, so you wouldn't. It was just great to have any cricket at all in 2020. You wouldn't read too much into that, but they did win the nominal trophy. Of course, only 2 Bob Willis Trophy finals ever played, and at least that one made more sense than the second one, when I say Warwickshire were already champions and were just asked to prove their superiority over Lancashire again, and duly did so.
Was that over 6 days or something?
Yeah, there's 5 days. Both games were 5-day matches,
5 days.
and the Essex-Somerset one was played on a very flat wicket. But it was still such a big advantage to win the toss and get the other side to bowl in to bat in late September, and effectively both were won that way, because I know that Lancashire was skittled and Warwickshire built a big lead. So whether we'll get that sort of format come back, it's I know 1 or 2 people have called for in the revamps, possible revamps, that sort of final might come back. But what we do know is we're going to hear less about, or we expect to hear less about change to the county format this season than last. It looks like it is going to be settled for a couple of years. So here is Snater in his 5th over. Still the sun is shining brightly. He bowls to Dawson, and Dawson just plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. So 16 overs left, bar 1 delivery, and the lights tended to fade at about 6:45. It was obviously the best case for the light this evening, because it's blue sky and sunshine. Still a possibility for Essex to win this evening. How much of any extra half hour we would get is a moot point, with the natural light fading quite early, of course, at this time of year. 2 slips and a short mid wicket, and this is a stroke from Dawson, which goes past that latter named fielder for 2, out towards deep mid wicket. Dean Elgar diving across but can't stop it, and it's 132 for 5. So even though they've yet to go past that first innings score, Kevin, it feels a bit more of a satisfactory effort from Hampshire second time round. That press innings was really quite special.
Yeah, it was, and yes, it's better. Of course it is. You know, Gubbins has got some time in the crease and playing in a way that you want him to play as an opener, giving some sort of solidity, which is something that Hampshire haven't had actually for quite a few years, really, on the whole. But it's only one innings. But yeah, pressed, and it's early days, but I think it's just proving this game that this year's going to be a tough one again.
Snater bowls and clipped away for probably just the one this time between two fielders on the onside. And Dawson goes from 3 to 4, and it's 133 for 5. A deficit 172, which is still very daunting. No doubt that Sam Cook was right, even with the best batting conditions of the game, to ask Hampshire to have another go.
Yeah.
I say follow-ons have been. There's been a bit of a history of those in the last 10 years on this ground, but on both occasions it's Essex who were asked to follow on. On one occasion Essex lost, and the other occasion in 2017 they won, both times having been asked to follow on. So 133 for 5. Snater bowls and clipped away into the onside out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run here for Gubbins. So it's been a bit of a theme between the two sides of big first innings leads on this ground. But yes, it was a very different game this from the one at the start of the 2019 season, where Essex only took 1 point from the match, but of course they did go on to win the championship. Here's Snater again, bowls, and that's a delivery which just sees Gubbins keep his bat inside the line, and it goes through to Michael Pepper, who batted pretty nicely when he had his 32, and generally most of the Essex batters got a good outing. Of course Tom Wesley's was cut short, and interesting to see when he's back in the ranks, but Essex do have the resources to make up for his absence, albeit of course to fill the gap in captaincy skills and knowledge over a long period of time, as this is on the pads of Gubbins and just clipped away for a single down towards fine leg. So 15 overs left in the game, not a lot in it for Snater at the moment, but tidy enough, number 20 and 5, 134 for 5, but deficit 171.
Well, that's the thing, what you were saying earlier there, Nick, and 2019, Essex picking up 1 point, losing to Hampshire in that very first game, going on to win the championship. It just shows that it's still very, very early days.
Yeah, maybe Hampshire can replicate that, but it is very early days indeed, and that would be some story. But yes, I mean it's great to win the first game if you can. Somerset are going all out to try to do that. 141 for 1. They lead Lots by 150, so they will be able to set them a target tomorrow. It'll be interesting to see how Notts react or don't react to that target, because of course no one wants to lose the first game.
As Harmer bowls, and it's left outside the off stump by Nick Gubbins. Just a little bit of extra turn there, a little bit more flight from Simon Harmer, as Hampshire sit 134 for 5, just looking to eke as many runs and as much time out of this partnership as possible. Here's Harmer again, right arm round, left alone by Gubbins.
Should you like 8 points for a draw, Charlie? I think it's too many, possibly 3.
Yes, well, this sort of is the main question of especially previous years of the county championship, as Simon Harmer comes into bowl again, right arm round and left alone by Gubbins. But whilst the England side are pushing for no draw,
yes,
and all of a sudden
we don't do draws,
when the number of points for the draw increased, and at the county game there was a increased incentive for a draw, it was all a little bit of an interesting period. So here's Harmer again, and this time tucked away into the leg side, well timed by Gubbins, running away up towards the boundary, but the fielder will get there, so it's just going to be 2 as Nick Gubbins rejects the 3rd.
Well, I missed the draw in Test cricket. It's gone out of the game. I actually agree with Michael Vaughan, certainly as far as Tests in England are concerned. He, I think, said Test cricket is a 4-day product. If you bowl the overs, and that is the big thing, if you bowl the overs, I certainly agree with him.
Harmer bowls and defended off the back foot. Nick Gubbins playing a little bit tentatively into the offside.
I think the argument for 5-day cricket is based on not worrying too much about over rates and sentiment for times past. I do believe in tests, certainly 4-day tests in England, but bowling the overs.
As Harmer bowls again and defended into the offside, ends the over 136 for 5. No, I agree, and
it's good to hear somebody agree with that, because I know it's a minority view, but I just think 5-day cricket, what's the worst thing you can get if you buy a ticket for the 3rd day of a 5-day test? Side A has made 500, side B has made 150, but side A decides to bat again, just in case Laxman and Dravid is replicated. And you're just basically seeing a bit of a non-event as you're waiting for a declaration, where you're much less likely to get that in a 4-day scenario.
Well, I'd love to see all the overs bowled more often. I'd love to see more things put in place that could increase the chance that we might see the overs we said we'd get into a day, actually into a day. For example, moving it forward by 30 minutes.
Yeah, 10th, there's no reason at all, with improved drainage and of course climate change, but you're getting basically longer, drier periods generally in summers now. Well, you can't start Test cricket at 10:30 or 10:40 perhaps in London. This is clipped away towards mid-on by Dawson. First ball of Snater's new over. There is a thing about paying for the more expensive tickets, but I just think you have 2-hour 10, 2-hour 15-minute sessions plus half an hour to make up the overs, and you're expected to bowl at 14 overs an hour, I would say, because you've got to take into account the TV referrals. They do take up a lot of time. So 2-hour 10 session, that's 28 overs plus 10 minutes for the for 2 more overs, and you should get through.
It's interesting you say that, because actually 90 overs in a day in the longer format of cricket, add into it referrals. I think they did a little test, and referrals doesn't actually take up as much time as you think, and we were still somehow taking longer than we used to in the past. It's mind-boggling.
And here's Dawson on strike. This is played defensively off Snater. It's 136 for 5. Hampshire following on 305 behind, still 169 behind. And obviously elsewhere in the world there are some regions obviously where you have problems with light if you extend the hours, but I do know that even India Test series against England have been difficult sales for terrestrial television, because there's a fear of, well, if they produce a spinning pitch and it's over in 2.5 days, we've got 2.5 days of schedules to fill. So that's another thing against it, as that's played defensively up towards short mid-wicket. And the one side India are likely to prepare spinning pitches against, not South Africa, not New Zealand, but England, ironically, because they'll still think they've got the better spinners. 136 for 5.
So what's interesting is I flew out to Melbourne and Sydney for the last 2 Ashes tests, and I thought I'd play it safe and I'd arrive for day 2 of Melbourne. Little did I know at the airport, listening to the results coming in from day 1, that I was worried at one point the game would be finished before I even got there for day 2.
2 short mid wickets and 2 slips, and Dawson goes across his crease and plays to square leg, and there's no run. Oh, Melbourne, that pitch, I know the ground, the curator got a lot of stick for that. You feel sorry, not getting it right, but whereas Perth played as it did against India the previous year, where it started off very lively, quick pitch. No one should ever say don't have quick pitches in Test cricket. You've got to have the variety. That pitch was flattening out, as Travis Head showed, but England batted so poorly after lunch and didn't play the situation, whereas Melbourne was just a ropey pitch from the start, wasn't it? Snater bowls, and Dawson goes across his crease, tries to work it away into the onside. There's a big shout for OBW, because right across there, 136 for 5. At least Sydney lasted a bit longer, didn't it?
Yeah, it did, and that was quite an enjoyable Test match to watch, even if you were a neutral. It felt
well,
like
England started to pick the right attack.
I know, and also it just sort of felt like we were moving back into the realms of Test cricket at its finest. Even though it withered into an Australia victory, it still felt slightly better to watch. Whereas when I was at Melbourne, actually I had a spot sort of at square leg, and I couldn't see the pitch. It was just green all the way across. I could see the action. I just couldn't see which one was the wicket because of how green it was.
Still those 2 short mid wickets of Snater bowls, and Dawson just pops up into the offside, and they scamper through for a single, 137 for 5. And Shoaib Bashir, who was picked but never bowled, a dreadful experience for him. Good to see him bowling for Derbyshire today. He got a wicket as Worcestershire were forced to follow on. Worcestershire 34 without loss, 279 behind. and I'm sure Shoaib will get a bit of a bowl in that Worcestershire second innings. So hopefully playing sort of lower key second division championship cricket for Derbyshire is going to help rebuild his confidence, which I'm sure has harmed a little bit with the the way things went in the Ashes. Interesting game, by the way, in Division 2, Northants Lancashire. Lancashire 194 all out with a decent 9th wicket stand to boost them, and Northants need 321 to win. And how many wickets will Jimmy Anderson end up with in the game? Because he's got plenty already. He got I think it was a 5 in the first innings, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. 5 for 66.
Here's Harmer, bowled and defended into the offside. Another little bit of news from various grounds. We had a substitute in the game on day 1 here between Hampshire and Essex, where Tom Wesley with a broken finger was rushed off to A&E, and we've had another substitution earlier today over at Yorkshire as Simon Harmer runs past the umpire into bowl and defended into the backward point region, where Johnny Bairstow was replaced by Will Luxton. So that's the second substitute that's happened in the county championship after the new rule, where you can substitute players for injury, various life events, and of course concussion as well, as Harmer bowled straighter and defended back to him by Dawson, the fellow mainstay spinner of the two sides. Hampshire 137 for 5.
I still want to know what happens if you get a bit of a muscle pull on 83. You carry on to 102, and you then retire hurt. What happens then? It's probably in the small print somewhere, but I'm still a little bit unconvinced by the 12 batters in one innings.
Harmer bowls, worked into the leg side for no run to mid-wicket. Well, the other interesting thing, I think, about this debate is the endurance injury. At what point, let's say you're into your 25th spell and, as you say, you just pull a little bit of a hammy or something, at what point does that become actually, well, no, 4-day cricket, 5-day cricket is built for endurance. It's meant to test the cricketer. And if you pull up with a hammy, and actually, is that just a shame you haven't endured long enough for the game, or is that because it's a genuine injury? Here's Simon Harmer, bowls, defended into the offside by Dawson. Just one ball left in the over.
Yeah, 137 for 5. Hampshire hanging on into day 4. There's only 12 overs left, and with Simon Harmer bowling half of them, I think we're going to be okay getting through those. It's just a question of whether Essex want an extra half hour with more wickets.
Simon Harmer bowls and played into the offside by Dawson. A little bit of a battle here as Simon Harmer is growing more confident by the over. He's lobbing it up, he's getting a little bit of grip out of the surface, and the Hampshire batters are understandably staying relatively defensive, and Simon Harmer is setting traps. He's lofting it up and he's trying to tempt Hampshire into any little bit of action that could see him a wicket. 137 for 5.
So I'd just like to have a chat to you about the most modern form of the game, the 100, the newest form of the game. Do you see it's reverting to T20 with the Indian franchises to the fore?
I do eventually. I think what the 100 has done in terms of income to the game of cricket, I think it's been a success. And I think that despite some fans being slightly agonised and in some way to it, actually it's brought in a new fan base. I
think it's been terrific for the women's game.
Yeah, and I think as a brand it's been successful. In terms of the format, yes, I can see one day it reverting to the T20.
The problem is if you get a really good 100 game, you think if this was a T20 game, it'd be even better because it could have more twists and turns. That's sometimes what I think, because T20 just has a little bit more of a margin of sort of different shades, and so if that happens, I think it would be no bad thing. But you've got to fit both games into the day. I've got a couple more questions on that. See what you think. Here's Gubbins on strike. This is played up into the onside. One thing that struck me, I know it's a bit of a sort of a very left field question, but it just struck me, we generally have the women's games in the afternoon and the men's games in the evening. Now, with the Indian franchises coming to the fore, 7 o'clock starts UK time is the middle of the night in India, whereas 2:30, 3 o'clock is basically more like their evening time, isn't it? So I just wonder whether there might be any change in that. But it was a bit of a mischievous thought, but it just thought it was something worth mentioning. And that's played defensively back down the pitch, particularly if we get a lot of Indian male players joining the 100.
So there's been a very clear influx of fans from the same Indian franchise towards the 100 team. A lot of Indian fans looking forward to this year's 100. And that is a valid point, that the time zones don't quite align yet. I don't think they'll go about changing it this year. They might see an impact and maybe change it next year. But there's a lot of franchises all over the world that don't seem to care too much about the timing sometimes.
This next one played away up into the onside, and there's no run. I mean, the one thing I would be a bit critical about is I don't like the obsession with double headers. I'd actually quite like to see the women's games have a week, almost stagger the tournament, so the women's games have a week with the evening slots, and you're playing Ashes tests or whatever, Ashes men's tests during the daytime, and then you have a women's 100 game in the evening, so that they can enjoy those prime slots. Because I'm sure we've got to the stage where the women's 100 can probably sell itself reasonably well, but it never gets a chance to really show itself in that light because of the double headers, as this is clipped away by Gubbins away down towards deep square leg. Yes, you'll get good attendances, but you're always thinking, well, they actually here just see the women's game incidentally, but they primarily want to see the men's game later on. So I'd just like to see, as happened with the Big Bash, where it eventually got split into two competitions, maybe not a total split, but more of a chance to see the women getting these prime time slots. And also, I've always wondered why the women's eliminator can't be on the Friday evening. You know, when you get rain on that weekend, that final weekend, it's often the women's game that gets curtailed. There's a Friday night sitting there, and I just wonder whether that would be a great opportunity to give the women a really prime slot on that finals weekend. So there's all sorts of little ideas and things of how that competition may go. But I'm grateful for any thoughts that you've got in your podcasting role, as that's clipped away by Dawson up towards square leg, and there's no run. It's gone a bit quiet here actually. 138 for 5 with 17 overs left. So there's a little bit more prominence for the women's game is possible.
Yeah,
I think.
so there's no doubt at all that the double header of the 100, as much as sometimes you don't get as many fans in for that morning or early afternoon, I think it's still a great drive.
Yeah, the majority of the games obviously are going to be double headers, but just wonder if there's a possibility of, say, giving the women's game a bit more prominence and more favourable slots. 2 slips and 2 short mid wickets as Dawson plays it up towards forward square leg, and no run, so it's drifting a bit here. Hampshire hanging on, 138 for 5, Dawson 5 and Gubbins 41, and 11 overs minimum left, but plus potentially an extra half hour. The sun is shining, the light is still good.
So there's potential, Nick, maybe we could see one day even a double header of both women's matches, maybe just to sort of incentivise getting more for your money's worth. Come and watch the women's cricket, maybe on a Friday night. Sometimes, especially with the eliminator, that might be a little bit of a tricky scheduling issue, but sometimes maybe even as a backup, you never know, a bit of a weather front coming in over the weekend.
Well, yeah, the worst case scenario is one of the sides competing in that might be playing on the Thursday afternoon, but it's still not, they've got time to travel on the Thursday evening, and I'd quite like it to have a standalone. And also, if it rains, you can then use your Saturday. So it's just the fact that sometimes we have historically, when there have been weather problems in the finals weekend, sometimes the women's games have been compromised.
Harmer then to continue, and a play and a miss from Gubbins outside the off stump. A little Lutz drive late in the day here on day 3 between Hampshire and Essex. 138 for 5. Gubbins on 41 off 141. That's 10 more than his shirt number, so his shirt number is 31. But Harmer just turns around again. He's looking venomous so far this evening, as this one puffs a bit of dust, but it's played away into the offside of the back foot. Harmer getting more and more potent, and I do feel a little bit for the Hampshire batters that it can't be easy, especially going on into day 4.
Yeah, it's obvious that this was the end for him to bowl. The only question mark is that spell he bowled from the other end.
As he first up. Driven up towards a wide mid-off, and they'd sneak through to a single. Well played there by Nick Gubbins, 139 for 5.
Well, he didn't look particularly threatening just for a few overs, and as soon as he's come back on at this end, this northern end, commentary end, he's looked very much his old self.
It's funny, at that little spell from the pavilion end, as you say, maybe a little bit too early in the new ball, and it didn't look too
occasional problem, but he's looked much more dangerous since.
Indeed, and it's actually been quite exponential, that level of danger, as Liam Dawson comes down the track, and a little fumble at mid-wicket keeps a dot ball. But yeah, it's funny. At the start, we expected Harmer to sort of have the same approach from the pavilion end, not looking too dangerous, and then gradually it spun more, and the dust has puffed up more as he bowls again, and Dawson plays it away into the offside where a short cover does the fielding. And it's just one ball left to go in the over, 139 for 5 as the seagull count increases. There's Harmer again, just brushing past the umpire, right arm round to the right-hander and defended by Dawson into the offside, who sits on 5, 139 for 5 at the end of the over.
Well, it's starting to look as though Warwickshire's great performance at Edgbaston isn't going to lead them to a win. There's still a chance, but Surrey 127 for 1, just 89 behind. Rory Burns 55 not out, and Jamie Smith batting at number 3. I think it's been a bit of a sort of like a revolving door in terms of who was going to bat at number 3 for Surrey this season. Jamie Smith has landed with the role and he's 33 not out. Dominic Sibley made 27, but harder work for Warwickshire on a pitch which apparently flattened out really from the end of day 1 onwards. And interesting to see how Essex go there in a couple of weeks' time. But it's been a good effort from Warwickshire, and they're going to get a good lot of points from that game, whatever happens.
I think it's an interesting prospect of maybe even Jamie Smith pushing for a number 3 in the England side. I'm thinking maybe we could see an introduction of Ben Folkes back into the side, and if they love Jamie Smith so much as a batter, why not bat him at number 3? Bit of a left field pick.
That's interesting, as here's a defensive shot from Snater's first ball in his 8th over by Gubbins. So if you had Jamie Smith at 3, so Jacob Bethel would bat at 6 presumably.
Well, you see, there's my brain thinking that actually there's a spot at number 3 with Ollie Pope leaving the side, but then of course, as the 100 I watched in Sydney, Jacob Bethel is definitely a certified spot at number 3.
Yeah,
so
I think they'll keep him there because of what he did.
I agree.
2 slips waiting. Interesting thought though, as that's clipped away around the corner down towards fine leg. I was sort of hearing from our man in the Surrey camp, I'll say no more than that, but we do have a man in the Surrey camp who tells a little bit about what's going on, but that obviously number 3 was up for grabs. You know, you had Ollie Pope, who hadn't batted for number 3 for Surrey and in his career, and batted there for England, and possibly Dan Lawrence about there, and then Jamie Smith coming into the equation. But interesting stuff. But Surrey looks like they've got over that bad first innings and should go on to draw that game. Always useful to have people who know a bit about what's going on elsewhere. That's a drive up into the offside. A nice looking shot from Dawson through the covers for 4 runs. And that's 9 for him. And he's had to be very patient to wait for a ball he could strike away to the covers for 4. But he's got that one and played it very well indeed.
Slightly tricky to see actually with the sun setting over the Shane Warne stand. Shadows creeping from that stand over towards this bowling end here at the pavilion end. Umpire almost in the shade, so I'm sure he'll be feeling a little bit cold shortly, but Shane Snater just hammering away at a length, see if he can tempt Dawson into something.
He's got those 2 short mid wickets waiting for the one that stops, but Dawson hits it well over them. That's a clumping pull drive, and it's gone away to the deep mid wicket boundary, and that's going to be successive 4s for Liam Dawson. So a bit of momentum here for Hampshire. A deficit 157, but 148 for 5. Dawson goes to 13, Gubbins on 43. And of course Liam Dawson has a bit of history, actually for and against Essex, because he got runs for them, not a lone player, but he's also got runs in the more familiar environment of playing for Hampshire. And it's good to see him actually getting a chance to bat in a more conventional position, having been shunted down the order into the territory of the tail end in the T20 World Cup, as Snater bowls and it's pushed up into the offside and goes through for a single. I mean, to be honest, Jofra Archer's a pretty useful batter, and I guess Liam Dawson might concede he's the better hitter, so he was down there at number 10, but he's probably quite pleased to be batting in his more familiar middle order role. Well, there we go. We've got 149 for 5. Interesting chance to see what your views were there. Gubbins 43, Dawson 14, and a few words from you coming up, and we're going to have Kevin back.
Well, actually, I'm going to briefly sub out for Kevin James, then shift along. So I'll leave you with Nick briefly.
Okay.
Well, we the dot ball to end.
Swap things round, yes. So, yeah, last ball of the over, no further run, and Snater 8 overs for 32, and Harmer 21 overs 3 for 39. There are 9 overs left. We've actually got through these overs pretty quickly. It shows you what can happen with Snater bowling with Harmer at one end.
I think we're pretty safe to say we're coming back tomorrow, which was at the very least that you'd want Hampshire to achieve, unless of course there is a monumental collapse, but I don't think that's on the cards.
Well,
now, have you, Charlie Harden, when we were last on together, have you worked out some broad payments that you could make on social media if you make TikTok, Instagram videos of a certain length and have a certain amount of followers, certain amount of views? Have you come up with some figures?
So I thought I'd print off some bank statements for you, Kevin. And
no, not yours. This has nothing to do with you. This is just a general rule of thumb.
So Matt Critchley has just been brought onto the bowling. So generally, as Critchley bowls again and played into the offside to the cover fielder, the average video, let's say, anywhere from 10,000 to maybe even 100,000 views, will get you somewhere in the range of sort of 10 to 50 pounds. Here comes Critchley bowls and driven out towards cover, and then it works out a little bit more exponential as you work up towards potentially more close to the million view bracket. You're then getting higher of 100, 200 pounds. So it's essentially just works out as Critchley bowls again, short, and it's caught behind. Michael Pepper takes the catch, and Matt Critchley strikes again. He's bowled 5 balls in this match, and he's taken 2 huge wickets. One to end the Hampshire innings in the first one, and here it's Liam Dawson with a short ball that Liam Dawson's tucked into, and Matt Critchley is having the perfect 4-dayer.
Unbelievable. Can absolutely do nothing wrong. So Dawson out for 14. I make that 7 catches in the match for Michael Pepper.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
That's off the top of my head. I will double check that, of course. I would hate that to be out there and getting it slightly wrong.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
7 catches.
Which is not a bad effort in itself, but yeah, Pepper, just Critchley's unbelievable. Right, okay, so you were in the middle of these so that's okay. So to sum up, I don't think 10,000 views is that many. If you are, bearing in mind when I look at various things that are posted, and 10,000 seems okay. Why is it off? So you looked at the replay.
So the replay has just shown that actually it was played on.
Ah, right.
And it looked incredibly like Pepper was.
Oh, apologies, everybody. Apologies.
But it was played on. It was a cut, bottom edge down to the stumps.
Okay. I'm too interested in these videos.
So one thing you mentioned earlier, which is it's not the number of followers. We'll talk about the 10,000 view in a minute.
Yeah.
It's not the number of followers that determine how much money you get per month. You could have 1 million followers, but because you post no videos, you don't get any.
Okay.
Because you're not keeping them on the app. Now, with the 10,000 view mark, yes, once you've posted a certain amount of videos, again, with money involved, 10k views is not a huge amount.
No.
And actually, it's only really once you break past the 100k view barrier that you start sort of seeing that slightly exponential amount of money. So yeah, I'd say over 1 million views, again, is pretty good. It's not jackpot, but, we're looking above sort of 200 pounds.
Right. So if you posted a video every week and it got 1 million views, you could earn yourself about £400 a month.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, well that's good. I see. That's something that I would never have even known until you explained that. That's quite interesting.
Yeah, it's we got there in the end, didn't we?
Yeah, well, yeah.
As Critchley comes in again, looking to strike with another wicket, and an appeal for LBW. Is the umpire going to give it? He remains unmoved. I must say, this umpire today has been very quick to give decisions, and if he either goes straight away, it'll be out, but if not, it's not out. I think there might be a little bit too much bat involved there, but Critchley was interested.
Ian Blackwell at this end. This guy's made some couple of good decisions, I have to say.
Yeah, so Critchley bowls his leg spin, edged into the offside, a backward point. Another situation where Essex are on top, and they really are putting the hammer down, aren't they?
I'm just thinking about a second career, really. When, you know, talking to you, I mean, million views.
Get out there, pitch report in the morning.
What would if I had to make a video?
Critchley bowls and turned into the leg side out towards deep square leg, who's running around. I think it's going to be 2. Yep, Cody Youssef wants it. He's running back, and it's appeal for run out, but not given. He arrives safely, so 2 runs added.
So I guess you'd have to build up. Your first video is not going to get a million views unless it's something unbelievably special.
And again, you would need 10 followers, of course, to get there.
Yeah, 10 followers.
10,000 followers.
10,000 followers, right. So if I was to start out hoping to get a million views within the space of 3 or 4 months, what would you recommend?
Well, if I knew, I would get a million views every week. However, I don't. The key is, Kevin, which I've learnt, and it's how you can relate to as many people as possible, and everyone's looking for a little bit of value. First of all, as you know, scrolling through, you know, in your breaks, first 3 seconds actually is all it takes for someone to decide whether they're going to watch the video or not. So that's the first thing. You've got to hook them past the 3-second mark, and the next thing is value. How can you see that I'm going to get value out of this video? I've watched for the first 3 seconds.
Right, Harmer's on at the pavilion end, round the wicket to Gubbins. He's played defensively there.
How can I make the watcher feel, number one, engaged enough to watch the video, number two, I feel that there's enough value from this, whether it's going to be laughter, whether it's going to be I might actually gain a bit of knowledge from this video.
Gubbins stabs down on the ball, it keeps a little low.
Whether it's a calming feel and sort of an element of comfort. So what I've tried to start in this series of county championship promotion is that calming feel. So I hook them in the first 3 seconds, and then I try and promote this feeling of it's nice to be here.
Okay. Gubbins again just plays it into the ground.
So you know, when you start to sort of attempt to make a living out of it, you really sort of start to research, and in my early days, sort of about 1.5 years ago, trying to work out the sort of almost science behind how do you engage the viewer.
That's interesting. See, I think that if we just took cricket, for example, I feel that that's a little bit too niche as Gubbins pushes forward. I mean, as much as we love the game, and as much as many people love the game, I would consider it a fairly niche product, which, yes, would get me some views and get me some interest, but would it get me to the jackpot numbers? I'm not sure.
So there's a country in mind where it can.
Well, India, right, so I'd have to appeal to Indian,
exactly.
The Indian orders. Right, lovely shot through extra cover by Nick Gubbins. That's a beautiful piece of timing, and that takes him on to 47. Lovely boundary from him, and the Hampshire total onto 155 for 6. They're behind by 150, just over 7 overs left in the day. I'm thinking there are a lot of animal lovers out there.
Animal
lovers,
yes.
You know, cats, dogs, what have you. So if I was thinking of a subject that would get maybe more people pulled in because more people are into that, maybe something on cats, dogs. I don't know. I'm thinking off the top of my head.
Yeah. No, I like it. If you can relate to the pet lover, you're in the jackpot here, you know.
Yeah.
But it's more a scenario. So I don't know, how am I going to make a video on cats and dogs?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if I could get a cat to stand on one leg, you know, things like that, would that sort of get me?
Not over a minute, Kevin. It's not over a minute.
Well, if it stood on one leg for a minute, that would be pretty awesome.
I think that's interesting for a few seconds, Kevin. But you go for it. You know, you get 1 million views with a cat standing on one leg.
Yeah.
See how far it takes you. But 155 for 6 here. We're drifting a little bit away from the cricket, so I'll just fill you in. Youssef is on his Hampshire first class debut. Critchley with the golden arm is bowling from the hotel end, and it's blocked away into the offside. Kevin's chuckling to himself. He's had another thought.
I think I'm onto something here. I've just got to train a cat to do that.
Oh, the sun's beaming in, and it's turning a little bit hot here all of a sudden, and Critchley bowls, and it's struck on the pad, and it drops into the leg side for no run. And Kevin thinks he's onto something with a little bit of cat and dog content. So I'll tell you what, next time I introduce you, Kevin, I'll say cricket commentator and pet influencer. There's Critchley bowls, and it's a big appeal for LBW, given straight away by Ian Blackwell, and Critchley is in the wickets again. In his second over, he strikes again. He's had 3 overs to bowl in this match, and he's got a wicket with all 3 overs. He now has 2 for 2, and actually, in the match, that is figures of 3 for 2. Matt Critchley takes the wicket of Cody Youssef, pitches on leg stump, straightens with his leg spin, and it beats the inside edge of Cody Youssef as he trudges off. Hampshire 155 for 7, staring down the barrel of defeat.
Yeah, 2 wickets in the space of 6 or 7 minutes. I think my worry is with 6.5 overs to go here, we could be going into a half-hour extra, and the light won't be a problem. That is for sure. And when Matt Critchley's on, this game will be over pretty quick. He can do absolutely nothing on. The reason I'm going on about all that is I'm trying to take my mind off the situation for Hampshire. I mean, I'm rooting for Hampshire a bit more than I am for Essex, and I don't necessarily apologise for that. But that's not taking anything away from the opposition. They've been absolutely superb in this game, really have.
I think it's fair to say Essex have outplayed pretty much in every facet. I think if you compare the 2 sides, let's say, here's a video idea, you make a combined 11 out of Essex and Hampshire. At the minute, you get the feeling Essex are a slightly stronger side,
well,
place for place, maybe.
Yeah, on the evidence of this game.
Of course.
But you know, obviously you want to take it over a season or maybe even over a career. But yes, when you're starting a new season, it's very important to start as well as you can. And whilst Essex will be mightily happy with their performance, Hampshire will no doubt feel that it just feels a little bit more of the same of what we saw last year, and maybe haven't quite moved forward as much as they would have hoped in the intervening 6 months.
But there's still a bright sense of optimism amongst some Hampshire fans, and there's a lot of young players who have no doubt got potential to make a real crack at it in 2026 as Critchley tops it up, and it's worked into the leg side for no run.
Well, Kyle Abbott was a breath of fresh air in the first innings, wasn't he? Bright and breezy 35 from 43 deliveries. It actually took him a little while to get going. Once he did get going, he couldn't stop hitting boundaries. 8 fours in that innings.
As Critchley comes in again, and it's a flowing shot from Kyle Abbott which doesn't actually connect, and it goes through to Pepper for no run. He's got a little taste of it from this morning, where he was thrashing drives through the covers, a couple of beautiful ones through mid-on, and a little bit of intent. Almost the perfect balance between last year and previous years, Kyle Abbott's batting so far today. This one's cut away through point. There's a big gap there, and he finds it, and it's running away into the shadows of the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion as the lights have been switched on, and it's 4 more added. He's 4 off 3 now, Kyle Abbott, and Nick Gubbins will be on strike on 47, 159 for 7.
Yeah, a little bit wide there from Critchley, but you do get the feeling that Abbott does play with a bit of freedom when he's coming in at this point in the game. You know, I guess they have got a little bit of a licence because the job hasn't been done by the order up top, but that was a nice looking shot.
Yeah, a little bit drop short there from Matt Critchley, but you can't blame him. He's got 173 and a wicket in each over he's bowled, so I'll stick to commentating and he can stick to his leg spin. But Harmer's then, again from the pavilion end, here he is. And he bowls right arm round and turned into the leg side by Nick Gubbins for no run.
Shadows forming across the playing area. The Shane Warne stand, as it so often does with the sun behind it, producing shadows at Simon Harmer's end. Gubbins is in bright sunlight as he's forward once more. Well, Gubbins is 3 short of a half century. He's worked hard for this, assuming he makes it. There is a silly mid-off and there is a slip for him. As he pushes forward, it goes down towards backward a point. He's looking for a single. No, says Kyle Abbott. The field is set in a way that if Kyle Abbott really does want a single, he could take it. Quite a few of the fielders now have just dropped back by a few yards, but Cook has still kept a couple of fielders in catching. Harmer again bowls. Gubbins drives up to mid-off. There is the single. And that will bring Abbott on strike.
Be interesting to know if you've picked up that there's an end that Liam Dawson likes to bowl from here at Utilita Bowl, because there's been a significantly greater amount of success from spin at this end for Essex bowling.
Yeah, and interesting how Matt Critchley's been given the chance to exploit it rather than, and Harmer has, and has benefited, but yeah, he's the one at the end that does seem to be a little calmer, doesn't it? Abbott's well outside the off stump defending.
Of course, when I say this end, I mean the end that I'm at, which you can't see on the stream or by listening. So I'll say the hotel end, which Harmer is not bowling from currently.
He's in the shadows. That shadow is rapidly coming across the playing area. It won't be long before the batters at this end will be in the shadows as well. Abbott works that away on the onside. He's well outside off stump playing that. And that is the end of the over. 5 overs to go in the day. I think another wicket, and I'd be very surprised if we don't get the extra half hour. We may get it. We'll have to wait and see, even at this stage. Hampshire are behind by 145 in the game.
And so we're going to have one more over before I make way for Nick Gledhill. So Nick Gubbins is on 48. He'll be on strike, looking to get to 50 this over, but I don't think that'll be on his mind. I think he'll be thinking about just seeing it out for a couple of balls and just taking a single towards the end of it. But it's Matt Critchley on the bowling. And as we've seen, he has had an incredibly successful little day here out today. And from previous days, he's had a successful match. I think it's fair to say he is the man of the match. But shadows are increasingly lengthening here for the players out there. Here's Matt Critchley into Nick Gubbins. He defends and doesn't take the single out into the offside. So it will be no run. 160 for 7 here, Hampshire. The lights are on, but I'm also getting blinded by the sun at the same time, so it's a little bit of a strange feeling. As Critchley returns to the top of his mark, looks to run in again. 20 on his back, spins the ball from right to left. He bowls right arm round and defence from Nick Gubbins, just patting it away into the offside for no run. Picked up by Michael Pepper. Another dot ball. So Critchley trying to eke out the last little bits of the day, seeing if he can get into Nick Gubbins here. A little bit shorter, worked away towards short leg, so no run. Matt Critchley's that bowler that will just be looking extra tempting at this time in the day. Sun setting. Nick Gubbins, he's been out there a lot of the day. As Critchley comes in again and bowls. And it's a leading edge out towards first slip all along the ground, so it will be no run. Matt Critchley looking a little bit stumped there from the bowler's end. But Gubbins, I think, will just be batting for himself here. I think he's batting for the team, but also he knows if he can put together a good score in the remaining hours of play and put in a good effort for the team, actually he will be putting a good firm place for this side moving forward.
Well, exactly. I mean, there comes a point.
As Critchley bowls again and work down towards fine leg. Oh no, it's gone. Caught short leg. Nick Gubbins falls for 48, and the short leg has taken the catch, and again another over for Matt Critchley and another wicket. He has 3 for 6. That wicket coming off the 5th ball of his over, which means his match figures are 4 for 6, and Matt Critchley with 173 earlier on day 2, and now he has the golden arm. It's a 3-wicket haul for him. And with Hampshire 160 for 8, with only 4 overs left in the day, it is a seriously menacing look here for Hampshire.
Well, I don't think we need to stick around and find out who's the man of the match in this game. Whenever it finishes, I think that signals an extra half hour for me. I'll be very surprised if we are coming back tomorrow morning. We may come back tomorrow morning, of course, if Hampshire get through the extra half hour, but we've still got just over 4 overs to do, and we are down to the last couple of wickets.
So Kyle Abbott is the man now left out there on 4, and Eddie Jack, after these two, had a pretty good spell together in the Hampshire first innings, both scoring above 30. Kyle Abbott 35, and Eddie Jack not out on his highest first-class score of 31. There's 1 ball left in this over.
you want to take a break now?
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Kev, for shoving me out there.
Well, unless I'm shoving you off. Yes, I am shoving you off.
I'll make way for Nick Ledhill.
Well, if we're doing an extra half an hour, we will get more of you actually. But if we don't, then we'll see you next game. I think there's no point in coming back tomorrow, is it, for you?
Well, I did advocate Critchley having a bowl. I was mentioning it. If we rewind the tape, and my word, what a performance from him. I mean, 3 for 6 and a wicket, of course, at the end of the first innings, and the career best 173. But
incredible.
I'll tell you what, if he can take wickets at this rate and score centuries, he might be the answer to England's spin bowling dilemma. I mean, they're going to sort of keep I think the batting is a known quantity, but I think they might be more interested in how good a leg spinner he is. And the simple answer is very much an improving one, as this is played defensively here by Jack. Back down the pitch, and there's no run. 160 for 8. So we've got a very low angle sun, and the pitch is half in shade, half in sun at the moment. The shadow being cast by the Shane Warne stand. And around about this time the last couple of nights that the natural light has started to fade, but we did have solid cloud cover, so it'll be interesting to see how far into an extra half hour we can go if that is required. 160 for 8. There are 4 overs left, and Harmer is on at the pavilion end.
Do you want to do this over as well?
Well, you carry on.
I'll go there. So he's in.
I'm not saying the Critchley overs are more exciting, but I mean it's the way.
Well, if he'd come on any earlier, Nick, you'd be on the road back to Essex.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been an incredible personal performance.
Abbott's playing defensively well outside the off stump once more, clearly deciding that's the way to play Harmer.
So yeah, I mean a great all-round team performance.
Oh, terrific! You can't ask for much more. Oh, they're asking for an LBW shout, but he's probably outside off stump. If you have a look on the live picture feed, you'll actually see Abbott is actually taking guard just outside off stump.
It does look as though Essex, one way or another, are going to get the first win of the season in either division. Just checking the scores. Leicester still only 5 down.
He goes for the heave over the top. Has he got enough on it? Oh, and it's put down. It was a difficult chance, really, really difficult chance.
Yeah.
At mid-on, who's halfway back.
Yeah, that was a good attempt, but good hit and almost another wicket for Harmer there.
Well, that's probably the first bit of luck Hampshire have had for a while. And Abbott decides to defend the very next delivery.
They had a little bit of bad luck as well with Lehman's dismissal in particular.
But it happens when you're under the cosh and you've been outplayed. Those sort of things happen, don't they? Down the leg side. Abbott again defends. I'm sure if the ball's anywhere near in his arc, he'll have another little go. Didn't quite get hold of the one before. So Hampshire, for the record, are 145 runs behind in the game. And Harmer is in again. Abbott defends on the front foot this time, end of the over. Harmer's completed 24 overs, 3 for 44. Terrific figures as well for him.
Well, the game at Edgbaston has got a bit of renewed interest because 2 quick Surrey wickets, 150 for 3. They're still 66 behind. Burns out for 55, Pope out for 16. 2 relatively low scores in the game for him, and Sibley earlier for 27. So Jamie Smith is 39, not out, and Dan Lawrence has just joined him. Obviously they are known for batting a long way down, but Warwickshire's hopes will be briefly renewed, at least just when it looked as though it was going to get very difficult for them. They've got a couple of very important wickets. So Critchley 3 for 6 in 3 overs, comes into bowl. It's played defensively up into the offside by Eddie Jack, and of course now with Gubbins out, there's no question of farming the strike. It's just going to be a question of surviving what's being sent down. 17 balls left in the day, and then there's very low angle sun. So, it's a good delivery, and it's gone down towards short fine leg, and I think his Jack is not quite sure how, and Critchley's got his hands on the back of his head thinking there might have been close to another one there.
It's out the rough, isn't it? The bowler's rough. Yeah. It's going to be doing something.
There's certainly, from this end in particular, has been helpful to spinners. Harmer certainly looked at his most threatening bowling from this end, as this is delivery which sees an attempted forcing shot from Jack, and it's beaten him outside the off stump. So here's the next delivery from Critchley. It's just played defensively up into the offside and picked up at backward point. I mean, it's extraordinary how Essex have got all bases covered at the moment with a strong batting lineup and you know, 4-man seam attack and 2 pretty good spinners, to put it mildly. One that's improving all the time, one who's a world-class performer anyway. And I say it's very interesting to see how they go in the next 3 games. It's going to tell us a lot. Is that a no ball? It is. And Critchley's made his first mistake in the game. No, it is a no ball. It's defended back into the offside. 163 for 8. But Somerset at home, and Somerset are performing strongly. They might not win, but they're performing strongly against Notts. Warwickshire away, Surrey away. That's outside the off stump. And there's no run. And stay unbeaten and win at least one of those games, or even 2, and Essex are going to be very well placed. Here's Critchley bowling, and that's just squeezed away into the onside up towards short leg. And Critchley is disappointed because he's bowled an over without taking a wicket. 3 for 9 of 4 overs, and 163 for 8. And Harmer thinking, why can't I come back on at that end? But you realise how well Matt Critchley's doing, and these two just looking to get the overs through, and then perhaps the umpire's consulting, so they've got this very low angle sun. They're probably talking about the extra half hour, and it's 163 for 8.
Yes, for those of you that are just joining us at the late stage in this game, late stage on day 3, it's just a matter of time now when Essex will wrap up this victory. Hampshire have been thoroughly outplayed. They're currently 161 for 8 in their second innings following on, and they trail by 142. Here's Simon Harmer looking for his 4th wicket of the innings. Forward is Eddie Jack. These two out in the middle, Kyle Abbott and Eddie Jack, provided a bit of resistance in the first innings. They're going to have to provide a lot more if they're even to take this game into day 4. We've got just under 2 overs left officially on day 3 as Jack drives hard through extra cover. That's a good looking shot, and that's going for 4.
Well, if you're looking at the Hampshire pluses, Eddie Jack with the bat and at times with the ball, a touch expensive, but at times he bowled well. He's had a pretty good game. Sonny Baker, Tom Prest and Nick Gubbins certainly would. Obviously Kyle Abbott's a known quantity, so we can take him for granted, but those would be a few names I would put forward.
So the 2 spinners are on currently, have taken 6 wickets between them. Matt Critchley, he's taken 3 fairly quick wickets actually since he's come on, and Jack goes big over mid-on this time. That's another good looking shot up towards the pavilion. Hasn't quite timed it this time, and they'll only pick up 1. I think they were expecting that to go for 4. They were jogging through for that single.
And I think it was Matt Critchley who said in the interview yesterday that there was a bit in it for the spinners. Obviously Liam Dawson hadn't found much, but he was bowling in the first innings, and it's certainly that's been borne out.
Yeah. Harmer again. Abbott drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So 137 runs to the good are Essex, and Hampshire, there's only resistance has come through. Tom Prest with 55 batting at 3, and opening Nick Gubbins, the last man out, for 48. And Abbott is forward. Hampshire have been thoroughly outplayed in this match. Haven't been able to have any sort of answer to the Essex first innings total of 461 for 7 declared, which I think in all probability was too many having been put in. And that's pushed up towards mid-on. That's the end of Harmer's over. We have 1 over to go officially in day 3. The sun is out, the conditions are good, it's just the shadows across the ground. What will the umpires decide?
Division 2 Worcestershire following on against Derbyshire, 66 for 1, 247 behind, but just noting that Mohammed Abbas has got his first wicket for Worcestershire, and he's got very Mohammed Abbas-like figures just at the moment. 6 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 1. And 168 for 8 it is, and this is the last official over. That sun at a very low angle. It's what the umpires, I'm sure, were discussing. It's now, the shade is entirely over the pitch. We know that the light will deteriorate even with the sunshine, as this is a delivery which almost plays onto that, and in fact he's gone. So another wicket, incredibly, another wicket for Critchley. It is Eddie Jack who has been bowled, and I wonder whether he did get any bat. I thought he might have played on it. It's gone straight through him. But whatever the case, that one seemed to go straight on. It is another wicket for Matt Critchley, and this sensational personal performance continues. 173 career best, 1 for 0, 1 wicket for no run in the first innings, 4 for 9 in 4 overs and 1 ball in the second, and he could finish with a quite extraordinary 5 for, having had to wait a long time before coming into the attack. Well, he might not have to wait so long next time. This has been the most incredible personal performance. It looked like it just went straight on, and whether there was a bit of bat there, it was just at the bottom of the bat, but equally it might well have just gone straight through. But just hurried on to the tail ender, Jack, and he's walking back, and there's just one more wicket to take, and you have to say there's a fair chance that it might fall in this over and give Matt Critchley an extraordinary 5 for.
It's incredible, isn't it? Hampshire have lost their last 7 wickets for 68. This morning they did lose 6 wickets for the addition of 91, so nobody's really been able to get in and really make a telling difference. And Essex have always had a stranglehold over the batting, whether it's been the seamers or whether it's been the spinners backing them up. There hasn't been any let up.
No, it's been a fantastic performance by Essex, really. I mean, they'll know that Hampshire coming in, I was saying in previews that Hampshire were coming in from a standing start because of what had happened in September. There was no momentum from last season, and you've just sort of sensed that a little bit in the way the game has panned out. And Essex, with their strengthened squad, I mean, the performance of Critchley with the ball has just been a fantastic little bonus at the end of the match. And the fact that an Essex captain will be Sam Cook in the next match, has got 4 seamers, including himself, to choose from, and 2 spinners. You know, that's luxury indeed. And the thing is that this pitch has helped the new ball bowlers and has helped the spinners as time has gone on. So much talk about this being a very flat surface, but there's certainly been enough help for the Essex bowlers in these 2 innings. So here he is. It's Critchley bowling to Sonny Baker. It's very hard to see out there with that very low sun, but that's just driven up towards Shane Snater at mid-on. There are 4 balls left of the official day. It's the sun at a very acute angle now, above the horizon, as this is lofted away down the ground. It could be caught by Snater at mid-on, and he's got it. And that is 5 for 9 for Matt Critchley. 6 in the match, plus 173 career best. And the Essex fielders converge on Matt Critchley. What a performance that 5-wicket haul is. Now we have the handshakes between the 2 Hampshire batters and the Essex fielders, with the sun, as I say, just above the horizon. The first victory, certainly of this season, has been achieved in the county championship by Essex, who on this form look to be serious contenders to get back to their title challenging days of the end of the last decade, because this has been an absolutely brilliant performance in this match. They've beaten Hampshire by an innings and 137, I think is the overall figure, and it has been quite superb all-round performance, really, from the moment that Critchley and Allison came together on the first morning. There was a mini fight back by Hampshire at one point with a couple of wickets just before lunch on the second day, but it's really been dominated by Essex ever since. And despite some good knocks from Gubbins and Prest, Hampshire have been rather overwhelmed and have got a bit of thinking to do going into their next match at Yorkshire, whereas Hampshire will go to Chelmsford to play Somerset in a great frame of mind.
Well, that's a terrific win by Essex. I have to say, when Hampshire began their innings this afternoon, I didn't truly believe they would be bowled out this afternoon. I always thought that this match would go into tomorrow with the sunshine out, but Essex have just been relentless, and they've made it hard for Hampshire, and they had them under the thumb and they kept them there. and there's never been really any let-up at all. That's a real statement win for Essex. The other sides will look at that now and they will say, do you know what, that Essex side, we're going to have to take note of them. Yes, they might say, well, OK, they're playing against a Hampshire side that haven't really recovered from the bruising they got last year. It certainly hasn't looked like that in this game. But nevertheless, a terrific win inside 3 days. And Hampshire thoroughly outplayed.
Yes, just having a look at Matt Critchley's stats in terms of where this performance fits in. If I can get my computer to work before we actually go off air, because obviously he's got a career best with the bat, and I'm just having a look at his previous career best with the ball, and no, it's not telling me, it's not where I want to be at the moment.
Do you want to have a quick look?
Yeah, I'm looking at first class bests for Matt Critchley, but my
let's have a quick
my
look.
computer's not working as I want it to at the moment.
Well, we'll stay on. So Matt Critchley, let's do it. I'm typing away furiously because, if I'm honest, because Hampshire have lost, I want to get off air as quickly as possible. So his best bowling in first class is well, it's 6 for 73.
Right, so he's 1 wicket short.
Yeah.
So 1 wicket short of an extraordinary double. But 6 for 73, his best in first class cricket.
Yeah.
So
I don't know if that's the best for Essex because he was at Derbyshire before that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Shall I have a quick look? Do you want me to have a quick look?
Might be possible to do that. I would suspect it could well be. I think, just having a look at his 5 wicket hauls, he has got in his bowling career 7 5 wicket hauls, so its chances are it would have to be if he hadn't got a 6th wicket. So I suspect it may not be.
For Essex, the best bowling for Essex is 5 for 88.
So that would be his best figures for Essex.
Yeah. 6 for 73 was for Derbyshire.
That's right. So there we are. So fantastic individual performance by Matt Critchley with the ball, and those his best figures for Essex, but not totally in his first class career. But my word, he's got a lot to live up to in the next game.
Right. Well done to Essex. Nick, thank you very much.
Nice to see you again, and we'll see you for the T20.
Yes, let's hope so, and hopefully things will be slightly different. There's always to and fro between Essex and Hampshire, but at the moment Essex have the honours. So thank you to Nick. Thank you also to Charlie Harden. Thank you to Michael Carberry on the first day, and Sanjay Murthy on day 2. A little disappointing if you're a home supporter, but there's work to be done, that's for sure. And there's a lot of the season left to go, so don't get too disheartened.